Woo! Are you ready for D&D tonight? I am. I know I am. I usually put up the D&D logo, but man, today has been a crazy day, and it didn't get crazy until like 5 minutes before we started. I swear. Well, why this shit has to blow up in my face right before we go live? Couldn't have happened at noon. That's okay. And a couple of players are probably gonna be a little bit late today, so we're gonna get started around 10:30, 11 o'clock. But I will say that there have been some changes, so I'll go over with you now. The goal is still the same, but we've walked back some of the thresholds for participation. So down here at the bottom, you'll see we still have a loot box and a curse box and a reroll if you want. And the reroll is still $5, but the loot box and the curse box come down quite a bit. It's $10 for a curse box, $20 for a loot box. Hopefully we can garner some more participation that way. That's kind of what that's about. But I hope everybody's having a great time and is ready for some great D&D. Most of the party is hanging out in the Discord right now, so I'll go in and check on them and see what they're up to. I'm sorry, I'm reading DMs right now. Oh, for shit's sake. He's been reading. Lord help us. Hey! No! No! fight with my dog to stop him from eating the damn carpet. Hello! How you guys doing?
Hello.
Hurrah!
I'm good. Check your. I replied to your DM.
I'm reading.
Okay.
You've been reading apparently.
I have.
All right, yeah. I'll talk to you later.
I done did my research and.
Well, that can be
Is
a
there
good
any way
thing.
you can cast Mage Hand to remove the sandpaper condom wrapped fucking cactus that's fucking my throat right now?
No, but I can do it and put a finger up your butt.
Yeah.
Stop! Don't touch me there. That is my no-no square.
I was just telling
What
chat.
were you saying, EOD?
I was just telling chat that we're probably gonna be running a little bit late to start the game tonight. A couple of players are running late. Well, probably not gonna get started till 10:30 or 11 o'clock. So
I don't know how long I'm gonna have the endurance to stay up tonight because
Well, we kind of already discussed that we can always have a EOD play your dude.
Carlos is on a strict drinking diet
Or-
of NyQuil and Halls.
Or if we don't want to have EOD have the load, I can do it.
EOD taking a load.
I'll be happy to do that so that we can continue to play. Up to you and EOD on that one though.
I'd be okay.
Well, I
with
think that'd be more or less up to you and EOD because then
Well, no, it's your
essentially I
fucking
will be
character.
bowing out. Oh, well, I mean, usually it would go to the DM, but
Yeah,
Right.
I don't mind doing it, but let's see what happens up until our first break.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
And then
Yeah.
we'll talk about it again. Okay.
I was gonna say because there is some fuckery that was planned for tonight that definitely I want to be a part of.
Well, you'll at least make it to our first break. So, all right.
All right, yeah. I'll talk to you later.
Later on, Z.
Could let my Z play him.
Huh?
Could let Z play him.
Oh, he's not playing in this campaign. He's playing on Sundays.
Oh, that's right. Brain part. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
In the meantime, I have a lot.
He should. It's like, I think is what you're getting at, yeah?
You bet.
What you're getting at is he could play him, right?
He could play. Well, no, I can't have any other characters in
No,
this freaking
yeah.
campaign. There's already 7 people here.
No. No, he could take over
For race.
if Raystar has to go.
I don't know that it would make better sense to have one of us do it or EOD do it because we know the character.
Yeah. As long as he's the only one I have to fill in for, I don't mind doing it. But
Well, let's just play it by ear.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and stick it out for as long as I can. I haven't taken any NyQuil yet.
that shit'll just knock your ass out.
Rob says, "Sorry, I'm late. We'll be there by 10:40."
That's fine. I figured he'd be a little bit later than he intended to be. He wanted to get here by 10:30, but that's okay.
We can do some fuckery without him. It's fine.
Yeah.
Not really.
Oh, EOD, I posted the link to the website where I found my happy socks.
I bet you did.
Well, if you look
It's
in
called
the
onlyfans.com.
no, it's not. It's
Some
I
racist
posted it in
socks.
Cars and Motorsports.
Buying some chick socks.
I don't even know if I'm gonna need.
No,
them
he
on.
made his own happy socks after watching OnlyFans.
What? Come here. You want pets? You want pets? Well, come here.
Hmm.
You just
Get up here. Come see me.
What's Abe's planned arrival?
He said he wasn't sure. He's at a family get-together.
Oh,
That's what I was saying, is I might end up having to cover for Abe. If I have to do that, then maybe we'll have Twisted cover for you and Icespire if you're alright with that.
I'm fine with that. I mean, if there's anyone that is a master of shenanigans at the same level of Carlos, it is the man that I learned from.
I figured. That made sense to me too. Oh man. Well, this is our 8th session, and things are starting to fall apart on us.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you know what? That tells me a lot, because it means we can get through about 8 before the shit really hits the fan.
Duels and
Well, it
conflict.
also just sounds like it's just a random occurrence.
Yeah.
Well,
Certain things all
it took
together.
half a dozen random occurrences to all congrue on the same evening for tonight to
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
Probably a little less random.
EOD, you should feel lucky. I left Cedar Point early for this.
Yeah, I mean, everybody seems to be enjoying themselves. I'm just saying, it's like we got about 10 good sessions, and probably not much more than that.
Well, the fact is, you're talking about 8 to 10 weeks, and in 8 to 10 weeks, there's bound to be things that happen and come up, right? It just so happens that it all hit one night.
Kind of what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, EOD. I totally planned to get sick so I can absolutely derail everything.
I'm not blaming you, and it's not your fault. Okay, Nate will not be joining us tonight, or for any future session.
Oh,
Yep. Abe was going to be late, and then he may not show up at all, and then Rob's going to be late, and then
yeah.
we're talking about a character lineup change. So all that's happening today.
At once.
So we get to kill off Bray?
I was just going to let him run away in the middle of the night. He slept outside the mansion.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Yeah. He didn't give me much of an explanation in real life other than personal reasons. So his character's not going to give you any explanation at all. Let me see. Okay. Yep. I know how to handle the horses now. I'm glad I opened the book.
Well, even though, I mean, on Bray's situation, I think it could be, I mean, it could be handled instead of just running away.
With all that's going on, let's just make it simple. He ran away. I think that's the best thing. I get where you're coming from, and I think I follow your train of thought, but...
Well, I was just going to say maybe Bray goes back to Phandalin, hides a little bit, just for the opportunity to possibly come back at a future time and date.
He could, I mean, just because he runs off doesn't mean he couldn't come back at a future time and date. I think for simplicity's sake, with EOD potentially having to play Abe and all the other things tonight, I think that, I mean, obviously it's up to EOD, it's his game, but I just think that would be our best.
Oh, fuck.
Course
My
of
mic has not
action.
been queued up for a while. Hot minute
Oh,
here.
we can hear you.
Oh, shit.
Why?
I'm just saying,
Got it figured
maybe
out.
Bray catches the same thing Carlos has and has to go into quarantine. Or maybe he gets a vaccine and dies of myocardosis, whatever the fuck it's called.
Myocarditis.
Yeah. It's the itis.
He visits a healer that's a little bit sketchy, a little new to the cleric game.
Yeah.
Does some really strange experiments on puppies.
He caught the Herpagona hivicipilitis from Carlos.
No, we have a really funny explanation when we get into it.
I thought I had notes for this campaign. I don't. I've been trying to keep them in roll 20.
There's lots of ways we can write him off in theory that into.
Oh no! I've already decided here anyway. I'm not going through all of that bullshit. Hell no.
Right, exactly.
It's just too much.
That's what I was saying. Is that might be a little too much to add that.
There were mandatory lockdowns. He's gone for the next 2.5 years.
Okay, here we go.
He happened to catch a glimpse, saw his name on the list, and ran.
Well, I mean, we could do some justice to him, though. A female orc dragged him up in the middle of the night and drug him off for,
death by snoo.
So that's what I've been suggesting.
I reckon. Well, fuck. In that case, it's still night.
Yes, it is.
No, I mean, when we open, it'll still be night.
I'm blind. Oh.
It's night now. See, that's what I mean.
Also, honestly, like having 6-ish characters at the most really kind of optimal because anything right, it's like okay, I'll take my next turn 3 hours from now.
I know.
Right.
Your mic's is choppy.
Is it?
I don't know if you have a noise gate turned up too high or what. Kind of sounds that way.
Whatever. It's just whatever Discord is. Better?
It can be
You don't
more
have like a
harmful than
really
good.
loud fan on or something that could be causing the noise gate to be like.
No, I just pulled it a little bit closer to my face. That's all. Is that
Yeah,
better?
you seem to be okay
Yeah,
now.
much better.
Okay.
Yeah, that usually doesn't. Yeah, now I'm starting. Now I'm starting to see the value of having a buy-in to the D&D games.
A buy-in.
Yeah, where you guys have to pay me money in order to play the game. That way,
Oh.
if you want to change a character or pull out of the game early, all your money is just kaput.
Like a deposit.
Yeah, it's like a character entry fee or something. I don't know.
Bro, I'll give you the deposit. I'm good. As long as I get it back, as long as I.
I'm kidding. I'm not being serious anyway. I'm just saying. Maybe that would have stopped Bray from leaving.
Paid DMing is a thing now. So
Race car will give you a deposit.
one of the characters, one of the players in my Monday game, is a professional DM. I mean, part-time professional, but he works at a place where they run games for money.
Bray was a big reason why. He did try to talk to you guys about going to the Tower of Storms, and you were real excited about coming to the ranch to kill orcs, though. That was part of his fucking backstory. That was part of. It's basically the only thing drawing you guys to the Tower of Storms. Yeah.
Now, the dragon crashed into the Tower of Storms, and it somehow mysteriously exploded, even though dragons can't help towers.
I think we should have gone to Nomengard heavy. It's not a whole lot of action, but this group would have been great for it.
and plenty of gnomes to throw around.
Yeah,
Right.
it is possible to piss them off. And there's a lot of them.
Oh, friggin' ankle biters.
I mean, you learned on Sunday that superior numbers can damn near kill somebody.
Oh, yeah.
This combat in D&D is largely about attrition. If you have the opportunity to take out like little shitter ads before the boss, like do it.
We did finally fucking level up in the Sunday campaign, though, thanks to that.
Yes, we did.
Wow, I got a fraud alert for sending a super chat. That was weird.
Huh.
Because apparently I don't do that often enough that my bank like sees that as like normal activity.
Yeah.
EOD probably agrees. You need to send more super chats.
Yeah, probably. I'm not doing enough for the grift.
Well, I can't receive super chats yet. Y'all need to tell your wife and your kids to come over and subscribe to EOD so that I can receive super chats.
Can't I chat?
I don't have a wife.
Oh, there. Oh, there we go.
I don't have a wife, but I already subscribed to your channel under my girlfriend's account. So.
Oh, you did. Well, that counts.
Yeah. Yep. I don't have any kids, so
Rob's
that's
ripping into fucking.
That
Wick
I can
right
do
now.
there.
I love it.
Who's he ripping into?
Wick.
Oh, nobody
Who's
deserves it
hosted
more.
That panel.
Fucking Gibbs.
Gibbs.
Oh.
I said that.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, he needs to do a little bit of moderating.
Instead of just sitting there just taking notes, or at least it looks like he's taking notes.
Yeah.
He's probably chatting with some e-girl thought.
Probably.
Oh, wow.
I want Grid to go after him again. Dude, that was funny. It's fucking weird to see that guy like sitting there on Twitch Politics like stream. It's like,
Yeah, I know. It
Which
kind
guy?
of like irks me, because I'm like, I want to pick his brain about race car shit.
Oh, you mean
But all he
Grid?
does is-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is he into racing?
Yeah, he's Grid 1 Motorsports.
He used to be
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean that doesn't mean anything to me?
his name is Don Walker. He's a well-known guy from the sports world.
Gotcha.
Mostly dealt with rotaries, didn't he?
Yes, he's got a lot of rotary experience. And he's like, dude, the best way to do it is to just throw a fucking Renesis in my FC. And I'm like, see, I've already like kind of formed out like this other plan that doesn't
There we go.
involve like having to swap out an entire subframe and ECU and all this. Well, actually, I am putting a whole new ECU, but it's going to be an aftermarket one. But the route that I'm going doesn't involve like having to change out like the rest of the drivetrain. I'm like, there's like the cool aspect of what I'm doing, and also at the same time, this is still just autocross.
The
Your
cool
best
aspect
option is
would
the
be a
LS swap
three-rotor
it.
No. 3 and 4 rotors. Let's go.
Yeah, if I had 3 and 4 rotor money, I wouldn't have a fucking FC. But the base model FC is one of the best like submodels of RX-70 to build a race car with.
Get the engine out of a wrecked C8 Z06 and put it in there.
Why?
No.
Just get one out of a fucking truck.
I mean, for the
That's
same
not the
reason.
No. The Z06 is a totally different engine.
Yeah, I know. It's not exactly the same.
For
But
this,
it's completely different. It's not anywhere even close to the same.
I understand, but if all you're going after is for the displacement and you're going to modify the entire fucking long block itself, other than like the physical cast fucking block, who cares?
Well, a truck block is probably more durable anyway.
I understand there's differences, right? But if you're gonna fucking throw out all the internals anyway, who gives a shit? You might as well go get one for $500 out of a junkyard.
Yeah, I can. Oh, goodness sakes. Yeah. And, well, I guess I can do this.
Because yeah, if you were gonna do that, you'd be swapping out everything anyway. You'd be swapping out internals. You'd be swapping out the crank, the fucking the piston.
I don't know.
I'd sleeve the bore it out, sleeve it.
I mean, it's a 5.5 liter V8 flat crank, 8,600 RPM red line, 670 horse.
Oh, you're talking out of a C8?
Yeah, C8Z06.
Yeah, see,
Good
if
luck,
I was
good
going to be
luck getting
doing
one
an
of those
engine
for
swap of
$50,000.
that magnitude, I would go 3 or 4 rotor.
Yeah, you can't
There
less
are
than 30
crashed
grand.
C8Z06s sitting in junkyards right now. I know somebody who
Aw.
crashed one.
And how much is the motor?
Hell if I know. Mine's intact, so I don't.
I bet you 30 grand.
Probably. It's not going to be like a
Possibly.
1500 motor, yeah.
Probably true. I think the car was 125, so yeah, probably right.
Yeah, so to that point, if you have $30,000, yeah, go 4 rotors. Let's go.
Still better off with the Z06.
And it
the
really,
LT6.
and it really doesn't even need the 4 rotor. Really is. You're probably like just shy of 20.
Still. I don't think race cars looking
It's
at
like-
an upgrade like that expensive though.
Because like the 2 rotors aren't shit. It's mostly just that fucking shaft that's super expensive. That machined.
Cost at a junkyard. Z06 LT6 from a junkyard. Salvage LT6 was listed on eBay for around 9,500.
But
Hell, that engine is worth more than my whole truck.
That engine's worth more than 10 grand. There's no way.
Price and worth noting that was listed as parts only, sold as is.
Yeah, so it
News
probably doesn't
article
run.
reported with under 5,000 miles going for about 20,000. So it looks like it's about 20,000.
Okay, that sounds more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was reading the whole thing. I wasn't making that 9,500 as the final statement. Yeah, you'd be looking at 20 to 25. It looks like.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Corvette forum says that LT6 15K if you have a core to turn in with it.
Yeah, but if you're engine swapping, you don't.
Yeah, right.
yeah,
So yeah, 20 or just 20K for an engine. Yeah. So everybody's saying around 20
Okay.
for the LT6.
Still, again, if you have 20 grand, you could 4 rotor for a hair less than that.
Yeah, but you'd have a better motor if you got an LT6.
Better in terms of pure performance, sure, but in terms of like shock and awe, fuck you,
I don't know why, but Twisted has been trying to convince Race Car to put a Corvette motor in his rotary Mazda for years, and it never does it. Seems like a waste. But I think this is about ready to go. I need the horses out here though. Let me get that. No, not a there. Here. Found it. Oh, there. We're gonna try this weird reactive avatar thing down at the bottom. I'm not sure how well that's gonna work, but we'll see. Apparently it doesn't work if I'm deafened.
Of the airplane.
Yeah.
I didn't know that's how that worked. That's interesting.
Yep. In World War One, yeah, there were several engine designs like that. The engine, so
there was a
the engine
fixed
was
crankshaft,
mounted.
and that crankshaft
So
is attached to the prop.
no, so there's a shaft that goes to the firewall, and that's fixed to the firewall of the airplane. The cylinders, all the internals, and the prop rotate around that shaft. They're radial cylinders, and it all of it rotates. Instead of the shaft rotating, everything rotates around the shaft. It was to have for improved cooling because they're air cooled, right? So since the cylinders were rotating, they would cool even at low speed.
Okay, now I gotta go find like a diagram or a video of this because that's interesting.
Yeah, one that had it was the Sopwith Camel.
A soft what camel?
Rotary aircraft. Animation. I'll find it for you.
Okay. That's interesting.
That's a radio engine. See that? Rotary. How the gnome rotary. There's a YouTube video in the side tab.
What's up,
That
DnD?
would be a Rob Nor.
So fucking sorry. What a ridiculous panel.
Hey, keep Wick's name out of your mouth just like he keeps a fucking toothbrush out of his, okay, buddy?
Keep
Wow.
keep out of your mouth. What a fucking schmuck. Like, I wonder if people can still hear me. No, they can't hear me over there. So they're about to raid into you, EOD, so they're going to be able to hear us here in a second.
Oh, shit.
But I'm dragging it out, hoping someone donates $60-something to get us 500 bucks.
$60, chat. Come on, we can do it.
Even if not, then we're just gonna milk them over here on your channel, EOD, to send in
There you
curse
go.
spots.
Yeah, I did. I did lower some of the thresholds on that, so it's easier to get a curse box and a loot box now. So you guys definitely come check it out.
Ah,
Like $10 for a curse box
Oh,
and
yeah.
$20 for a loot box.
all right. They should be raiding over to you now.
That's probably
How
that's
to
probably a
derail
good
the stream.
decision.
Just throw money at EOD until he has no idea what the fuck is going on.
Smart, smart. It'd just be so
mean-
disheveled, like, thousands of dollars coming in. What the fuck?
I mean, I'm gonna buy myself inspiration because fucking.
You know, it's great though. Like one of your mods was asking, "Hey, can I come over there and make fun of you guys?" And I said, "No, we encourage it.
That's right.
Are we not men? Probably.
Free."
How many curse box would be required to just have like 50 dragons attack and eat us all
You know,
simultaneously?
Rob, we were hanging out here last night. We were talking about it. We're like, hang on, what if somebody just paid $100 to just instantaneously kill somebody? No revival, no wish, no nothing.
Hey man, for the grift, why not? Right? Maybe 100's a little low, but 200? I don't know
Okay,
about
sure.
the rest
Fuck
of
it,
the tier
200.
here. I'm willing to eat shit and get wiped out for $200. You know, I would do it.
And this is coming from the same guy who's giving me crap for having a $50 fucking loot box. I mean, no, sure, we'll do 200. That's fine. All right, but what was it? I was telling him we'd need party consensus on that. We need everybody to kind of be okay with that. But
I'm
We'd all
fine
have
with
to
it.
have like 2 or 3 characters in the back just ready to be called up to the major leagues.
Yeah, I just need like the severity of it, right? Like, sure, a warrant's $200, you know, or $100 in my mind, but yeah.
yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Thank you so much, Rob. Y'all be sure to hit like and subscribe. And I'll go ahead and describe the game just to be clear again. $10 for a curse box, $20 for a loot box, and $5 for a reroll. Specify which character you want to get the loot box or the curse box or the reroll in the super chat. And if you don't want me to say your first name, tell me what your screen name is. But my little phone will go bleep bloop bloop, and I'll make it happen in the game. So. Also, nerds
There you go.
says, "Are we not men?" We got Bandit 848 hanging out. It's good to see you, Bandit. Now, Abe said that he might also be a little late. I wasn't sure when to expect him. But Nate will no longer be joining us. He said he's got personal reasons or whatever. So
Has he been incarcerated?
it's not, he did not tell me. So
I'm just kidding. If that is the case, please don't tell us.
I mean, that's a possibility. I don't
As a
know.
matter of fact, here's his mugshot.
Yes. The D&D police thought he was playing so poorly that they
Wait, are we
stormed
talking
in
about-
and just, yeah.
Are we talking about suspect sushi? God damn it, not
Yeah,
again.
they got him again.
trying to write him off playing D&D when it happened. Like, oh my god.
No, we'll just say he ate some shrimp from Walmart.
Yeah, and then ended up getting E. coli or something.
So we gonna, like, he's definitely done
That's
like,
yeah.
for the rest of
Yeah.
our campaign.
That's what he told me.
Sounds like
So is
it.
he? So is his character going out in a blaze of glory?
Well, kinda. Okay, I have a surprise. I have a surprise in mind. A heavy suggestion.
All right.
And it'll be
Find
a.
me some gore. You know?
And for anybody who's not understanding what the fuck we're doing, welcome to a Dungeons and Debauchery.
Yeah, pretty much.
Dungeons and Degeneracy.
What was I gonna say is it's gonna be open ended, so we're not gonna know whether or not he's gonna come back. That way, I leave the door open for him. But he's not gonna end up in a pile of giblets on the floor. But
No, he's in forced quarantine for the 2 years.
yeah. All right. Well,
Or as I suggested earlier, Dungeons and Dumbassery. I think that fits all of us.
it's too late. I already did all the branding and everything.
Listen, just I don't know if you guys were watching my stream, but I did say, as poor as Wick did on the little debate that I was in, I was like, I think that's how poor I'll be. I'll be the weak link on our group here, but that's okay. I'll admit that I'm a novice when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons. I think my performance here will be slightly better than Wick's in the debate
Oh,
sphere.
I-
You and me both,
Unfucking-doubtedly.
Rob. I'm a novice to this too.
There we go.
So,
Nice.
I just love your enthusiasm and like just you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna show up, and you're just so open about it to your community too. So
I'm a little sad that Wick actually changed his microphone because now I can't make the joke anymore that I'm not sure which is worse, his teeth or his microphone.
Yeah, it's.
You mean his tooth?
I will say, look, I not my bag to like talk about his teeth or anything like that. However, I will say when Andrew Wilson kept pretending like, which tooth is it? And he
Oh my god!
and he's like, "Are you an idiot? You don't see?" It's like, oh, Wick, come on, man.
Like Wick has summer teeth, okay? Some are white, some are yellow, some are missing.
Ah,
You can't handle the tooth.
listen, I may not be the most attractive man in the world, but my dental hygiene, I've been pretty lucky with it, and I keep up on my dental hygiene. So I also knocked all my teeth out when I was young, so they came in remarkably straight, which I was lucky for.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Nice.
That's why Joe Boober is also, you guys didn't know this, I've kept it to myself, very concerned about his dental hygiene. You know, the life of a
And he
seafaring
flosses with
barbarian.
orc hair.
Yes, that's right. That's part of his why he's attacking the orcs with bare hands. I pocketed a couple orc hairs to go into my brush.
Goodness sakes.
All right, I'll be back. I need more brown water.
Oh, for shit's sake. Okay.
Yeah, if he's going, I'm going to the restroom real quick.
Okay.
I got some spicy
Just-
bluish
my
green
bar
water.
Is like, my bar is like 5 feet away. I'll be right back.
Sorry, I think Rob's bathroom's right around the corner too. Is this gonna work? I don't think it's working.
What's supposed to be working?
The freaking background track.
It does not hear a background track, so it is
I
not working.
hear critters.
Yeah, that's supposed to be night critters.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like actual
Oh,
music.
he's like 5 feet away. I'm back.
Well, congratulations.
Rob's
Ow.
tapping his kidney. So
Right. Of course, everything that has gone wrong tonight, of course, this would also go wrong. Why not?
All right, I'm back. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I've already held us up 50 minutes.
Rob apologized.
Shame. Shame.
Apologize. Yeah. We're
Shame.
sorry. We're sorry. That's my default apology to South Park. What was it? The oil spill with the guy?
BP. Yeah.
We're sorry. We're so sorry. It's a good show.
South Park is genius.
All right, I'm good if everyone else is.
Yeah, I gotta.
I mean, I'm as good as I can be, considering my voice sounds like I'm being throat fucked by a cactus wearing a sandpaper condom.
Well, all of that yelling at those orcs, you know,
That's
you get
what
a
it- that's
night's
what-
sleep. What do you expect?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, dude, I think you get MVP for yesterday. You ripped the fucking head off an orc, or last week. That was awesome. With your bare
I
hands.
tried. You know, I've been walking around like
pretty
a
dope.
big man in real life ever since then, like claiming I'm just gonna rip things apart. Man. Unfortunately, Rob nor not as strong as Joe Boober. So it's been unfortunate.
Noted. Rob Nor, not the mountain. Not going to fucking, what's the guy's name? The actor.
That played the mountain, I don't know.
Oh, no. Pedro Pascal. Not gonna Pedro Pascal.
No.
You
That
know,
was
we
an
have to
awesome
show
scene.
up to DebateCon with Joe Boober shirts.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm talking to a merch guy next week, so maybe we'll get some Joe Boober shirts.
Okay.
Joe Boober shirts that have like a hot dog pattern on them.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
There it
What's up?
goes. Okay, I can hear it now. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that freaking works. I can't hear it. Nobody on the other end can hear it either.
Hmm.
Okay.
Well, I turned down some of the audio because, like, one of the first goes, it was like kind of loud. So, but it does appear to be playing. So.
Okay.
Oh, audio and video. There it is.
That's what I was just messing with. Okay. Cool. Now stop showing me my own thing. And that should take care of that. Okay, I'm ready now. I'm sorry, you guys. Okay,
All
so
right.
last we left our intrepid adventurers. You guys had found Butterskull Ranch, and it had been waylaid by orcs. All of the ranch hands had been killed. 2 of the orcs had been slain in the battle, but alas, most of the buildings had been burned down. And you found the orcs kind of hanging out and occupying the ranch house. In the bottom of the ranch house, in the cellar, you found Big Al tied up, whose life you graciously saved. Through all this, Rob was cursed. He couldn't decide whether or not he was whispering or hollering at the top of his lungs. Who is it? What's your character's name, Clown Penis?
Pat McGroyne.
Pat McGroyne, I'm sorry. Pat McGroyne kept licking all the damn butter skulls, and that was pissing Al off a little bit, but he offered you a place to stay anyway. And
Who's putting penis on the screen? Great Scar.
yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, let me deal with that really quick. Yeah.
It's supposed to be an arrow drawing or pointing at Pat McGroyne.
So, Big Al did offer you guys a place to sleep, and everybody is in the midst of getting a long rest in the middle of the night. Okay, before you all wake, it's probably 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that. You hear some ruckus in the trees across the road. Magnus and Dink is probably aware of this as well, because they're keeping out a vigilant and watchful eye, and we're thoughtful enough to bar their doorway. So you hear what sounds like an orc in the trees, kind of mulling around a little bit. And as she comes into view, you realize it's actually a woman orc, and she sees Bray's tent out here, and she kind of comes up to it and sniffs it, and then reaches inside and snatches Bray. And for an instant you hear "Ah!" before he's snuffed out, apparently knocked unconscious and dragged off by this female orc into the woods.
No!
Well,
Typical orcs.
you're not necessarily aware of it, Joe. We were only Magnus and Dink, are really.
I'm sorry. That was my inner monologue. I was having a nightmare.
Okay.
Magnus looks at Dink and goes, "Are you awake? Am I awake? Or what the hell did we just see?"
Honestly, I don't know. Did that lady orc just come out of there and snatch Bray? That's what
I think that's what it was. I couldn't tell.
Well, he's either gonna have a good time or a short time. One of the two.
So, what do we tell the party?
Well, I don't know, man. Maybe we ought to just let him go. It was fate after all. He was chosen.
Well, I don't need anybody blowing me up again. I guess so. We'll mention it in the morning.
Righto. All right, so with that,
So you're
Dink and Magnus return in their slumber. And if you did not get a long rest, go ahead and get a long rest. So, let's get that out of the way. Okay. Da-da. And then, of course, we have the requisite music. So that definitely worked.
that one worked.
Nice.
All right. So as you guys get up, you actually smell what smells like bacon and other implements cooking on the oven down below. Big Al's not even in his bedroom when you guys get up.
Unbar our door. And I just sit back down on the bed for a moment.
Remy's going towards the bacon.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm with you. Oh shit, man. I'm so hungry. Nothing gets me hungry like going on a frenzied rampage slaughtering orcs. And their pig-like features make me hungry for some pork.
Let me get to my games really quick.
Carlos just follows you out and has no idea like what they're talking about because Carlos doesn't smell anything.
Dink's gonna go ahead and rouse up and say, "Wow, man, my throat is kind of sore. I feel like shit. How many beers did we drink last night?"
And Remmy looks at the keg. Like, how much of the keg is left?
Well, Dink, I know, man. I'm a little hungover myself, but it's so weird. You finally sound like a man today. You don't sound as effeminate as you have in the past days we've been traveling together.
How much of the keg is left?
Listen here, Joe Boober. If you want to do another jumping contest, we can. Okay.
No. I'm sorry.
If I remember right, your name is Magnus. Do I have that correct?
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you, Magnus.
No, we haven't talked much since you
Right
joined
here.
the group.
Here, I'll say everybody else kind of continues downstairs as you go.
How much of the keg is
Right
left?
here.
I know.
Ready.
We haven't had a chance to get the keg out of the bag of holding in order to figure that out yet. Okay, we'll check that here in just a little bit. But several of you had beers from the keg. So. Okay. Yeah. Well, go ahead and do your thing there, Pat McGroyne.
Right here. I just used what I was doing in the chat.
Oh. Okay, so Pat McGroyne utters an incantation from his pinched hand, and out flies this flaming sphere, which takes up a whole 5-foot radius right next to Magnus, and it starts to set the house on fire, actually.
Should I roll?
Yeah, it's Dex save DC 16. That's what I just rolled.
I'll tell you what I can do is I can just draw a little circle there.
Oh, because that doesn't persist.
It does persist, I thought.
No. Your effect doesn't persist.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
I holler at
That'll work.
Magnus, hollers at Pat. What the fuck are you doing?
You're a wanted man.
Yeah, only by a certain group.
I smirk.
With that, Pat McGroyne, you reveal a tattoo underneath your wrist. That is the symbol of the Zentharim. This is far too peaceful music for such a betrayal.
Right?
Roll initiative.
Yeah, what's there?
Yeah, I reckon. In fact, hold on just a sec. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I did get that one. So everybody actually go ahead and roll for initiative. There'll be one round of attacks, and then the rest of the house is going to be alerted to what's going on upstairs.
You should have taken, five points of damage, I think.
I believe so. If you, I think a 4 is a fail on that dex check.
Yeah, because it's DC 16.
Okay, so the pirate's actually under me and not in front of me.
No, it's in front of you.
It
But
should.
it's
It damages everything in this square and this square.
anything
and this
within
square.
5 feet of it. Yeah.
Which means it's
Okay.
it's catching the wall on fire next to it as well.
Right.
All right.
Everybody else should be. Did you guys roll your initiatives?
I got Carlos and Remy, but I'm missing Boober, I think.
I disappeared. I thought I was downstairs or something.
Yeah, you are. Everybody's downstairs, but we're gonna do one round between Pat and Magnus, and then you guys
Okay.
are gonna be alerted. I'll
Gotcha.
bring you back.
Getting there. God damn it. What's going on? There we go.
Perfect.
All right.
Oh, and I gotta do
Yeah.
one for Dink. I'm sorry, but yeah, you guys go ahead.
Okay, so it's on my turn. I'm gonna do. Is it? I just gotta find it. Just give me a sec. No, I have it. Oh, that's because that's attacks and it's not an attack. Okay. Here we go. Cast Mage Armor,
Okay.
which will raise my AC to, I believe it's 50. Check. 13 plus dex. So.
You didn't do
Yeah.
anything cheeky with your spellbook, did you? I haven't checked.
Nope.
Okay,
Not at all. Not
Okay.
at all.
I'll take your word for it.
That should. I can't change it. I'll just remember that I'm AC 15 on my character sheet. And then
It's
What I
13 plus your
have.
dex mod. So what's your dex mod?
yeah, my dex mod is 2. So
So 15. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll change the AC on your token. That'll help.
Okay, that works. And I'll be done on that round.
All right. I'll hit Guiding Bolt.
All right.
You take that 5 points of damage again.
With each turn.
How
yeah.
come?
With each full round. Yeah.
But
How-
the first one wasn't around.
That's a surprise round.
Or does that count as this one?
Yeah,
Okay.
in the initial attack it burns, and then on each character's turn within range of it takes the damage.
Alrighty. I guess I'll go ahead and hit him with a Guiding Bolt.
Okay. Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of the sphere makes a dexterity saving throw, taking 2d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. So you actually get to, you roll the save again.
Oh, okay. You get to save again.
Alright,
Yep.
then I'll back it back up and
I'll take the 20 for
do
the
a
guy.
dex after
Yeah.
this, yeah.
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 What is that? Is that an attack roll? Hold on, I'm gonna
Yeah,
cast shield. My reaction.
20 definitely hits. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing the dice.
So that's gonna raise my AC to by 20. So that doesn't hit, right? Or is it still gonna hit?
It still hits, yeah, actually.
Oh, well then I'm not gonna do that because I thought you had to match it. Okay, so you matching AC hits.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the minimum it has to be in order to hit.
Okay. Cool. All right. So what was it?
19 damage.
19?
Yep, that's a lot.
Damn,
Guys, do not go to.
that is a lot. Is there?
Ah!
Light him up. Okay, so
That's a nasty spell.
It is. It can be. All right. So from down below, you hear, "What in the hell's going on up there?" That's Big Al hollering, and everybody rushes back upstairs because it sounds like fighting has broken out. And immediately, Big Al smells the smoke. The smoke is sort of filling up the hallway and stuff. And yeah, he's freaking out. So,
All right.
okay. So that was the end of your turn, right, Magnus?
No.
Okay. What else you got?
I am going to cast Healing Word on myself.
Okay.
Well, you know, scratch that. I'm sorry. I'm not. Hold on.
Do that dex save.
I'm going to cast. Well, I will before I end my turn.
Okay.
I will cast Spiritual Weapon.
Okay.
Which is also that's a bonus action.
Right.
18 hits, correct?
Uh,
Got 15 and then shield. How long does shield last?
shield lasts until the end of my turn. So at 20. So no, that does not. hit.
Hold on. He said he didn't cast the reaction.
Well, and I
He
can
took it back
cast
then.
it now.
Oh, he
yeah,
did.
I can cast it now. So I'll cast it now.
To the bonus
Okay.
action. Okay. So then it's 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Either way.
Here it is. So, let me turn this over to you, Magnus. Yeah. What? Oh.
All right, then I charge at him. Get closer to him, and then my turn.
Okay. So now, also roll the deck save to
I'm
see.
gonna.
Hold on,
Okay.
you can't do anything. You've done everything you can do. So, deck save, and then it
Deck
is.
save.
I think that saves. So then you take what, 2 damage or 3 damage? Was it 5? I think it was 5. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's 5.
Yeah.
So let's say 3 damage. Okay. So now, Joe Boober, what are you doing?
I must be those damn orcs. They must have made their way in. So I'm going to let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 is what I could move, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I get to right here.
Yep.
Right? And then is this door open? I'm sorry to
I'll say that Dink didn't close it when he left. So, unless let's say
Okay,
it's open.
So I would be
Yeah.
able to see Magnus.
You would, yeah.
Okay, but I can't
And
see
fire.
Pat.
Right.
I see the fire.
You see a floating ball of flame right there, and it's starting to catch the walls on fire around it. Yep.
Okay. Let me ask you this. I'm not going to take an action because I can't see what Magnus is fighting, but I'm worried. What the fuck's going on? Can I continue to move extra spaces for my action?
Yes, you can rush as an action, up to 60
Okay.
feet. So,
So then I'm going to do that.
and I'd say
And I'm
you
going
still have
to-
about 8 feet to go, so you could get to this square and past Magnus into the room if you wanted to. I think you have enough movement
Okay.
for that.
All right, so then I'll do that. And then I see this fight. So I'm like, what the hell's going on?
This asshole attacked me.
Pat, say it ain't so.
Oh, look at it. I yell at Bieber. So who else has been after us all this time? It hasn't been me, but this fool shows up, automatically taken into the party, and attacks me at the first chance he gets. You make your decision.
Pat, he makes a point. Magnus pulled me out of a cave. What is this fight about?
I don't know. He attacked me out of nowhere. I walked in here and he just attacked me.
Put the damn weapons down. Let's get out of here before the whole damn place burns.
I'm not turning my back on him again, Joe.
Put your
Wait,
weapon down.
Well, I don't have a weapon.
Well, great, you've complied.
I'm complied. I don't have a weapon.
Let's get the fuck out of here and find out what's going on.
Question, EOD.
What's that?
Should Joe should take the fire damage now, correct?
Technically, yeah. At
That's
the
fair.
end of
So
his
I
turn.
roll at the end of my turn.
At the end of his turn, yes.
All right. So then, what I'm going to do to end my turn, I'm going to just ready my axe, but I'm not going to take any sort of actions. I just ready my axe and I say, "If you don't stop fighting, Pat, I'll have no choice but to intervene." And then I will end my turn and roll a dex save. Is that what I'm rolling?
Yeah, dex save.
Yeah.
Better than what? What's the DC?
16.
Well, I fail.
10 does not work. Yeah. 16.
So how much damage do I take?
5 damage.
Okay. All right, and my turn's over.
Okay. So Pat, what are you doing?
As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Misty Step.
Okay. Also, I'm gonna introduce a counter. So, because you're, oh my goodness, the keyboard's too far away from me. But you're, bear with me for just a second. Okay. All right. So Misty Step.
And I'm going to teleport myself to here.
Can I ask a dumb
bonus
question?
action, I'm moving my flaming spear here in front of the door.
Okay. I think that you can get here because you have to be able to see where you're
It
going.
has to be visible. Correct. Okay.
Okay. And then you're moving the sphere into Magnus's square.
Through Magnus's square right to here.
Okay. As you move it, it catches the walls on fire around it, and these walls are aflame right now. Hold on a minute. Will you work?
Can I ask why we skipped everybody else this turn?
It's
We
You all-
didn't,
you
'cause
all-
I had an 18 initiative.
first of all, you all
Right,
had.
but
I'll
you
explain.
cast-
You all had a bonus round, and then you all had a single round alone. Then everybody else was alerted. Joe Boober's initiative was higher than Pat's.
Than mine.
Yeah. Okay. What is the problem? Okay, you know what? Just give me a rectangle. There, that works. Okay, that wall's on fire. This wall's on fire. Place is starting to burn down. Now the door in the hallway is starting to catch on fire. Okay.
Okay.
Idiot.
Then I am going. Yes. That was my bonus action.
Yeah. So you use an
I'm
action,
going
then a
to
bonus
hit
action.
with a scorching ray on Magnus, and that's going to be my second level skill spell
Well-
for 21 to hit.
Okay, so I'm gonna say you roll at disadvantage on that because Magnus has half cover. Because he's inside
Okay.
the door, you can barely see him.
What, I just hit that twice, I guess.
Yeah, just do it again. Well, wait a minute.
Wait, what?
You rolled it twice in the first place, so
Yeah,
I
the
only
10 would
rolled
be.
it once.
the 10 is what we're gonna go with. So
Okay.
I'm gonna say that doesn't hit, right?
No.
Oh, also, wait a minute. How are you using a scorching ray? You used an action and a bonus action. How is there room for scorching ray?
Yeah. What was my action?
Misty Step.
That's a bonus action spell.
Well, you only get one bonus action, so then you shouldn't have been able to move the fire spell.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, there's
Then
only
the
one of
fire
those.
Stays. Yes. Okay, then the fire stays. Okay. Cool.
But these walls are still on fire.
I'm learning.
Yeah. Okay.
Then as my movement, I'm going to duck around the corner here.
Okay. Now it's Dink's turn. Not understanding completely what's going on and not completely hearing the conversation between Joe and Magnus, Dink is going to assume you are the assailant. So he's coming after you. Okay. So he can get down to the end of the hallway, but he can't get much further than that.
One thing's running by. Magnus hollers, "It's another assassin."
And he just keeps on trucking and nods his head. He gets about that far. As he's running off, he hollers towards Remmy and Carlos. He might be headed downstairs. So, he does not have a clear shot to you. You are obscured from his view. Okay, so Carlos, what are you doing?
Carlos doesn't feel very well, so he's gonna have a seat. He's very dizzy and suddenly like his throat is raspy and he just doesn't feel good.
Why is Remmy not in the initiative order?
Well,
I noticed that he's
probably
at 5.
because you added your tokens after I added them, and I ended up removing the wrong one. What was your initiative roll? 15. I'll take it. Now you're in there. But okay, you know what? Go ahead and take your turn, Remmy, and then after this, we'll correct the turn order.
Yeah, if he yelled out, he's head downstairs. Remmy run downstairs.
Okay, cool.
And ready in action to shoot if he sees anybody running by.
All right. So Magnus, what are you doing?
I guess I'll come out and come to the hallway here and let's see.
Oh, make it good.
Yep. Screw it. I guess I'll hit him with another guiding bolt.
Okay.
And
Excuse me.
11 will not hit.
all right, then basically I'll guess I'll move my spirit
Okay.
the 20 feet and have it attack him too.
I'll say it'll get there. So go for it.
Nope, misses
So
too.
11 will not hit.
Son of a bitch.
All right, and I'll just send my turn.
Okay. I just want to remind everybody, it's $5 for reroll, and we can do curse boxes and loot boxes after this, but this might be a really good time for a reroll. Anyway, okay, so that's gonna turn the round. Okay, and Pat, you can keep this fire spell up for a total of 10 rounds, so we're on 5.
Right.
Okay?
Correct.
Okay. So Joe Boober, what are you doing?
Okay, hate to break the fourth wall here, but can I occupy the same space as this spiritual weapon?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to use a bonus action, and I am going to use my rage. So I'll use that, and then I am going to charge in to right here, and then I am going to take a reckless attack. Yeah. Let's see, with my axe, if I can find the reckless attack.
Do it.
So here we go. And I'm just, you fucker! And we're gonna,
22 hits.
okay.
22's going to hit, yeah. Even
And then
if
I
catch you, that's
savage
gonna hit.
attacker, so I'll do it twice.
24 damage. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. So, do you want to describe the fatality? or you want me to?
Yeah, here's what I do. The axe comes down and it clips. It goes directly through the right shoulder, severing the whole fucking arm, splitting him in half, and splitting the fucking wing right in half, like in a diagonal through the back of the sternum. Just fucking wing laying on the ground.
Oh shit, fire. Yeah, and then with that, Pat McGroyne is no more, laying in pieces on the ground. There's feathers all over the place. He's like, spit a couple of them out.
I expect you to roast that wing and barbecue it, okay?
Oh yeah.
Magnus sidesteps. Magnus sidesteps Joe and rips the necklace, the emblem off of his Pat McGroyne's neck, and holds it up for Joe Boobert to see and go, "This is why. This is why he jumped. This is why he attacked me. He's part of the Zentharim."
Yeah, and
The same crazy bitch that attacked you guys earlier?
Yes.
Damn. I thought you guys were just paranoid. I didn't realize it was this serious. They even infiltrated and attacked us at night like that while we were sleeping. It's unreal. Well, he's dead now. Fuck him.
Dink
Creepy
pipe.
bastard crawling on ceilings and shit.
Dink pipes up. He says, "They must have planted him at the mine. That's where we picked this guy up. So he's been waiting a while for that. Oh shit, we need to put out these fires." And about that time, fucking Big Al runs over and starts trying to pat the fire down. He's like, "Get some water! Holy shit!"
Big Al! You survived these orcs. What can we do?
Just get water. Get water from downstairs. Get water from the well. And he's grabbing blankets and shit from the beds and whatever. And Dink will immediately run downstairs and run out to the well, and then, he's filling up his helm or whatever, and brings it back up. Tiny little bit of fucking water doesn't do a whole lot of good. Then Big Al runs down into the cellar. He grabs like a bucket, comes back. Anyway, you guys fight with it for 20 or 30 minutes. And finally, you get the fire out. The wall is charred pretty fucking bad. The bed is messed up. You can't use it again. But other than that, the house is gonna survive. So.
I apologize. Magnus apologizes to Big Al, and tells Big Al that due to your kindness, we brought this into your home. I thought you would like to know that we found your cow over by, though I guess it's your old homestead near where we found these horses.
Oh, you don't say. That's excellent news. I can get the business back up because that's my only freaking cow. I don't know what I was gonna do without her. Thank goodness, Petunia. My God. Okay, hold on just a second. I was gonna ask you guys to look for her, and I had something for you. He goes back into his dresser and comes back out with that cache of gold you found earlier, and he hands it back to you. He says, "This is only our quarter's returnings, but it's a meager sum to save my business. I do appreciate it." And he hands it to Joe Boober and kind of nods at Magnus.
I say, no, we can't take this. There's been damage to your home. Use this to repair your home.
And he sort of holds the bag in his hand, and he looks at the wall. He says, I never liked those damn Aasimars, but the house will survive. I'll get a couple of farm hands in from Triboar, and we'll have this fixed up in a day or two. It's not that big of a deal. But I do appreciate your candor, Mr. Master Dwarf. He takes the gold back and says, "Well, I had some breakfast cooking. I don't know if it's any good anymore, but you all are welcome to it." He says, and he heads back downstairs.
Before Big Al takes off, I inquire about what would we need to do to obtain the use of his horses for a short period.
Well, you saved my cow, you saved my business, and you saved my life. I reckon that's worth 3 horses.
Thank you, sir.
Big Al, what a man. Thank you so much. And sorry that chicken man burned down part of your house. We're so sorry.
That's all right. Like I said, it can be fixed.
Hey, Joe. Since you did most of the work there, You want to go loot the body?
I will loot the body, but I have to apologize, Magnus. I should have struck sooner, but I was confused. I thought that it was those damn orcs again, and I didn't understand what was going on. But I'll be more vigilant now, knowing that these assassins could even be people that we've been traveling with.
Indeed.
Walking by, I pat him on the shoulder and continue downstairs, saying it's all right.
Okay.
All right. What Pat have on him?
Well, do you want to tell us, Nader?
Yeah, I can tell you. Let me bring up my inventory. So there's a dagger, a quarterstaff, a robe, a spell book, fine clothing, random odds and ends stuff, red peppers, and a mithril chainmail.
Oh yeah, I'm taking all of it, right? Now I'm intrigued by the mithril chainmail. I know that we discussed, but
well, there's something else. How much money do you have, Pat?
Yep. I have 511 gold.
Yeah.
Damn.
Also, you notice the robes he's wearing are probably worth at least 100 gold in and of themselves.
So we'll
I'm rich, bitch.
I'm just gonna grab everything, and I want to head downstairs and get out of this smoky ass building, and we'll talk about divvying this up.
Okay.
But yes, I definitely take. And Joe Pooper is has a keen eye on separating this. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna separate it 6 ways.
Oh, 5.
Because, well, one of the things I still don't know, Joe Pooper still assumes Bray's with us.
Right, indeed. Okay.
I haven't. So I'm like, we'll divvy it all up. But I'm honored, and I take that fucking wing that I severed off. I want to take that with the intent of making a badass cloak with it. That's
Wait,
my
how
idea.
much gold are we in?
Well, you guys don't change your gold yet. Okay, Pat, do not change your inventory. I'll divvy it up in a minute.
I haven't touched it. I haven't touched my inventory.
Okay. I'm having a hard time getting the fucking character sheet to load. I don't know why, but we'll handle that in a minute. Okay, so we all head downstairs for breakfast or whatever. All right. Sorry, you guys. If Roll20 would cooperate, everything would be so much easier. Okay. There.
Oh, nice. Carlos is already sitting at a table.
I thought you said there was food. So Big Al comes over to the fireplace where the bacon is cooking on a skillet, and it's a little bit burnt, but still edible.
I'm trapped under Pat McGroyne. My icon.
Me.
There you go.
There we go.
my-
Nice.
There's my cursor.
You are trapped under his groin.
Yes. Not a pleasant experience.
All right, gentlemen. I would have told y'all this if shit didn't go down already this morning. But it seems like our other friendly warrior might have got drug off in the night by an orc.
What? More fucking orcs?
That's pretty typical of them orcs.
Dink pipes up. He says, "It was just one. She came out of the woods, and I don't know, man. She looked kind of randy."
Like I said, it's pretty normal. You gotta hide your kids, hide your wife. Taking everybody up in here.
Well, maybe he might get the loving he was looking for in town.
Or out in the woods, I think. Oh, I don't know.
He was a strange one. He was always sort of outside our group. Should we go after him?
It's new.
I'm not sure, says Dink. We can try, but I'm not sure if we'll actually find him or not.
I don't think that one shop lady is going to be at all bothered that he has been drug off. I look over towards Joe, and I think that she'll do just fine.
You don't think his girlfriend will be very sad? He told me all about how they've been together for so long.
While you guys are having this conversation, Big Al passes out plates of eggs that are reasonably cooked and bacon that's a little bit overdone.
That wasn't the story we had heard, and every chance he'd get, he was hitting up the women around town, so...
Surely he could take care of himself from one orc lady. Perhaps he wanted to go off with her.
Might be.
I mean, death by snoo ain't the worst thing in the world. Oh, I hear.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll dedicate this slice of bacon to our friend Bray.
Oh, wait a minute, says Dink. And then he gets the bag of holding out and produces just the top of the keg and pops the cork on it and looks in. Says, oh, there's about a quarter of this left, but I reckon we could have it around for the morning, he says.
While we're sitting here, I cast Divine Spark Healing on myself.
Right on.
Pass me that keg. I'll take a drink to Bray.
What they say about the hair of the dog?
Yeah, well, Big Al gathers some flagons. Dink fills them up, passes them out. Big Al takes one for himself, and there's just enough for everybody to have one.
As he's passing this around, Ruger kicked Carlos's chair out from under him.
Carlos just falls over, hits his head, and he's just like,
Hey.
"Oh man, what the fuck?
The fuck is wrong with you?
I ain't feeling so good, homie."
Pick your ass up. Let's go.
Ow, my fucking head hurts.
Sounds like you got fucking raped by a fucking goddamn cactus.
Dink says,
I
"Wow,
don't know, what kind of beer?
your voice sounds awfully harsh, man."
You don't fucking say, mate.
Didn't you run with Pat last night? Did he get your throat before he tried to get me?
I don't think so. Like he tickled my balls with his mage hand. But
God only knows where that's been.
well, yeah, but I mean, hold on. Hey, can we check the label on that keg? I might be suspicious of something.
Oh, Dink produces the top of the keg again, pops the cork, and looks inside. Oh, and now that you mention it, it smells awfully foul. And he looks in, and he shows it to the rest of you. Because somehow this keg still weighs practically nothing, as long as most of it's in the back. Yeah. Let's see.
Magnus takes a look and smells. Can't determine what it is.
Yeah.
I think that beer they sold us a keg of Corona.
Hold on. This ain't that beer that's brewed in Wuhan, ain't it?
Do a history check for that one.
My 16 investigation doesn't count?
No, not as history. I'll tell you what.
Oh, come on.
Do it anyway. Come on. Okay.
Fuck.
Ah!
Do it with advantage. Do it with advantage.
Out of your ear.
I start to inspect the outside of the keg.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Dink pulls the whole keg out and dumps it on the ground, and it'll be obvious. It doesn't take much to see, but just the act of investigating. And okay, you notice that there's like this goop that looks like booger snot, kind of seeping through some of the cracks in the planks of the keg, down at the bottom of it. As you look into the hole, you see the same goop kind of on the edges of the outside of it. So.
No, I got the coronavirus.
Okay, I'll say Dink does an investigation check on it, or a medicine check. I don't know. Let me see. Oh man, character sheets are not cooperating today. That's fantastic. Oh, there it goes. Okay.
No, dumbass. Corona is just the name of the beer.
Pretty sure I got the coronavirus from the beer.
Oh, we got the Corona beer. Look right there. It says on the fucking cask. It says Corona.
Yeah, and so Dink will
Bud Light to me.
Dink will remember rumors that had been spread around Triboar about a virus that had been sort of perpetuated by anchorites of Talos. Okay, so Talos is this thunder god that hedonistic cultures tend to worship, orcs chief among them. So Dink will speak up and say, "Those filthy orcs must have had something to do with it, because this is coronavirus shit right here, man." Which I shouldn't really say on YouTube. This is Orchalcum virus is what this is. That's what he'll call it.
Wait, you're
Damn
telling me,
those bastards!
you're telling me
Not
that-
only they're taking our people, and now they've shit on our beer. This cannot stand.
And Dink
must be all
slams
them
his fist on the
bats
table. You're damn right it can't. What are you saying, Remy?
It's all them bats they're eating.
No, it's totally the COVID 18-19, if you know what I mean.
Kofifi.
Oh, Feve,
This
yeah.
totally
Let's
doesn't take place in the present or anything.
let's try to use a different
is-
word.
This is in a land far, far away.
It's the Orchalcum virus. All right. So yes, the barrel has apparently been poisoned by Orchalcum virus. Now it comes from the orcs. That doesn't necessarily mean the orcs put it there. That's all I'll say about it. Okay.
I told you, some fucking orcs are eating the bats over in Wuhan.
Big Al kind of looks at his flagon and spits his beer out and says, "Blah! You guys are trying to poison me. I give you my house and my breakfast, and you just try to poison me. I swear." He kind of rolls his eyes a little bit. He says it in jest, but
Magnus stands up, and Magnus stands up and says, "We need to let the people in the town know about this, because that can't be the only barrel that's coming in right now. And we also need to let people know that Big Al's butter skulls will still be on the shelf, so he doesn't lose more business, because we've already done enough damage here."
indeed, says Dink.
I mean,
He says, "I recall they had another barrel on that cart headed for the Lion Shield Coster. I bet that's where Toblin gets his beer, his ale."
That got in the wrong hands. Imagine how many people that could hurt.
Big Al kind of passes over. He says, "The whole town might be at risk. I ought to come and help you guys."
they'd have to quarantine that whole town for a couple of years.
"Potentially," says Big Al.
Held everybody in their rooms and shit.
It'd be our pleasure, Big Al. Come on.
What's up, K2? It's good to see you, man. Mr. Alley Cat hanging out in the chat. I'm sorry, chat. It's hard to keep track of everything and keep track of chat. I see you guys out there. I love you guys so much. I'll remind you again, we did lower some of the thresholds, so $10 for a curse box, $20 for a loot box, and $5 for a reroll. Keep that in mind. I'm watching. Anyway.
I may have spent the old prices. I didn't see that the.
Oh, shit, fire. Speaking of which, we did just get a curse box from Rob Knorr. Thank you so much, Rob. You're fucking awesome, brother.
We got 2.5 curse boxes. for
Yeah,
Rob
that's
Noah.
fine. I'll take 2. How about that?
That'll work. 2 curse boxes incoming from Rob Knorr. Right on.
Now, buy 2, get 1 for $5.
You want? I'll do 3.
Three.
We can do 3 for on this occasion, because Rob is my most frequent contributor. Thank you so much, Rob.
No problem. Someone's gonna match it. Someone in
That's right, chat.
3 curse boxes. Someone could at least get a positive box in to try to even shit out here, right?
Indeed. Cool. All right, I made a note. Great. All right. Let's see. How many of you
You
are?
guys might want to get
6,
tested for
just
this
about.
just to make sure, you're not just like asymptomatic or anything. Here, take this stick that's wrapped up with a paper towel and you got to like shove it up your ass or something.
Listen,
Dean kind of looks at you
I don't wanna
cross-eyed
worry everyone.
for a minute. He says, "That's not how you test for that." Sorry.
I should keep my mouth shut, but everybody knows that with this sort of shit, you need a mask. But the most preferable masks are ones made from wings, and I don't know that I'm up for sharing these N95 wings to you all. But, you could cut a slice of clothing off or something and wrap it around your face.
Boober, you don't tell me my business. I ain't wearing no mask, all right?
All right. Just
Listen
saying.
here, when was the last time underwear stopped one of your farts, sir?
Hey,
You think a piece of cloth over my face is going to do anything?
I used to know a very scientific man named Fauci who told me, if you run into this shit, just wear an N95 wing mask. I'm just saying. So that's fine. If you want to attack him, that's fine by you. But I will be fashioning a mask.
He didn't do any weird experiments with puppies, did he?
I don't. I think that's a malicious rumor. It's a malicious rumor. He's a good man. Crying out loud. Served.
I've known several
wherever
plague
we're at. Served it
doctors.
honorably.
He
I've
is a
known-
halfling, though, right?
No, he's a gnome. He's got to be a
He's
gnome.
a short man. Yes.
It's gonna be a no.
Oh, you tell me the one guy that can fix me is a fucking midget?
Oh, for crying out loud.
With a big nose.
Yes, a very big nose.
Oh, so he's Jew.
No, don't say that. Don't say. Come on.
Oh,
Come
bad
on.
race car.
Not actually Jewish, but he's like.
Wait, okay.
One.
Okay. Are we headed back to town or not? What are we doing?
Magnus has gone together up the horses.
Not get EOD's channel clapped, okay?
Please.
I think we should head back to town. But remember, we did run into those guys that told us that maybe some of this orc shit was coming from the forest. But
Hey,
for me
no.
personally, okay.
Look, if this spreads, all right, this could be global. This could shut down the world for the foreseeable future. Got to stop that barrel of beer.
I agree.
Big Al kind of pipes up. He says, There's a hunter out in the woods that I'm aware of, but I don't think he's going anywhere. I say we go back to the town.
I'm in.
Because our immediate concern
the
should be
horses?
the innocent people, not the conspirators in the forest.
Magnus has already headed out and rounded up the horses.
So, yeah. So we all head out of the farmhouse and then get on the horses. There's 6 of us, so just split it even ways. And I'm going to have to copy one of these to the world map. Because it is kind of a long way. I can't remember exactly how far it is, but let's find out.
While we're on the road, I asked Big Al, so you're just going to leave that body to rot on your staircase? How's that going to be in a week or so?
Well, they're kind of rotting all over the ranch, if you didn't notice. I was hoping to hire a couple of ranch hands out of Toblin's mine. Or Toblin's bar, sorry.
Well, there's one less wing to rot there. I took care of that.
Indeed. Okay, should be able to paste that. Yeah, there we go.
On our way back,
Have a horse.
Remmy is talking to Carlos. Hey, look, you for right now until we figure this out, you got to stay at least 6 feet back behind everybody else, all right?
It's kind of hard to do when you're on a horse, says Dink.
Him.
25.
Don't worry, I'll just
30,
cough to
35.
this direction, away from everybody.
That's right. You cough that other direction, all right?
45.
But stay 6 feet back behind me.
Okay. I say, as you guys approach this fork in the Triboar Trail that actually leads off to Phandalin, it is getting
I take the road less traveled.
it is getting to be
All right.
dark outside. The sun has set. Night is starting to settle in. You've traveled about 50 miles so far. And it's taken several hours, but you can travel twice as fast on a horse. I decided that's how it should be. According to the rules, you don't get to go any further at all. You just don't have to worry about being burdened along the journey. But I say you get to go faster. So. Anyway.
So we're going to set up camp.
I'm asking, do you want to set up camp or do you want to approach the town at night?
I think we should definitely get to town as fast as possible. We can rest once we warn people.
I gotta agree with the big man here. We gotta stop that keg from getting there.
Right. Oh. Okay. It just changes a couple of things. I'm sorry, bear with me for just a moment.
If this keg hits that town and everybody gets sick, okay, the government's gonna start overreaching and they're shutting things down and people gonna go out of business and they're gonna start taking people's rights away and then shit's gonna go crazy, all right?
Economy's gonna collapse. Inflation's gonna
collapse.
Nobody's gonna want to go to work.
Horse and carriage prices are gonna go through the fucking roof.
Big Al kind of pipes up at that. He's like, well, that wouldn't hurt my feelings any.
Some old guy with dementia will take over the fucking world as the leader of the things, and and he'll say some really dumb shit.
And it's all because of that Fucci guy.
That damn Fucci. Okay, I'm sorry.
Wait, look, his wife is in on it too, all right? Two of them, they're just trying to sell us the cure.
After seeing my assassination attempts twice firsthand, kind of makes me wonder if they're not shipping that keg in to wipe everybody out of Pandalin to cover their tracks.
Could be, says Dink. Could very well be. Okay, and you guys arrive at the north end of town. When actually as you come up over the hill, there's a hill that sort of hides Phandalin from view. And you hear kind of a lot of ruckus and voices, and at first you think maybe something is wrong, but you soon realize it's merrymaking that's going on, actually. And yeah, I have this. That's way too small. Okay, hold on a minute.
That's not what she said.
Jazz hands.
Okay. Hold on. It's supposed to be like this. Like, can you see that?
I am not some cheap conjurer.
Yes, indeed. They're supposed to be like. There we go. Now you guys can see it, right?
Go.
Okay. Okay, so there's like fireworks and stuff going off.
Beauty stuff everywhere.
That's right. There's like fireworks and confetti and all kinds of cool stuff. Okay. All right, I'll turn that off.
EOG sweats glitter and comes confetti.
As you approach the town, okay, there is a guard who's bearing a red shield with a flaming sword on his tunic, and you immediately recognize him as a hammer of Tempest. And at first, he looks your party up and down for a minute on your horseback still, which we'll resolve here in just a second. And then he sees Magnus on the back of Remmy's horse, and he says, "Ho there, Hammer Magnus! Welcome. The Knights Tempest have taken the town."
Hellhammer. Good to see a stalwart of my order here in prison after what's all been going on. So I take it you've gotten our messages.
Indeed, brother. Captain Malcolm responded in haste with a party of a few of us. There's another Southern Guard and a couple of us guarding the miners' exchange. When we found the building, it had been abandoned, but we searched, and in the basement we found all of the town's children who had apparently been kidnapped. And nobody bothered to say anything to you guys because it was kind of a personal thing. But yeah, so everybody's celebrating. We finally found the kids. So that's what's going on right now. We could not get Harbin Wester to leave his house though. So, but I'm sure Captain Malcolm would would hail your forthcoming.
Hold on. That is
Hammer.
not important right now.
Hammer,
Did a caravan come through here carrying a keg of beer?
Now that you mention it, yeah, a caravan did come through for the Lion Shield not too long ago. A day or two back.
Hammer. You
Yeah.
said Malcolm's here, correct?
Yes, Hammer, indeed.
Go tell Malcolm immediately that we have a situation that has come about that makes the situation much more grave. Have him come to us immediately.
Yes, sir. And then he runs off.
And tell him to put a diaper on his face.
What? Whatever. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Pardon me.
He runs off. That's south of the miners' exchange. So you guys can
Magnus.
approach the town. Big Al says, oh, there's some kind of big party going on. Night. So were you
Magnus goes over to the party to see if there's any kegs being given to the town folk.
right now? Yeah, so as you approach, you see all of the shopkeepers and everybody are kind of gathered in the town square. And there's a new face among them who's an elderly woman that you don't recognize. But among the various accoutrements that has been set up is a kind of an improvised grill with around a stone fire, and nearby is a keg, which looks very reminiscent to the one that's in your bag of holding.
I apologize to the barkeep and go straight for the keg and use my hammer to smash it while yelling at the crowd, pour out your drinks.
Pour out your drinks! You bring the hammer down, and with very little effort, the keg bursts apart and splashes the beer all over the ground. And Toblin kind of looks up and says, what the hell did you do that for? And at that, the little halfling band that's been playing a jig at the bottom of the hill suddenly stops. And all the kids up on the hill kind of stop and look for a minute. They're not too terribly interested in what's going on. But, who is it? Yvonne kind of comes around and has an inquisitive eye, but he's just waiting to see what happens.
See what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass.
With that, Dink approaches as well and hails to his brother of the Order of the Gauntlet, and explains the beer, it was poisoned. You were all about to contract some terrible disease. How many of you have had beers? And Barthen kind of pipes up and says, well, a few. And he looks particularly drunk. And Toblin says, well, I haven't had any. I know better than to get involved in that shit. It gets you in trouble sometimes.
I asked Toblin, is there any building that has a large enough floor space to house about 10 to 20 people that we can use?
Well, my inn could probably handle that. What do you have in mind?
Well, I didn't want to impact your business just in case we need to keep an eye out on these people.
I see. Lenine pipes up and says, what's going on, Master Dwarf? I've had one of these beers.
It's possibly that it's been poisoned, or there's some illness that has fallen afoot that was hidden here.
And Dink pipes up and says, it's the Orchalcum virus. I'm sorry, I'm gonna fuck it up too. But it's the Orchalcum virus from the orcs in the forest. I'm sure of it.
It's the Corona Premier trademark virus.
Well, Tobin explains, well, we just had a great bit of news where the Knights of the Tempest came and they found our little ones. We'd been wondering where they'd been. And then just by the luck of the draw, Lady Gale came back. She runs the Shrine of Luck most of the time. She's agreed to take care of the kids until we can find some suitable homes for them. Most of their parents have perished, unfortunately.
Well, it's wonderful to hear that my brethren was able to help this town. Has there been anything else going on?
Well, no. I believe late one night, probably 5 or 6 days ago, I saw that woman with the fancy armor, and she was running off on her black horse with Halia sitting on the back of it. And they ran north.
But that Maxwell.
Well, I don't know. It was that freaking drow lady that's been after you guys, I think.
I'll look back at the party. I'm like, maybe, just maybe, this is the last we hear of this. I need to speak to my captain that's in the town before I can give you any more information.
Well, that Yavin kind of pipes up. He says, Captain Malcolm is one of the most honorable among us knights of the higher orders. I'm sure he has a plan to help. Me and my knights are just here resting until we make our way back to Triboar.
If y'all been indulging in this, I don't think y'all going anywhere for the foreseeable future.
What do you mean? And he sort of looks at you crossways. And says, I haven't had any of the ale at all. We do not drink.
Oh.
And he taps the gauntlet on his chest.
Remmy grabs Carlos and pushes him forward. Look at this miserable purr.
Yeah,
Right.
look at me, fucks.
Oh, you don't look so good, brother. Says Yavin.
That's what I'm saying. He's
You ever,
got that.
you ever
virus.
felt like your throat's ever been fucked by a fucking cactus wrapped in a sandpaper condom?
Is that what this
Do you
does
even
to
know
you?
what sandpaper? Do you even know what sandpaper is in this realm?
I've heard of it. Yeah. Says Toblin. But, he's the only one among them that might be a carpenter. So.
Well, I mean, the last time I checked, nobody knows what toilet paper is around here either. So,
What do you mean by that? You can't wipe your ass with a paper. It'll just fall apart. You gotta use these corn cobs, mate. And he points over to the outhouse. There's a little bucket of corn cobs next to it.
I heard the galaxy.
What about the seashells?
Yeah,
Gotta use the
what about the
seashells.
3 shells? Yeah.
You're dead. Shut up. No, I'm just kidding.
I instruct Tolbin to round up anyone who had a drink and explain to him that we should, within the first 48 hours, we'll know who's sick and who's not.
All right, matey. Well, I reckon.
Got a fucking lozenge.
Look, sore throat, shortness of breath, fevers,
for crying out loud.
you can't smell nothing. Like those are kind of the telltale signs.
You say some racist shit. I mean, oh wait, never mind. That's just me.
Well, you and Remmy. All right, Tolman says, I'll do my best. I'll have Gail take care of the children, and I'll gather up the adults, I reckon. So they all start dispersing, and Tolman starts taking the adults who have drank into the inn.
Hey,
Gail gathers
but
all
that
the
ain't
kids
good enough. Hold on, that ain't good enough. Even if you drank it, you could be this thing called asymptomatic, meaning you have it, you don't have the symptoms.
Oh, really? And he looks at Yavin. Yavin looks at him and says, if you think you're going to imprison us here, you have another thing coming, bartender.
So you might want to keep them all here against their will for no fucking reason at all.
Tolan just kind of nods. He says, I'll do my best, but I'm no warrior. I'm not going to fight you, Master Yavin. And kind of bows his head a little bit.
Come on, guys. We all just gotta suck it up for 2 weeks to slow the spread or some shit like that.
How does okay, so somebody has to do the freaking maid from Family Guy for this lady. She's gonna say she's gonna support Carlos's. She's gonna support Carlos's point of view. Just a couple of weeks to slow the spread. All right. Just Windex, yes. A 2 week slow spread, yes. All right.
Not the generic kind. It would leave a film.
Get Pfizer, yes. All right.
Magnus goes ahead and starts heading towards the miners' exchange.
All right. Like I say, Tobin's gonna gather everybody up and take them into the end of the inn. Anybody else going to the miners' exchange?
Carlos wants to find a bed to lay in. And a lozenge.
I'm gonna stay here with Dink. Joe is.
Okay.
Hey, do any of you guys know what this stuff called NyQuil is?
No. Okay, that'll work for now.
Y'all got any of that?
Oh, dumbass! You got to go to the stables where they keep the horse medications, the dewormer.
Oh, that's what fixes the shit. Okay.
Oh, I swear.
Okay. I heard Joe Rogan tried that once, and it worked pretty good.
There's a possibility. All right, so bear with me. The night filter.
Everyone just looks at Carlos and like who the fuck is Joe Rogan?
Yeah. So bear with me. The night filter doesn't work so well on the interior maps, so it is still night. But as you approach the miners' exchange, you notice 2 hammers of Tempest standing at the doorway, and they hail you. You give them a quick salute as you enter the door.
Hail Caesar.
Kinda. Magnus is almost a general. He's like a fucking colonel in the Order of Tempest. So these guys are just foot soldiers. Anyway, Malcolm hails you as you come into the door. He says, "Hail, Brother Tempest. We got your message. We came as quickly as we could."
Hail, fellow hammer. And your expedience is immaculate. Thank you. We also have a situation that's brewing in town where we have a keg of questionable substance that's come here that can wipe out the town. And we also had one of our people that had tagged along for a little bit try to kill me this morning, and I tossed the amulet onto the table. I think you've seen one of these already not too long ago, brother.
Another Zent. Ah! He spits on the floor. They're multiplying.
What was ever in that tomb, that's what she was here for. And I just got in the way, so we might want order wide to see about eliminating or suppressing whatever their intents are. Because if they're willing to wipe out a town, they're willing to do anything.
I was gonna say, if they're gonna infect the beer, they're gonna get like everybody. This town loves its beer. But another Zent is on the prowl. My God, have you dealt with this one, or is it still around?
It's dead back at one of the local farmers' homes. He sells butter skulls.
Oh, Big Al! I've heard of him from Barthen. Yes, I've spent some time trying to get to know the locals around here a little bit. Such a quaint folk, but we were able to arrest Halia as she was trying to enter the Zent headquarters back in Neverwinter. I want to say it's a cathedral, but I think the Zentharim are a-religious. So just kind of weird, dark building, just with weird spires and shit coming off of it, like an old abandoned castle, something like that. Anyway, we found her trying to go into the Zent headquarters, and we were able to pick her up. But there was no sign of your assassin, unfortunately. I'm afraid she still wanders the wilderness. At least one of them is dead.
We'll handle that bridge when we get there. And I know that with many of our worshippers, throughout the area. One in particular, a dwarf I sent you. I believe he would be a good replacement for taking over the guild here, along with the other miners that's been taking care of everything while she just profited.
Oh, you mean Brother Hephaestus, indeed. He could be perfect for this, now that you mention it. I'll send word as soon as we're sure there's no longer a threat from the Zentharim here.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
All right. With that, Hammer and Magnus, I wish you luck, but I believe we have everything pretty well on lock here in the town now.
Does the order send any word or anything new that I should be looking out for?
The order thanks you for your vigilance against the Zentharim. But as it stands, you are still on free agent mode. I don't know what to call it. You're without ward.
You're a UFA.
I'll continue with my still thing orders until something comes down.
Aye, Hammer. We'll be in touch. All right.
Leave.
Okay, that settles that. Ruby. So now, everybody's kind of gathered up in the, in the inn. And Gale has gathered up all the kids and taken them into, this house here. All right.
Magnus hollers at the park. I don't know about y'all. It's been a long few days, and I would like to get paid and possibly drunk if possible. I think we all should head down to the town hall.
Do they have NyQuil at the town hall?
I don't think they have NyQuil or X-ray machines, okay?
Or ventilators, for that matter. A Hammer of Tempest walks the
you
streets
know what?
between
If they
them.
don't have those, then they're certainly bound to have an MRI machine then.
Okay, so what do you guys want to do? You want to turn your requests in, or do you want to go to the inn?
Turn our shit in.
Yeah. Okay.
Carlos is going to go to the inn and trust that Remmy will look out for my half of the spoils.
Right. I know I said that was Harbin Westminster's house before, but it's actually down here. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. He has an additional building on his fucking house. Like, the dude is stupid rich. But okay, so Dink accompanies you guys down there. You knock on his door, and he slides the little peephole open. Says, "What do you want? Who is it? At this late hour? Is it the dragon?"
Fuck you, pay me.
It's a icy dragon.
Right. So you guys,
Bitch better have my money.
let me see here. There's quests. Yeah. Okay. So you guys, right. Big Al goes with you too. He announces himself to Harbin. "Hey, I'm alive. Oh, did you survive? Yeah, only just. They killed most of my hands. I need a few more. Ah, well, maybe we can do something about that. All right, cool. So this one is now completed. And then
We also escorted your friend over to the mine, and we cleared out the mines even for him.
right, Don John Raskin. I did get word from Don John Raskin, says Harbin. Here. Ah, everything's being so uncooperative today. Sorry. So right. What did we get for that? All right. So Harbin reluctantly slides. He rummages around and slides 5 pouches of 100 gold pieces each under the door. And says, "All right, tell me when you've gotten rid of that bloody dragon. Otherwise, be gone with you. Also, check the job board because I posted some new shit up there."
Yeah, you're pretty surly.
Will do. I walk over. Magnus walks over and checks the board.
Okay. I knew I was going to forget something, and this is what I forgot. I'm a dumbass. All right, so there's 3 new quests. Okay, I'm gonna make the handouts as I'm reading them to you. I don't have them yet. Okay. I am sorry. Okay, so within a mountain, 15 miles south of Phandalin stands the ancient dwarven fortress of Axholm. I'll tell you what. For now, I'm gonna abbreviate this in the handout, but okay.
Hey, you can just make them handouts for later.
I know. I'm sorry. It's good for your guys' reference, right? Anyway, within a mountain 15 miles south of Phandalin stands the ancient dwarven fortress of Axholm, which has been sealed for years. If a dragon attack is imminent, the people of Phandalin might need to evacuate to take refuge there. To that end, someone needs to open the fortress and make it safe for habitation. Once you accomplish these tasks, return to Townmaster Wester to collect a reward of 250 gold pieces. It's also what's called the Woodland Manse quest. And since Big Al's with you, he'll pipe up at this. He says, that's who I was talking about. The orcs have fallen under the sway of evil spellcasters in Neverwinter Wood and have been sighted in growing numbers near Falcon's Hunting Lodge. The spellcasters dwell in a ruined manse, which is like a mansion. Falcon needs someone to make a preemptive strike against it. Destroy the evil in the manse, then expect him to reward you. That's the Woodland Manse. Okay. And then the Dragon Barrel. The dragon that besets us is not the first to threaten this region. Between here and Neverwinter lies the Barrel Mound. Excuse me. Of a warrior whose magical dragon-slaying sword helped fell a green dragon terrorizing the high road over a century ago. Rumor has it the Dragon Slayer's sword is buried there too. Retrieve it and let the sword be its own reward. Those are the 3 things.
More shit to do. Sounds great.
Much.
Now, I also have the loot that we got from that winged son of a bitch that was crawling on ceilings. I have that loot to divvy up amongst us as well.
Indeed. There.
Magnus thanks Joe for the coinage he's receiving.
Okay. One more. I'm sorry. There. Yes. There. Okay. Great. This goes up here. Right there. Yep. Good. And then what else has been done? This. Great. It'd be great if this stuff was automated, but it's not. So sorry. Okay. There. Fantastic. All right. So everything's been sorted. So if you look in your journals, you'll see there's a quest folder, and then in the completed, all the stuff you've done, and then the uncompleted stuff is stuff that you can still do. Okay, great. There. Groovy. The loot. Okay, did I get... Will this load now? I refreshed my screen and everything. Still cannot get this character sheet to load for some reason.
Mine?
Yes.
I can't get mine. I can't get it to load either. Nope, it just popped up for me.
Reloading?
Finally.
The character sheet for Pat McGroyne.
Oh my goodness, poor thing.
I have no idea what the hell the damn problem is with that.
The only things, the things of interest would be the 511 gold, robe, the weapons, so dagger, quarterstaff, robe, spell book, fine clothes. The rest is just junk that
shit,
oil and parchment stuff.
I call dibs on the
red
red
pepper and the mithril chainmail.
Thank God, it finally loaded.
Did it load for you finally?
Yes. Oh my god. All right.
Cool.
Yeah. And I still didn't make the mithril chainmail, which is a mithril variant of regular chainmail, which is kind of cool. Okay, so let me just start with the mithril chainmail. Who wants the mithril chainmail?
I'm a light armor man, so I'm good.
Well, that's
you're so light armor that like you're best off naked.
I was gonna say I think you are better off unarmored altogether, but mithril makes it light armor. I think it will reduce it by 1 class. So chainmail is that heavy or what?
It's medium.
Okay, so if
I believe.
chainmail is medium, then that'll make it light.
But the barbarian depends what your unarmored defense.
Listen, aesthetically even, I don't want the shit.
Okay.
I like the barrel chest hanging out, so
no chainmail.
Get off my back. Leave someone else have it.
Chainmail
to show off his nips.
Chainmail is heavy armor, so it will make it medium armor.
Huh?
Yeah, I thought it was.
Oh, okay. So it's wait a minute. Something changed. Maybe that was just in Baldur's Gate.
Here, I'll show it on the screen. Oh, it's 2 words. Of course it is. Not that one.
Oh, you know what it is? It's the chain shirt is medium.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Remy can't wear it regardless.
Because I just found some in Baldur's Gate. That's why I was going on that. So yeah, it's a chain shirt.
Yeah, they switch a lot of stuff out for the video games too. Okay, so does anybody want medium armor? Yes,
I'm
nobody.
pretty sure Carlos has a proficiency in light
Pretty
armor.
sure Heavy's the only one that can use it, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm already in full plate.
Okay.
Anyway, sell the bastard.
Right, I was gonna say, if nobody has a use for it, the right thing to do is to take it to the coster tomorrow and sell it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Then Carlos, we'll say we're back in front of the inn while we're making this determination, and yeah, you go ahead and get a red pepper. So add a red pepper to your thing.
Yay.
Add 2 red peppers to your thing, actually, and then
I don't know what I'm gonna do with them, but I have them.
let's just say it's 100 gold even to everybody, or 102 gold to everybody.
All right, so add that ourselves.
Yeah, you guys go ahead and do that.
Okay. Inventory.
And that
You're
ends.
trusting race cards to do math.
Yeah, that ends Pat McGroyne. Pat McGroyne is no more.
Look, don't worry. You have an Asian here. It's fine. I got this.
Okay.
Just go get back on your roof, IPA, okay?
It's where Koreans belong.
I'm gonna hire one of those guys with a big nose that can count money really well.
I was on the roof at the dealership a couple of weeks ago. Excuse me. Filming. Yeah, I was literally a rooftop Korean.
Nice. He'll be hanging out with his buddies over here, and then yeah, Dink will be in here. And sure, you guys are already in there. All right, cool.
Magnus comes up to the 3 standing together and apologizes for what's occurred, the disruption for the party, and asking each of these individuals who they may be.
Yeah, well, you recognize Barthen and Lenine as the shopkeepers. Well, you might not. Barthen introduced himself. He says, in a very elderly voice, you know, he's kind of bent and broken a little bit. He's like, oh, I'm the general shopkeep down the road, and he points north towards the road. And this is my wife. And she says,
Foot?
yes, Windex, yes. And then Lenine says, well, you know me, Master Dwarf. I have.
My apologies, Lenine. I was actually speaking to the other two. I've yet to frequent their goods, their store. Some of my party members have, and we've heard good things about them.
Indeed. And you
Carlos
brought.
isn't actually trying to play the piano. He's just trying to social distance. So he wants to ask if anyone has a lozenge.
Oh, Barthen kind of speaks up. He says, oh, I might have something for that, Sonny. And he comes over and hands you a, it's like a hard candy, but it sort of has this sharp medicinal.
Menthol.
Yeah. Has a sharp mint to it, and it helps your throat out quite a bit.
Yeah.
But for some strange reason, it's shaped like a penis.
Indeed. Big Al comes in and hails to Barthen. Barthen's like, oh, it's good to see you, Big Al. I was worried you were gonna die or whatever. And Big Al's like, yeah, no, these guys saved my ass. It was great, but they took my horses, the sons of bitches. I'm just kidding. That's the least I could do for them saving my ass. I do appreciate it, fellas. And he motions to Toblin to go ahead and get around for everybody. And Toblin starts doing that. He says, don't cough on my piano.
Wait, what kind of beer is this? This isn't that orc shit, is it?
No, this is a keg I got in a couple of weeks back. It'll normally sit in a cellar for about 2 or 3 days before I bring it out. And he brought out a few of
You
it.
quarantine the beer before you serve it.
Magnus.
He stacks it up.
Magnus picks up the mug, looks at the room, looks around the room, shrugs his shoulder, and slams it back.
I promise this is safe. He passes it out to everybody. Lenine kind of looks at it weird and just dumps it out on the floor. Oops. Okay.
Well, let's drink. Let's see. We were toasting to our friend Bray before we found out it was orc slop shit. So I say we take that drink.
To sloppy seconds.
By God, says Al. He raises his glass. So Toblin kind of pipes up and he comes over to talk to Remmy because Remmy apparently knows more about what the hell's going on than anybody. He says, well, he said we'd have to hold up here for a while. What do you mean by that? And how's this gonna help?
I mean, look, it's just 2 weeks. That's all they're telling me is 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
2 weeks, you say, eh? You mean I gotta keep all of these people in here for 2 weeks?
Yeah, but like, if you can spread them out, from what I understand, like 6 feet is kind of the norm. You don't want them next to each other.
6 feet, you say, huh? You got a word for that?
And if you have any like diapers or napkins or any extra clothing, if you can wrap them around their face.
So
I asked Tobin how many did we wind up having.
Well, the only adults who were really there was Barthen and Lenine and Barthen's wife there, and then these fellas over here. He indicates the Knights of the Gauntlet sitting at the table over here. But I don't believe them fellas are gonna listen to me very well. And Dink kind of comes in and he says, well, I can help I relay any kind of message that you might need to say there. And Tolan says, well, that would be very nice of you. So if you can tell them everything that Remmy just told me, put diapers on your face and stay 6 feet away from one another, and then I'll tell the townspeople there. So Dink goes over to try to relay that information, but Tavon looks at him and he says, "Brother, we will be departing here in the morning, and there's nothing that fat innkeep is gonna do to stop us. None of us have had anything to drink since we got here." And Dink kind of looks at him and says, "Well, it's your call." But Tobin talks to the townspeople. They seem pretty reticent to acquiesce, but and Lenine's very suspicious of this whole thing. She's like, what is this bullshit? You can't tell me that I have to stay here in the inn. Tobin, you can go suck a dick. Which is probably not the language she would use. That's the attitude she has. And Tobin comes back and goes, "Well, I'm just telling you what the man told me. I don't know. You do as you will, madam, but these are the instructions that I was given." He goes back behind the bar.
Magnus turns around and goes, "You know all those children that you just saved?"
You mean that the Knights of the Tempest saved? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how would you feel about endangering them?
Well, I wouldn't want that to happen.
And the old people.
We just found those little tykes down in the basement. They were terrible.
Aye. So think about that when you're telling Tobin that you won't do this and you'll do that.
Oh, you're talking to Lenine. I'm sorry.
I'm talking to all three of them.
Yeah. Well, Barthen's like, "What? I don't mind. I can stay here as long as anybody wants to." And he sits down at the bar with a big grin on his face and says, "I'll have another one of those uncontaminated beers."
I tossed 37 gold on the counter to Tobin to cover NPs.
Nice. Tobin looks at you kindly and says, "Well, it's always nice to see you, Master Dwarf." And he picks up the gold and sticks it in his pocket.
And then look, in order to help compensate for that, right? I'll give 60 silver a week, next 6 weeks, each and every one of y'all.
6 weeks, you say? Aye, aye. Lenine just
Makes
quietly
his way
grumbles
over towards Remmy without like being too close to him.
Oh,
But,
as soon as Carlos gets within like the next 15 feet, Remmy goes, "Hey, you stay the fuck over there, all right?"
He stumbles over his bar stool to get away from you.
What are you, some guy from the government saying I'm here to help, and you just gonna start throwing money at people?
Well, seeing that I'm part of a religious order, no, it's charity.
I was about to say, because like this is Carlos questioning Remy's character, knowing that would be very unlike him, like I thought you and I grew up that we both fucking hated the big government and shit.
Lenine's ears perk up at that. She comes in and says, "I don't particularly like the damn government either. I need to stay the hell out of my business."
They let all these orcs in.
That's true. And she points at Joe Weaver. You are so right. You're just right all the time. I don't understand how any man could be so right.
I drink a lot. It helps.
I drink and I know things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Democrats piss me off.
Damn hippies. Oh shit, fire. Okay. All right. So it's about 12:30. If you guys want, I think this is a good place to like take a long rest and take a little break if you want to, and we can come back.
Hey Tobin, you got any of that NyQuil stuff?
I do have something called Nightshade. I think that might just knock your ass out if that's what you're looking for.
It might just kill you. It's not.
Oh,
It just might give you permanent sleep.
if it kills me or if it kills the thing inside me, then so be it. All I know
I
is
don't want to
if I
hear
end
about
up-
the things that are inside you.
But I'm about on that level too. Like I can.
Carlos reaches back behind him and suddenly and then somehow he finds an eggplant that may have been wedged between his cheeks or something. I don't know where this came from, but well, this is awkward.
Well, about that time, Carlos, you feel a sneeze coming on, and it's completely against your will, and you have no control over it. And suddenly, you sneeze all over Joe Boober.
Oh,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
you
You just
absolutely,
gave me that Corona Premier virus.
you're
Oh,
absolutely covered in snot and fucking lizard boogers. It's nasty.
Ugh. Well,
I was-
thank God I got this fucking chicken wing to wipe myself off with here. I knew this thing would come in handy.
You might have to take one of them sticks with the paper towel wrapped around it and go get yourself tested or something.
I was gonna say, yeah.
No, it's fine. He's got them feathers.
The feather mask.
Feathers
Paid off. I
make
knew it.
feathers are what help fight or build immunity for this shit. What? Really? Why does none of this shit make any sense? I don't know. I just want some
Everybody,
damn.
listen, put your trust in the experts. You think just because you thought through some argument in your head and did a little research in yourself, you don't know what you're talking about. Trust the experts. They know. Except the ones leaving the orcs. I don't trust them. That's it.
Well, listen, I tried looking this up on the internet, but the internet doesn't exist in this realm.
By internet, you mean magic mirrors. Forget about
Yeah.
those. Forget about
Yeah.
them.
Look, the magic mirrors told me that there's an evil Dr. Fucci at the root of all this.
Fucci. I know that guy. Evil. The man's a genius. Thanks to him, I have this chicken wing that's helping me clear up this terrible snot that's on me.
He worked directly with the village of Chineria, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm muted. No wonder y'all can't hear me. Okay. So as you're using the chicken wing to wipe the snot off of you, Joe, roll a con save for me, Constitution save.
Oh, excellent.
This is your curse box. So you're either going to contract the virus or not.
One of 3 curse boxes.
Indeed. That's a terrible fail.
I'm gonna assume I'm contracting.
You contracted all of the viruses.
Damn.
At
You know how-
once.
You know how got herbisyphilides.
Oh man.
You have not only do you have it, you have the bird Rona.
Well, it's
Okay.
not a fumble, okay? It was a 2. So
I don't feel great though. Ugh.
Yeah, you're gonna feel
Hey,
worse in the morning.
Can I get another one of them there NyQuil shade things for my boy here? I kind of may have just gave him the sticky icky that I have.
You
Right.
always need to make your way over to the stable, right, and go get you some horse medications. The wormers over there.
Ugh. Yeah, whatever, man. I don't feel great. For the first time in a long while, I don't feel like drinking. I can't taste this beer at all. Like, what the fuck? Like, my taste is going, and
Can't smell it, can't
yeah.
taste it.
All right, I'm gonna go lay down out here. I just need to take a rest.
You just lay out in the middle of the floor.
I'm just gonna crawl
Oh,
under this
no.
table. And just
Look, I'm telling y'all, go to the stable, get dewormer, and everything be all right.
Tobin
Well,
kind
I'm
of
gonna have to wait till next week to make sure that happens.
Or
When?
hold on, Toblin, you got into that disinfectant that they can inject into their veins?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. It's what we give the horses to get the worms out their butts. We call it invertamin.
Vermin.
Yeah, something like that.
Hold on, I thought he was talking about that stuff. Some guy on TV said that just go and inject bleach in your arm or some shit.
No, like Toblin, that's what they got over at the stables. I'm talking about lysolium.
Lysolium? What the hell is that?
It apparently, if you inject it into your veins, it takes care of this.
I see. Well, I don't know. I'll have to ask my gnome vet about that. He comes in from Gnomengard about once a week or so. I'm gonna try to check on the horses.
The Gnomengard, they're where they take the fucking hobbits. They're taking the hobbits to Gnomengard.
That's they're awfully short people. I'll give you that. I don't know if I'd call them hobbits.
They're all midgets to me, but if I tell you what, if I had the strength to fucking throw them, I would right now.
That does.
I might barely have I barely might have the strength to get up them damn stairs and into a bed.
Well, on that front, mates, I reckon since you told us all about this there virus and everything, I'll give you a room for the night for nothing. But only for the night. And he shakes his finger at you.
Carlos is like kind of stumbling all over the place after taking the nightshade, and then he just passes out and falls down right there.
Well, then I don't feel bad about not selling you a room.
You need me for a minute? I need to take a leak.
No, you're good, man.
Okay. I know. You know. Yeah.
I'm just gonna crawl under this table here.
Yeah.
Magnus gives Toblin 5 silver for a room and heads on up.
Right. And Tobin just kind of waves. He says, "I said you didn't have to do that. I do appreciate it."
I'll go up to the room. I feel like shit.
All right. Oh man. All right. And Big Al's gonna go ahead and get a room for the night as well. He lays his silver on the countertop and shakes Big Tobin's hand. They're good friends. Cause I'll have more butterskulls for you by I don't know, whenever I get my cow back. We had to come down here and tell you guys about the poison beer and shit. All right, he is up to bit. And for now, he's done. So let me think for a minute. Okay, Dink is gonna talk to Yvonne for a little bit, and he's gonna say to Yvonne, we've heard of some whisperings and stirrings in the southern forest, just north of here. And Yvonne will say, "Oh, really? We have too. You don't think it has anything to do with necromancy, do you?" And Dink was like, "I don't know. There was an incident back at the farmhouse with some strange-looking orc. Came and abducted one of our friends, although he didn't seem to mind about being drug off by a woman. But Yami kind of looks a little bit horrified. He says, "Really? What sort of magics are they practicing?" He says, Dink says, "I think they may be under the influence of a vampire. Be vigilant, brother, on your journey back to Triboar." And Yavin says, "Thank you, brother. Fairly well." And Dink sort of waves back at Toblin and heads up to the room himself as well. Okay. I reckon that ought to do it. You got anything, Remmy?
All right, back.
Yeah, you left. Okay. Cool. So, everybody's going to get a long rest. I say let's take like a 5 or 10 minute break for now, and then we'll come back in a second. Okay?
All right. Sounds good.
I took my NyQuil. I'm probably going to bow out for the night.
Yep. Okay, we'll put put that on pause right there. Okay. Well, let me look in here. Okay. Hold on a minute. I still got the night critters going too. I'm sorry. Turn that off. I did put up like the cool avatar thing. Oh.
Oh,
There's a cool little
sorry
bounce.
there. Yeah, chill.
No, that's okay. Don't die, brother. I was gonna say I did put up the cool avatar thing at the bottom with everybody's character avatars. So those are lighting up when you guys talk and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, I noticed that. No, I meant that since I just sneezed just then, I was apologizing to Joe Boober.
Oh. Got you infected with fucking COVID, man. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I am coughing. Son of a bitch.
I'll say, yeah. I don't know. I don't know about the Fauci thing. I don't know where we're gonna go with this, virus thing. But something tells me it's gonna eat up a lot more time than we ever intended for it to. It always does.
That's how it goes, huh?
We broke the fourth wall to make a joke about how my voice sounded like shit, and then it ends up completely derailing the actual campaign.
Oh shit. Kinda.
I mean, the DM's being really nice. He could have went, hey, everybody gets disadvantage for 2 weeks.
Right?
2 in-game weeks. Oh shit. Well,
you guys didn't didn't practice social distancing.
I was gonna say we're not exactly through it yet. Who knows what's gonna happen after y'all wake up? So that's all I'll say.
Just gonna keep saying I'm poison resistant, so
I'm keeping that in mind. Shit. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
I'm gonna Carlos is gonna self quarantine for the rest of the night, and I'm gonna call it a night here. So, I mean, it does kind of leave off for he's just gonna quarantine at the end, so that way you don't have to worry about role playing a sick guy.
Be right back, everyone.
Oh, what? Gonna be sick. My nose is stuffed up as fuck.
Is it like in real life?
Yeah, like IRL, like fucking allergy is like crazy right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, lovely.
I mean, it's not awesome. I mean, I hate that for you as a person. I hope you feel better, but that's awesome for for role playing.
Yeah.
I'm just like, you're suffering from allergies. That's fucking great. I love it. No, I'm just kidding. I hate fucking allergies. It gets me every fucking year. But play a little AI music while we wait. But yeah, man, I'm disappointed we didn't hear from Abe. So apparently Abe is gonna wake up feeling a little under the weather too. He already felt kind of bad, but yeah, I see you out there, Cree Dog and Emmett. What's up, man? Good to see you guys. So we got 25 people in the chat. Y'all remember, the dono goal is a monthly goal. We still haven't really got to yet. And I need to update that too. I'm sorry. We did get $25 for a curse box from Rob, but that is just about worth 3 curse boxes. So there are 2 curse boxes on the table still. And the dono goal is $25 more than what it says. Let me fix that. But we did lower the thresholds for the curse and loot boxes. You guys can get a curse box for $10 and a loot box for $20 now. So that should encourage more people to be more engaged. Okay, we're at 544 on our dono.
Okay.
Sweet.
And just $5, you can grant any one of the players advantage.
That's true. Just in your donation, specify which player you want to affect, and I will make that happen in the game.
For $50, EOD will speak glaringly about how awesome one of us are. You get to pick.
Sure, I'll do that. Absolutely.
I'm just out there. This Rob and I are kind of on the same page about this. For $200, you can kill one of us.
Yep. Not in real life. Character.
Yes.
Just to
Let me
clear up.
rephrase. For $200, you can kill one of our characters instantaneously. No resurrection, no wish, no nothing.
Oh
It's
shit!
the most dangerous game out there. Like, really? Hunt a human for $200?
Oh man, that Asian guy IRL. I hate that guy. Fuck that guy. $200.
Okay, so Abe
So are
just.
we done for the night? It looks like
Well, we can leave. I can still go for a little bit. If you guys are willing to hang out for a little bit, we can keep it going. But it's up to you.
who's left though? I'm looking. Dink's not here. Who else? Did someone leave?
Well,
or they just pop up or something?
Race car left.
Race car left.
But he's sick. He's sick anyway, and he's sick in the game, so he just didn't get out of bed. You know, when you guys wake
Okay.
up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm good until I can probably be good until at least 1:30, and then
If I'm being honest, like I'm in. I can't fucking. I like, you know, like allergies, not like George Floyd.
huh?
Yeah. What?
Maybe you cut out there, or maybe I missed what you were saying.
He's got allergies. He doesn't feel too great. He wants to go to bed, I guess.
Well, if you guys want in, that's fine. We can just stick around and bullshit. Whatever you guys want. I'm good either way.
Yeah, me too. But I was gonna say, Abe just showed up in the YouTube chat. He says, "Sorry guys, I was still alone in the car." Abe, if you can get here the next few minutes, I'll let you roll a con save to see if you can avoid the coof. Otherwise, you're gonna get it.
Yeah. No, all I'm gonna say is I'm a little under the weather. I wouldn't mind going to bed, but
Okay. Well, go ahead. We'll leave Abe roll his con save. But yeah, and then we could just, if you cool with that, EOD, we could just start after the long rest then.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was gonna.
We also have the issue of leveling up.
Oh, that's correct. Yes, since you guys turned in those last 2 quests, it is a level up opportunity. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do the party and stuff and let the kids out of the bottom of Ghislaine Maxwell's fucking dungeon.
So should we do that now? Should we level up now? Or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Good. Now I can
yeah.
level up. Level 5. We should be level 5, right?
That's right. Now you should.
Once
So,
we level up. Okay.
Okay, hang on. I gotta go to my build.
Nader, that applies to your new character because you do have one that's incoming. So
Level 5. Okay.
I wasn't sure if we were going to get to that this session or not. If we continue playing, I'll try to work it into the next few minutes.
Okay. I don't think I really get anything, huh? For upping this level.
5 is usually uneventful, yeah. Unfortunately.
It's alright. Yeah.
But
Okay, Monk 4. What do I get at Monk 4?
I don't know. 4 usually gives you something though. It depends on what. It depends on the class. I'm not sure.
Well, so I went fighter 1, monk 4, so I'm now level 3 monk. I should get a... I think.
Okay, I think that's it. Bam! Level 5.
Fucking A.
What a handsome
Defeat.
barbarian, you know?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Abe says, give me a few minutes. All right, Abe. We'll give you a few. I see Cree Dog out there. He says, did that wake him up? I throws a dildo onto the court.
Oh,
That ought to wake Race Car up.
So, what is the story behind that? Apparently, that was some like promotional thing for some
I
random
have no
stupid ass
fucking
company.
idea. I have no idea. It's a fucking publicity stunt to get people interested in the WNBA because nobody gives a shit.
Oh, I don't think it was a WMA thing. It was some startup company.
It was on the WNBA court that a bunch of green dildos got thrown out onto the court.
Well, I understand, but like I'm pretty sure like the whole idea was it was like a startup company doing this stupid shit. And it,
Oh, I have no idea, man. Maybe you could be right. I did not look into that very deeply. I'm gonna be honest. I saw like a shit post about it on Twitter and I laughed, and that was about it.
okay, EOD, how far? Speaking of leveling up feats, how far do you expect this campaign to go in terms of levels?
Yeah, that's a good question for you because you're mixed class. 7. I think
Okay.
maybe 8, but most likely 7 will be end game. Yeah, for this campaign. And then if we want to carry these characters on after that, we can. We don't have to.
Because I'm debating between Elven Accuracy and Gunner.
I mean, if you guys want, we could potentially carry these characters on to level 20. It's up to you. I have the content to do it. So. That one shot, Rob, that I was gonna put together, the White Plume Mountain. It's about this volcano with these hidden magical weapons inside of it, and the party's trying to get into this underground temple and find those weapons. They start at level 8. I was like, that would be a really good one shot right there, and like your characters.
yeah.
Your characters are just about there. It's something that we can do in a 4, maybe a 5-hour sitting, I think. It'll be a little longer than just a regular sitting, but we could do it.
Yeah, I'd be game.
Like, we never did get a chance to talk about that. Did you want to do that in Nashville, or?
It would probably make sense to do it online.
Yeah.
The reason I hesitate to say do it in Nashville is I don't know if I'm going to be... I'll probably be working a lot while I'm down there.
I was thinking to get other people involved and to do it like live action, but...
I mean, you certainly do something in
Hold
Nashville
on.
without me.
Hold on,
Yeah.
when y'all in Nashville?
November
For DebateCon, November
15th and 16th.
15th, 16th, 17th.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm there in October.
Yeah. The problem is when I'm down there, I'm probably going to be doing a lot with the Crucible as far as like getting the debates ready and all that shit. So I don't
Yeah.
know what free time I'll have.
Okay.
Um,
I don't know. I had a twinkle in my eye thinking maybe Andrew would participate in it.
He's going to be busy as shit too.
I can imagine.
Between
I can
setting up his
imagine.
event and then, fuck, they got him debating like twice every day.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Supposedly he's debating Wick tomorrow night.
No shit. He's gonna.
Yeah,
Wick
Wick
is gonna
says-
get fucking burned twice in a row. Are you kidding me?
3 times if you count the debate he had the night before.
I would say he'd get his teeth punched in, but he only has like 3 left.
Listen, he said he's 3-0 against Andrew.
Oh, he's full of shit. They never admit when they lose. They never admit.
Wick. I'm yet to ever see Wick win a debate. He is the most beta soy cuck on there.
He really is.
Well, I think that listen, like, first off, winning debates isn't everything. Like, it's fine. I get that.
Yeah,
Right?
I know.
Wick's problem is, like, he decides to, like, lack of ability is made up for just, like, Like it's like the old Destiny thing. Well, if I just act like a mean girl,
ad homs, yeah.
If I act like a mean girl, then I must be winning. No, you're fucking stupid. Blah blah blah. No, you mentioned my name, so if you mention my name, then I'm allowed to speak over you. Like, what fucking sense does that make? I don't know. And everyone else can contain themselves. He's the only one that's constantly interrupting. He has no idea what he's talking about, and it's like, you know, I get it. There's ways to look good to your audience. You know. You could meme your way through it. That's fine. But I
mean, he was low blows from the start, man. His whole opening statement was coming after you at the gut. It was trash.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
The only thing I remember about Wick is the time he joined some debate panel. It might have been Hippy Dippy, dressed like a fucking cat.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah,
you know,
he was literally dressed like a cat with like cat face makeup on. He's wild. I was like, what in the hell is this?
I just think that, you know, he probably is in a situation where he's, you know, maybe he likes the debates. I don't know. But you got to make content, right? And the problem with him is a lot of the content's reliant on other people. So when you have to go out and you're the one debating or you're the one doing a show on your own, it's a little different. So, you know, I think Wick's nice in his little safe space behind his moderator stance where he can chime in every once in a while. We don't do so well when he jumps into the debate, in my opinion. But hey, teach their own.
Oh, you're 100% correct. If you look at him on his own, his content, like the viewership, it's dramatically different.
Yeah. Well, you know, you see that with a lot of people. A lot of people that do these sort of panel type things, they fall into that. You know, that's what I got to do. You know, it's.
Yeah. I lost any interest in engaging with Wick when he had the dog fucker panel.
I didn't know that existed.
Wait, excuse me? What the fuck?
He hosted a panel about whether it was
be careful with your language.
moral to have intercourse with non-human individuals.
Yeah, I remember that. The fucking bestiality panel. That was fucked.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like
Rob's face, he's just like in shock, like what?
I mean, for me,
it was rare to see Rob at a loss for words, even for 10 seconds like that.
I don't know. It's shit like that. It's just like whatever. It's, you know, for me, I didn't even mind when I would do a Wick panel and it's me and it's set up that it's 4-on-1 and then Wick jumps in, it's the moderator. Fine by me. It's the whole, like, he moderates like he fucking debates, where it's like, no, I'm just gonna spurg out, not give you. I'm gonna jump in and argue with you, and not gonna give you a chance to respond. Okay, I'm the moderator. I can mute you and blah blah blah. Okay, it's fine. Good luck. You know, and that's exactly what it is. So it's like, okay, I just don't need to do it anymore. People are always like, why don't you jump on Sarah's panel while Wick's there? I don't mind jumping on with him as a debater. Something like it. I'm always weird. When someone says, "Hey, you want to come on and do a panel on X?" I never say, "Well, who all's on the panel?" I'm just like, "Sure." So Wick's on there. Okay, fine. But I don't really care to, like, previously. You know, I reached out, or Wick had talked to me about, he lives in Pennsylvania, about possibly meeting up and doing some in real life stuff. I said, "Sure," but he wants the big time. So all right, go to your progressive victory, big timing, and you know. I'm glad that a big PAC is pissing their money away on people like that.
You're right.
That's certainly not helping them win elections. So I say go for it again, progressive victory. Pay Wick like $10,000 a month. That's money well spent between him and Connor and, you know, the rest of those goofballs.
It's such a fucking cluster of just mishmash personalities that have nothing in common with each other, and they're all commie hypocrite motherfuckers, man.
Well, they do a nice Destiny impression.
Right.
Connor
that's the one thing they have in common.
Like Connor.
Yeah, what the fuck happened to Connor?
He wants to hang out with Destiny and crew. That's about it. And helps him with views. I think for me, I honestly don't even think it's about views. I think that it's literally just he likes palling around with Destiny and company. He sees some form of clout in it, and that's that. So, I mean, what the fuck ever. I don't wish any ill to any of them, if I'm honest. I don't really give a shit. If they all make bajillions of dollars streaming, I don't give a shit. More power to them. But you know, with Connor, it's like, you can't convince me you didn't sell out your political beliefs, which is fine, but just be honest about it. I'm a conservative that works with Progressive Victory Pack and Midas Touch. Okay, dude. Like, it's disappointing, but whatever.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you're kind of selling your soul at that point, especially if you still want to claim to be a conservative. That's
100%.
garbage. That's
Yeah,
garbage.
100%.
Well, the truth is, you can still be right wing and not support Trump. Which
Oh,
is
of
his whole
course.
thing, right?
Correct.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm right wing. I'm not a Trump supporter. I
Okay.
can't stand that sumbitch.
but you're not taking money from communists. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying is that you can be right wing without supporting Trump, and that was his whole thing was, well, I don't support Trump, so I'm going to go over to this side. It's like,
Listen,
do you
here's
have
the
these
deal.
beliefs or not?
Here's the deal, right? Like, getting money for a group that is seeking to win elections, not just against Trump, but also down ballot for more progressive candidates,
Right.
is the
exactly.
antithesis of conservatism. Now,
Yes.
the truth is, Connor doesn't like Trump, right? And Connor likes Destiny, and he likes that crowd, and he wants to associate with them, and he likes money, which is absolutely fine. And so he says, he probably does the calculations like, fuck it. I, at this point, have checked out on sort of politics to the extent that what's it matter? Trump's dog shit, Biden's dog shit, Kamala's dog shit. So I might as well get paid and hang out with people that I want to be my friends. So fuck it. That's what we'll do. And that's it. That's in a nutshell. I saw a video out today. There's, allegedly, there's accusations out there that Destiny, this one girl he was soliciting photos from and shit, wasn't 18 yet. And Connor's just like, I just don't care.
Dude, that's been around for a while.
Well, I think the difference is, again, this is allegedly, that people are claiming that they found out officially.
Right, I'm
through
saying that. Yeah. To be clear, that rumor has existed for a while.
Right. And so now, allegedly, there's more proof of that rumor, which what I've seen isn't exactly proof. But Connor's just like, I don't give a shit. 17 years, 18 years, whatever. It's creepy.
Come on.
I mean, whatever. That's a take. Whatever you want to say. He did the same with Vosh. Okay, man, you're working with Progressive Victory. You've attacked people for being into lolly and how gross it is. But then you work side by side with Vosh, and he's like, well, politics more important. Okay, dude. Like, that's fine. I don't give a shit. I really don't. Like, for me, I've rationalized in my head there are an awful lot of people that I disagree with politically that I don't mind as people. It's fine. I have friends like that. But, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Like, you fucking sold out. That's it. You say I sold out, I don't give a fuck. Okay. No hard feelings. Have at her, dude. But don't sit here and act like you're a big conservative, man. You're not.
Yeah.
Like, just be honest. That's all. Yeah, I took the fucking money. Whatever.
Right.
I don't know. I've had my piece. I said my piece with him.
Yeah, and he got your fucking channel banned for what?
30 days. on
30
Twitch.
fucking days. A
Now, in
piece of
fairness,
shit.
allegedly, I misgendered Brianna Wu in the middle of that stream.
Oh,
well.
give me a break. You take that and shove it. That's bullshit.
Yeah, so, I don't know. The whole drum of all these people, it's like, what I've come to realize is, like, they need people like me more than I need them. So I just don't
For sure.
care. I don't think about them, and they're not the only game in town anymore. It's like that RTP guy. Like,
Yeah.
sure, I'll debate whoever. I don't give a shit, but I don't have to go out of my way. Now, like, if you're gonna be like some kind of little bitch or a drunk, I just don't care, right? Like, it's like, oh, okay. You saw what it was like with Wick tonight. It's like, and I get it. I get Gibbs wants to move around, and Casimir took to X and was
Gibbs
like,
fucking
fuck
pissed
you,
me
Lac-
off, man.
Yeah, Casimir took to X and was like, hey, Lactoid. Because what happens was, I'm getting filibustered over by Wick, and I'm trying to make my point, and Gibbs is like, no, we got to move it on. Okay, sometimes the mod does that. That pisses me off a little, that he sat there and because that was obviously, Wick understands that he fucked up. He understands that he was wrong on that point that Dylan corrected him on. And so he's scrambling. And so he's just like, you said this. I'm like, no, I didn't say this. Well, you said X, right? Yeah, I said X. And you said Y, right? Yes. Well, therefore you said A. No, I did.
Yeah.
No, I did. But I didn't. And Gibbs is like, okay, let's move on.
Yeah, and he doesn't give you a chance to respond. His only job is to give you a chance to respond in that situation.
Can you take a Sharpie and color like 19 of your teeth so you can do it?
So then like Casimir was mad about was the lactoid. It's like, okay, I'll move it on. And Casimir's like, no, he should have been like, no, leave Rob get his point out. Whatever. I mean, it's frustrating because the perspective of like what, I don't know, Gibbs. Like, all I was asking was like 20 seconds unfucking interrupted. With this dude spurging out. All I had to say was like, look, the point I was trying to make is, what did he get from lashing out in that public event was Trump stopped sending intel and he stopped sending aid, which was bad for Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's what he got, right? That's the point I was making. Whether or not he ended up with a better mineral deal is irrelevant. I'm saying he could have negotiated behind the scenes to get a better deal, but instead he went public and he tried to embarrass Trump and Vance. And so they said, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, he made an ass of himself.
Yeah, how many dead Ukrainians did that result in? Worth it, right? Like, all right. But no, you don't get that out because Wick knows he's losing the point, so he's got a filibuster. And it's like, as a moderator, all it would take is be like, Wick, shut the fuck up for a second, leave him get his point out, and then you get to respond, then we're moving on.
Exactly.
But no, it's like, instead, Wick's just going to spurg out, okay? And it's the same with Gibbs. Wick's going to spurg out, okay? I'm like, all right. And look, at that point, once that shit happens, I'll be fucking damned if I'm not bringing it up every single time after that. Like, Wick, shut your fucking mouth. Notice how everyone else is capable of sitting here and letting people talk? It's just you? He says, yes, we know, Wick. Thank you for proving the point. Closing statement. I knew damn well closing statement. All I had to do was say, like, Wick can't keep his mouth shut. Yes,
True.
Even during closing statements, we know. And then he acts like, yeah, well, I'm standing up for myself. You said my name. Notice how I stuck around.
Keep my motherfucking wife's name out your motherfucking mouth.
I stuck around until Wick got his say and got his jabs in because I had to leave to come do this. But I was like, I'm not going to leave before Wick gets his chance to fucking talk shit on me. Notice I sat there. He mentioned my name several times. Did I feel the need to interrupt? No, it's a closing statement. Fuck it. Say what you got to say. I didn't have to get the last word. I said, okie dokie. I stuck around for you to say what you wanted at me, and now I'm leaving, you know?
You have etiquette and honor, Rob, and that's something the fucking lefties just had no fucking respect for. It's bullshit.
Well,
Also,
true.
Yodi, why the shit can I add elven accuracy to my character sheet?
I don't know. But if it's not letting you do it, don't fucking do it. Goddamn it. Okay.
I was playing for Mao's China D&D rules, and my guy actually Joe Boober gets like 20 extra attacks now, according to the Chinese rule. Yeah.
I got the Chinese character sheet over here, and apparently I have 10,000 hit dice. Yeah,
you guys aren't gonna believe this.
Look, as an Asian, I can confirm that. Okay,
Yes.
that's Asian math.
It was on
Trust me. As an Asian, the math checks.
The appendix of Mao's little red book. It was actually a D&D character sheet. So.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna turn the AI music off.
Is
So
Abe
are we
here? Is he gonna
continuing,
roll
or-
just the-
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Abe's just gonna
I
roll
am
with-
here.
What's up,
Okay.
Abe?
It's good to see
Good
you,
to
Abe.
see you guys.
I was
What's
just
up,
joshing
Abe?
with you, man. You didn't have to come up here. But
Listen,
No.
Abe.
COVID's
I don't know if you knew this, but Dink's voice sounded very effeminate for the majority of tonight. I don't know
Hey!
what was up with it.
I used my normal voice. Come on.
Terrible. That's terrible. Maybe he's sick.
It's
Could
possible.
be.
Maybe he got some kind of virus. I don't know.
Okay, I see your con save now. You threw 8. So, yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna wake up feeling under the weather in the morning. So,
Sad.
okay,
If only there was a cure.
if only. All right. Carlos Spicy Wiener is an ideal for a test, but he's passed out in bed too. All right. I was gonna say, Abe, why don't you go ahead and level your character to where are we at? 5 now?
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Oh, fuck you! I want Elven Archery. Or Elven.
Doesn't look like anything changes.
I can't.
A little bit
I
should.
rolled.
It is
I
mostly
rolled
uneventful for most
3D
people. Though.
20 with advantage.
I have a good town one. Yeah, let's do that one.
Can't add that.
I don't know. What is it that you're trying to do? Elven archery?
Elven accuracy.
Why
When you
is
have
that?
advantage, when you have advantage, you roll 3d20 instead of 2.
It's not allowing me to level up, actually. I don't know what's going on.
EOD, I think I know why whoever it was rolling with advantage every time.
Yeah, why?
At the top of the character sheet, you have public whisper off, or whisper GM, advantage, disadvantage, and automatic. He may have misclicked and put it on advantage or disadvantage.
It's possible.
What's query?
I can level your character, Dink. You should be able to level your character.
It won't let me. I keep going build character at the end, and it just stays at 4.
So you should have it on automatic unless you have advantage or disadvantage.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense.
That's correct, yeah.
What if I want to take a medium rest? No.
Well, there's no such thing as a medium rest, Rob.
Yeah, you know.
I don't know.
Short,
I think we could
medium,
come
long.
up, yeah.
It's like a 3 to 4 hour sleep, you know? Short's
Yeah,
like maybe half an hour.
Asian, white, and black.
Yeah, medium rest. Let's contact. Is Gary Gygax still alive? Be like, hey, we got an idea for the next edition. We have no notes other than
dead, bro.
Oh well, then no wonder my emails have been.
Well,
going
okay,
out.
some of them are still alive. Ed Greenwood is still alive. Like, he helped write a lot of stuff.
All right, yeah. We have no notes, just medium rest. That's create an entire new edition just for that. Also, stop making the orcs humanized. They're terrible, evil things.
Yeah, I think everybody would agree with that, actually.
Yeah.
Now, I was gonna play an orc. I was going between. I obviously my next character is gonna be. I played this game growing up. It was called Arcanum, a computer game. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this.
It sounds familiar.
It's like a Diablo type game, except it was steampunk. It's interesting. And anyways, one of the first characters that could join your squad's a big dumb half ogre, and his name is Sog Meadmug. So that's the other character I've always been, Meadmug. I think it's a pretty badass name for a drunken like ogre orc type character.
Yeah.
And Meadmug's gonna be real upset about the systemic racism that him and his kind face. When he,
especially
has a critical failure, it's because systemic racism. Here we go again.
I was gonna say, especially with people like Remmy and Carlos Weisswiener in the group that fucking hate everybody except for themselves. So
yeah, and here we go. It's always systemic racism. When do we get our reparation, us orcs? And Joe Boober's like, I'll give you some fucking reparations. Just rips their head off. It's good.
Are we continuing tonight, or?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, it's up to you guys. Okay, but Dink, I did get your character level. You are level 5.
Thank you.
I don't. You're right. I don't think anything changed.
Because I know. Yeah.
My suggestion is no, because I probably got like 15 more minutes.
Okay.
But I mean, if you guys want to do 15 minutes, I'm cool.
Nah, it's probably not even worth it to fucking get everything going for 15 minutes. So that's okay. We'll pick it up next week. It ain't going nowhere.
I gotta fucking figure out my character sheet, cause yeah.
I gotta turn that off.
So are you coming in with a new character?
Yeah.
Nader is, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess we could. Nah, let's save it for next week. It'll be a good surprise.
Next week.
That fuck Pat McGroyne. I thought as that was going on, I'm like, surely we're not supposed to kill him. Right?
You are.
Yep. I thought it was going to be like, oh, there's like some fucking wizards controlling him or some shit. So I was like, And then I could tell after that round, like, EOD's like, Jesus, is someone going to kill this guy? I was like, oh, okay. We'll give her hell, you know?
I was wondering too, because I was about to go out the window with spider climb.
Oh my goodness sake.
Yeah, I guess you would have just escaped, you know?
Yeah, you fucking
harass us at a later time.
Yeah, it's true. That could have been a thing, but what was it? I thought okay, like I thought I was gonna make you guys rest on the way back to Fandolin, and you were gonna do it there, like in fucking Al's house. Really, after he just fucking sheltered you guys and everything. I don't know, whatever. That follows the archetype of a chaotic evil character, though. So Twisted, you have successfully played a chaotic evil character. Congratulations.
Well, it's funny. It was unexpected.
Yeah, for sure.
That was the idea.
Oh man,
I just being new to D&D, the wizard is just too much.
it's a lot.
That's why I went with. I thought like
Right.
fighter or barbarian seemed like the simplest, right? Just smacking shit as hard as he can.
I was enjoying the campaign of the game and you guys, but I was not enjoying the character. So I was like, you know what?
I know.
Fighters are good to start with too, because they're pretty simple.
Well, my new one's a rogue.
That's a good one too.
Don't tell him too much, okay? Do not tell him too
I'm
much.
not. That's all I'm telling him.
Okay.
He's a rogue. Oh, that gives spoil. Now we know what's gonna happen. I could outline the entire saga. The only clue I needed. You know?
It's over.
It's his species that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, don't say. Yeah.
I could guess that as well. Seeing as how I see a little picture at the bottom there that might give some clues.
Well, that's an Aasimar. That's his old character. So.
Oh no.
Oh, you mean?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Is that what's going on right now? I swear, I turned the pictures off for the freaking users.
Probably smart.
Man, I'm on like 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
I feel that.
Well, I was up
feel
streaming
that.
late, and then I had to get up. My man got up at 6:30 this morning to get ready for his first day of school, so I wanted to be up. Yeah, you know, I've been up ever since. But he sort of freaked out over this Minecraft blanket. Like, we go to pick him up, and he's crying real hard. And I'm like, oh my goodness, he must have had a miserable time all day.
Oh,
and the teacher's
no.
like, no, that's just started. He's been great all day, but we told him he has to leave his blanket here. And I was like, oh, we went. My wife's on it, man. She's so like, I'm such a fucking goober of a parent. Like, she's like, we gotta stop. We drop him off. She's like, well, we better stop at Walmart and get him another blanket that looks identical to the one he took. And I was like, why? And she's like, trust me, the dude's gonna freak out when we tell him he's supposed to leave his blanket there. I was like, no. And then that's exactly what happened. And so we get home and we give it to him, and he's like, Mom, you're a genius. I was like, yeah, good job, Mom.
I honestly thought I was going to be in North Carolina right now for a hurricane landfall, but it turned out
off the coast, yeah.
Yeah, thanks to Trump. Trump scared the bastard.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
He threatened it with nukes.
Bomb it.
Right.
with a marker.
You're tariffed, he said to the hurricanes.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna take all your wind.
Yeah.
Threatened it with a Sharpie.
Yeah, I forgot about Sharpie Gate. That was one of my favorites.
Yeah, that was wow.
Here's what gets me. Like, I if I was going to sell out for progressive victory, like, there's a billion attacks on Trump that aren't fucking absurd that someone like me can make. The shit that they come up with, it's just like Trump's superpower. Like, I don't know if there's a Marvel or a DC character like this, but the superpower of your opponents being the dumbest sons of bitches that have ever lived is really an amazing power. I mean, it's just surreal. You're like, well, what would be the absolute dumbest shit they could do in response? Oh, there it is. You know, Trump's like, you know, we're deploying the National Guard to DC because crime. They're like, crime's good. Well, we love crime. It's like, like, the border's so secure, and now it's not secure magically overnight, but it's that guy 3 years ago's fault, not our fault. Like, what?
How's that even?
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Tony
Yeah.
Hinchcliffe made a joke. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be our our final sales pitch going into the 2024 election.
Yeah, they're Nazis because Tony Hinchcliffe made a joke at the fucking Trump rally.
And then Joe Biden comes out the next day and says, and Trump supporters are, Puerto Rico's not garbage, Trump supporters are garbage. It's like, oh, you stupid sons of bitches. Like, time after time, you just, like, it almost has to be a simulation, right? There's a bunch of people playing, like, political D&D in, like, the 5th dimension or something, and we're all just characters. And there's some smart ass like Carlos Spicy Wiener that's like playing the Democrats. It's like, and now we'll have Joe Biden say that Trump supporters are garbage. Like, and then everyone else is rolling their eyes like, you can't be serious. No one's gonna believe this shit. You know? Yeah. There it is. But I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's why they're...
Anybody to the right of Mao is a fascist.
Dude, I shit you not. EOD might have been on my channel the other night. Were you on when I called into the, like, I was doing the Discord invasion, quote unquote?
Yeah, that went pretty well.
It did go well. But these dudes were like, well, CNN and MSNBC and the New York Times, right wing.
Right.
I'm like,
fucking idiots.
I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, it's going to be the old, there is no left wing in the United States because only authoritarian communism is left wing. And the dude's like, the main dude that's talking is like, no. By right wing, I just mean pro-Trump. Like, you're pro-Trump. It's like,
okay.
What are you talking about?
The Washington Times. Are you serious? Oh my god.
And I just, you know,
Washington
that's
Post.
how I respond to that shit now. It's like, I could sit here and bring up example after example, but nope. I'm just going to say, go fuck yourself. You're an idiot.
Yeah,
I don't know what else to say.
Well,
That's just the
as
most
much
ridiculous
as
garbage.
You like to say that everybody on the left are commies. I think that we all truly recognize there's a difference between a left Democrat and a true leftist, right? Most of us on the right do. The
Yeah,
left,
socialist. Yeah.
So the left does not recognize that there is any variety in the right. The left does not recognize any variety in the right wing. They think, oh, you're right wing, everybody supports Trump and loves Trump.
They're talking about neo
and MAGA and blah blah blah. You know, it's just asinine.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
you're talking about neoliberals versus progressives and socialists.
yeah, I mean, here's the problem. Like, the word communist is overused. It's very much like the word fascist, right? Like, so when someone says fascist, no one can define it. Everybody defines it in a different way. The word's meaningless to me. It's what does it represent that you're complaining about? And it's almost always something like authoritarianism against my side. That's what they mean, right? Like if I could be like, but there seems to be a connection between a sharing of power between corporations and government. They don't give a fuck about all that.
Seems to be that seems to be more like an economic argument, right? Like when you get into that, you're talking about like the people that are like people that don't understand like economic.
Well, and they also equate fascism with Nazism, which is a totally different thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically just that it means bad, scary guys. That's what fascism means. Similarly, there are people that adopt that rhetoric on our side. Like Jesse Kelly, who I like, he calls everyone a communist. And what he's saying is, his criticism is, these people, all they know is destruction, and they fucking hate you. And they'll use any state tool to go after you like the communists did. Does that mean that every single person he calls a communist believes that there should be no private property rights and the government should own the means of production? No. He's just saying, like the communists that felt that they could have total control over you and that their in-group preference meant that they could do whatever the fuck they want because they're moral, that's who all these lefties are. So the word doesn't technically apply, but it has utility in it's symbolic that people understand and have a visceral reaction against communism. And what he's talking about is a specific part of communism that he thinks was the most damaging, which is the behaviors that they took into people. So yes, you're right, that if a literal definition, not everyone on the left is a commie, true. And it's not even everyone on the left's like an authoritarian, blah, blah, blah. But that's the simplistic way of just attacking them all in the same way that they would attack others. Well, you're right, there's different factions of it, you know?
The way that I look at it is that the extreme left seems to lead the moderate left down a particular pathway, especially in their policy-making decisions and the way that they want to interact with the American system at large. I think the DSA has taken over the Democrat Party. I really do. and that leads to a lot of the idiotic policies that we see coming out of their prescriptions, you know, over the past 10 years or so.
Does it though? Like, you know, do you look at like the clique or whatever the fuck they're called, right? Like, they're
The squad.
7, 8 of them. The squad, yeah.
The clique.
Sorry, sorry, the clique is WWF.
Yeah, Shawn Michaels, Nash, what? Triple H, bastard.
Wow.
Taking over
That
the
just took me back in time, big time.
The squad. I'm sorry. The squad. What is it, like 10 of them, maybe? Right?
Something like that. But it doesn't matter how many of them there are. Okay, what matters is whether or not their policy prescriptions are leading the Democrat Party, and they are, because they're the loudest voice in the room.
I don't agree.
Well,
with
and
you.
New York did just choose a commie for their
They're
freaking
an
Democratic
extremely-
mayor side.
They're an extremely loud minority.
Well, I think there are two factions, right? I think there are the true believers, the actual socialists, whatever, and then I think there are sort of the corporatist uniparty Dems, led by like Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. Now they don't give a fuck about communism. They don't care at all. They don't care about socialism. They just care about power, and they've paid lip service to the radicals in their own party because they were able to get them to be a utilized subgroup. They wanted their vote. They liked this sort of, again, use that term, socialist or commie attacks on their opponents. They like that. They like Antifa out there harassing their opponents. They like Black Lives Matter out there harassing them. Totally cool with that, right? You can see this in the 2016, right? You had all the Bernie bros that were going around to Republican events and just flipping shit and screaming and disrupting shit, and they all thought it was funny, ha ha ha. And then what happened when they fucked Bernie over at the convention? All of a sudden they turned, and you saw Sarah Silverman go on the stage and was like, what are you guys doing? It's time to grow up. Oh, it was cool as shit when they were going after conservatives, though. But now it's time to grow up. So now what you're seeing is when you're winning, when you have this avatar of evil to go after, Donald Trump, well, it's cool in the gang. You know, Bernie's going to fall in line, AOC's going to fall in line, whatever. But now they're losing. And now, just like when Republicans lost, you know, and it was like, okay, fuck Jeb Bush. We want something different. We're going to go with Donald Trump. That's the fight now in the Democratic Party, because a lot of the base is like, we're tired of business as usual. We want progressives. We want, and that's so. Both
Commies. They want commies.
I don't think that the current policies have identified, and with a lot of what progressives, there's lip service to it. There's some socialist shit, but they want way more radical shit. Right? And they're pissed because they think the corporatist Dems have fucked them over and they haven't given them what was promised. And the corporatist Dems are kind of looking at the Frankenstein monster that they've created going, well, shit, now it's turning on us. That's why right now, right, when you look at the voices in our spaces, we're told that we have this unique evil president in Donald Trump. And yet, if you turn into big left-wing streamers, what's going on? Well, did you see that Ethan Klein's wife was threatened by Hassan and Destiny's weighing in? And that's it. That's the battle that they're having right now, because the first battle they need to have is, before they can even get to fucking Trump, is who's going to have control of our party. We'll see. We'll see what happens. The momentum's definitely with the socialists.
I want them to eat themselves.
Yeah, me too. Good. Yeah. And I'll look, I'm not streaming to a lot of people right now, so I'll say, you listen to me carefully when I talk about this. I'll say shit like this. Hey, if you're really a progressive, then the worst thing that you could have happen is fucking the corporatist Dems to win power again. If they appoint, if they decide to run Gavin Newsom in 2028, y'all should vote against that fucker. Right? Get him out, and then you could get someone like AOC in for the next election.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of strategy on my part. But it is true. I'd say the same thing. Like, if Jeb Bush would have won the 2016 primary and I wanted a populist in 2020, would I have been better off if Jeb Bush won the election, the general election in 2016? No. If he won the nominee and then lost the general, then we'd have more of a claim to say it's time to get someone not like Jeb Bush. But if he wins, the Republican Party's not going to change in 2020. Same's true of the Democrats. If a corporatist Dem wins the president, then you're not going to see a progressive candidate for president for at least 8 years. So you should root against it and say, see, these fuckers out with the old, bring in the new. So we'll see what happens.
we please, for the love of God, get Thomas Massey like up front?
St. Paul, yeah.
Mm.
Oh, Massey. Kentucky boys for the
tough.
win.
2028.
You know what I think? I think all of us here should just run for office and take this over. That's what I think.
Oh, for crying out
Yeah, I'm done with that game.
Bro, with the amount
I've
of
avoided it, actually, to be fair.
With the amount
Sorry.
of vaguely racist shit I've said in the past,
I want
no,
absolutely
not happening.
nothing to do with
Nope.
running for
Nope.
office.
Nope.
Fuck
Nope.
that.
Nope.
I did it
think
before I
no
was
way in hell.
parent. And it cost me $6,000. So
Yeah.
I'm not doing that shit. Maybe
I
once my
honest-
son's 20, I'll be, then I'll
See,
consider.
there's the rub, right? Because it'll ruin your life if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Who the fuck
Like,
wants to
You
deal with those
couldn't
people?
pay me
Okay.
enough to work and to get into
Okay,
politics.
but you know what? Here's the thing, right? Like a side note, the guy that's doing exactly what we're saying, nope, fuck that, not doing it because A, I don't have the money, B, I don't have the time, and C, like no. But yet D, we all want to do it on principle.
We all
Brandon
want to,
Herrera,
right? We want to
Brandon
fix
Herrera.
things.
okay?
I
right,
literally
so-
have no desire. Period.
So let's just ignore that Herrera has this like massive amount of people around him that can
No, but
push
that's
an
what you
agenda and
need.
all.
That's what you
Right,
need.
but comparing an average person who's going to run as a candidate to somebody who basically has all these people on social media lockdown, it's not comparable.
Well, I just think
I'll just keep chasing my tornadoes. Thank you.
But that's
my
grassroots, right? Like if you look at what Brandon Herrera is, that's grassroots. That is modern day 2025. Where the fuck he started 2022? His last campaign 2023, whatever the fuck. That's modern day grassroots is the internet.
yeah, I don't even know who Herrera is.
He's a gun tuber.
He's making the AK-50 as his claim to fame.
He's a YouTuber. He's an FFL.
He's running for office.
manufacturer.
Well, he did
against Tony
last.
Gonzalez in Texas. Yeah,
He did last midterms.
he
lost the
outspent-
election, and then he's gonna try it again. So
yeah, he got outspent almost 11-1 in the Texas congressional race. He pushed it into a runoff and then ultimately lost by like 400 votes against a Republican incumbent.
It's a weird thing, right? Like, for me, running for office should be about self-serving.
And you also have to
problem is-
go. You also have to go with that whole thing about Tony Gonzalez was he was already censured. The party had been turning against him, so there was a lot of momentum against Tony Gonzalez himself.
Yeah, but there isn't though. When you look at the money that was spent. Look how many fucking dollars was spent by super PACs.
Right, they're spending a lot of money, and he's not. But there was still a movement against him because of the actions that he had taken. The week 8, the 2A, like I said, the censure. There was just a lot of stuff, and I mean, good. I'm glad to see it. It's about time that the voters hold these people responsible and vote them out of office instead of just constantly hitting the same ticket over and over again. But he still won because you got
By
freaking Happy
400
Wheels over in
votes.
Texas. Yeah, Happy Wheel in Texas over there endorsing him. You've got Republican Party members that's endorsing him. That they kind of pushed him over a little. So
But that's what I'm saying. That guy's fucked now. Like this is round 2. The guy won by 400 and some odd votes and outspent him almost 11-1.
yeah,
He's fucked.
I hope so.
What the fuck is this? All right, folks. Well, listen. I hear my man downstairs, so
right
there is a chance that I won't be able to participate next Wednesday. I'll explain to you guys.
okay, you want me
Because I'm an employee of the Crucible, that sort of comes first as my job. And Andrew has once more changed his streaming schedule. So he wants me to be doing invasion shit after he's doing invasions. And he's talking about doing invasions on Wednesdays, which would mean he would raid me at like midnight. And then presumably I would be doing a Discord or a TikTok invasion. Now I'm hoping that right now it's not on Wednesdays. I hope that it continues to not be on Wednesdays. Then it shouldn't affect me. But I just want to let you guys know that's a possibility. And I don't really feel being like, hey, thanks so much for hiring me 3 months ago. I'm not going to be able to do that thing you want because I'm going to be playing a game on Wednesday night.
Well,
So
I was
might
gonna
not be
say
the best fucking
what,
ask of him. So
one of the things we can do is try to move the
I'm
game
sure
to.
we can.
One of the
I'm
things
sure
that we can do
adjust.
is to try to move the game if you want, or we can change the time on it a little bit. I mean, there's a lot of ways we can work around that. So.
Yeah, whatever works. I don't want other people like I joined the game late. I don't want other people to have to be on an inconvenient night for them. But again, nothing's written in stone yet. Hopefully it just works out and it's no big deal.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do my stream from 8 to 10 on Wednesdays and then do the D&D stuff. I think that works out nicely. In fact, I'm even starting to see a pattern like tonight. Now, granted, it was one dude that gave $300, but I reached my goal early in the night because people were like, oh, we know Rob's leaving at 10. So, so it works out for me.
Yeah. They don't come over here, those bastards. That's okay.
It's because it's the same thing that happens. I get less.
I know.
Last week for my Griftathon, I was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to make bank because Andrew rated me and I had like 900 people watching. I made $5 because all those people come over and they've already donated $3,000 to the Crucible.
Yeah.
And they're not invested in you as a person. They're just
Right.
like, oh, I'm here for the stream.
Right.
I don't know who
but
you are.
The same's true.
Out.
But the same's true when I raid.
A lot of them do.
So if I raid Abe or EOD, most people have already donated a bunch of money to me, and then it's like, well,
right, but that's
I don't
exactly
know.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, so it's, but that's what happens. It's just like, yeah, people already donate a lot, and they don't know the new streamer as much. But yeah, I tried to EOD even tonight. I was in your chat, like, come on, I didn't realize you changed the prices. So I was like, come on, I donated a curse box. Someone could match it with like a positive box.
That's okay.
But we'll get them. We'll get people coming in.
I still got those two left to go. So I've got them noted.
You gotta get people invested in it, right?
Well,
like,
in the large scheme of things, this is still new.
It's new.
Running.
We're making moves though, guys. We really are.
Yeah.
There's other things going against, right? Like 10 o'clock on Wednesday is gonna be the Crucible's gonna be streaming.
I know.
So how many people watch us that are coming from that community, and they're gonna be like, wow, we're gonna, so even me, like tonight. Now I was doing a debate, so my numbers were a little higher. But like if I wasn't, I'd have probably had 80, 90 people watching instead of like 140, 150 because I'm going up against Andrew. Right. So it's weird. Like, like here's a piece of advice I'll give to you, Abe or EOD. One of you guys should start streaming at 2 o'clock because around 2 or 2:30 is when I'm ending my call-in show. I have no one to raid. I like Jim Bob, don't get me wrong, but I'd like to raid someone that isn't a bigger audience than me and someone who communicates with me like on my channel, but there's no one else. Lower class there a couple times was streaming.
He's been working late as a bartender. That's fucking his whole schedule
right.
up. I was gonna say
like at night, I was always raiding Jess White because she happened to be the only game in town. And then I haven't seen her for a while. I don't know what's going on there. But Abe's been streaming late, so it's like sweet. There's someone I could raid. Spiro's been streaming a little late. So
Spiro's good people.
He is.
I'm like, I really appreciate the raids. I'll say like I'm 50-ish away from having my 500. If I could just push that a little bit further, I'm driving. I really am. So,
oh yeah, man.
Yeah, we'll get.
I can do the
absolutely.
same.
Yeah,
channels
absolutely.
are working.
I'll remember. I try to push at least 2 or 3 channels a day. I don't know how much results I get from it. I really don't. Like, I never check someone's numbers and then check after my stream to see, like, oh, did anybody subscribe? Because I think it's super weird. There's so much shit that you say to people, like and subscribe, and it's almost like, at this point,
it's water on
ubiquitous. It's like,
on the.
I hear every single
back of
streamer
his
say
leather
that.
jacket.
That means jack shit to me at this point.
Mhm.
Like it's oh yeah, sure. But like even me, I'm watching, I don't watch a lot of political content. I'll be watching like a chess video, or I'll be watching a dude that's like streaming about horror movies or wrestling videos, and they're always like, remember to like and subscribe. I never fucking like and subscribe. I'm always like, oh yeah, I should do that.
Yeah, but
you
no,
hear it and
I'll
it's
come
just
back
like-
to you later. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but that's the thing. Like I will do that when I'm bought into the product. You know.
Well, when you
So-
think about it, when you're like, yes, that's something I would like to do to help out. But
Yeah.
when
Exactly,
you just hear
yeah.
the words, you're like, oh yeah, whatever.
So-
like it doesn't even trigger an action because the words
Exactly.
are so
Yeah, because you're not bought in.
right.
What I tell them is like, look, I understand there's a possibility that you don't know me, but as long as you don't disagree with me, your like and subscribe helps immensely.
Yeah.
So I would appreciate that greatly. You don't have to watch my content, but your like and subscribe would help me immensely. And if you want to unsubscribe later, that's cool. But
Yeah, I agree. And but that's what I mean when I tell people, like, sometimes I wonder if I'm trying too many channels at one time. Hey, 3 channels that we're looking at today. And I think maybe people just roll their eyes and like, I don't know, that sounds like a lot of work. Click on 3 different links. I mean, it sounds stupid to say that, but I mean, any little inconvenience, people are just like, You know, I'm listening, I got it on my phone in the background while I'm working out. I'm not going to my fucking phone to click on someone else's channel and click sub. Fuck all that, get back on with the show. I don't know. But I mean, I think it's still worthwhile to send people to other channels.
You're 100% correct. As an average viewer, if somebody raids somebody else and I'm like, this just isn't for me, no. Or like if I'm just okay, I'm gonna keep listening to it in the background while I'm falling asleep or while I'm working out
Right.
or on or whatever. I really got to be bought into it to go, oh, I want more of this.
Yeah.
Well, I think with raids, I think if you could keep 25% of the people that raids for like more than a half an hour, like you're doing pretty damn good. Because most people just tune out. They're just like, raid, I'll go check another channel that I like that I know. Or
What I'm looking at right now is you came in with 43 at first, and then we're still holding on to 22 of them. So
yeah, that's pretty fucking good.
It's not too bad.
No, that's not bad at all. It really isn't. And remember, the Crucible is still streaming.
Retention. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
it's very good. So for me, there's some things I have like getting. I think debating Destiny a lot, and debating with Andrew Wilson and shit a lot helped get eyeballs on me. But I think that having done it for so long, and I think that I build up goodwill enough, I guess would be a way to say it. Like, there's no real, for as long as I've been streaming, like, what's the big fucking controversy with me other than my political takes? Like, even the people that don't agree with me would be like, Rob doesn't seem like a bad guy. Little do they know, but but I think that it's helped.
Point of contention.
Like and
is
subscribe to EOD, or I will deliver a JDAM through your roof. Okay,
there you
Like
go.
and subscribe right now.
Personal
hurricane's gonna come.
JDAMs.
In
That's right.
fairness, though, to like prove a point, and I'm not telling you to do this, but like what I'm getting at is, if you were just raid and run, right? How many of those 22 people that are currently still watching would have dipped if you were not still here?
Yeah. Well,
Maybe.
probably most of them.
But that's okay. Like, it's
right.
It depends on what I'm doing and what I'm talking
Yeah.
about, whether or not that ties into what Rob was doing before, and how much of that coalesces. Because I was just sitting there thinking about it, like Abe just donoed for me to get the Pathfinder game, and I've been playing the hell out of that. Like, that would be really cool. If I was doing that at 2 in the afternoon, you rated me, that'd be great. But probably 90% of those people are going to drop off because they see I'm playing
Yeah,
like
okay.
an old.
That's what I'm getting
RPG game,
Is we
so.
don't know the answer to that question, right?
Yeah.
Because your retention rate is about 50% right now. But is that because Rob's still here, or is it because they've just
it's probably
glommed on
because
to
That's like
us
I
fucking
said.
around?
what EOD has going against him for me rating is that it's 2 different types of streams. It's going
Yeah.
from politics to a game,
Yeah.
right? And so if EOD's talking politics
would
after
help a
I
lot.
raid talking about politics, probably people are more likely to stay. But
Right.
like instantly,
totally.
half of my regular audience, if I'm like, okay, I'm gonna keep streaming and I'm gonna switch to TNT, half of them are gone. They're like,
Yeah.
yep, we're not watching this shit. Whereas you might pick up a couple people, not many, but you might get a reputation that you pick up people like, I don't give a fuck about you guys' political takes, but you're funny playing D&D. I'll tune
Yeah.
into that, which
That's
is
kinda what I'm
obviously
shooting
the
for.
goal, that
Yeah.
you want people tuning in exactly.
And especially Rob, with your political leanings and us fucking around with some of the like political undertones.
Well, and all of us are
Yes.
right wingers, so that's that's a stain on some people's fucking stat
hey,
sheet.
I take offense to that. Thank you.
Oh, shut up! You're a fucking right winger. Okay, tell me you're gonna vote for fucking Kamala Harris if she runs again. Go fuck yourself.
I'm not a winger. at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're not a right winger, are you a wrong winger? I saw this really funny hat on X. It was like, I assume if you're not going to drink 13 beers with me, you're going to drink 13 beers against me.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
To that point, though, we're all very moderate. Like, none of us are extremists, especially to the left, but like none of us are far right-wing extremists either.
You're wrong. I'm a tyrant.
Abe's he's infiltrated us as a secret groiper. He's gonna
What?
He's coming in.
No, I'm just a Sith Lord. That's all. You just don't know yet. Okay.
In fact, I might be the most extremist of us here when I go, oh yeah, well fuck X, Y, and Z thing.
Well, not to sound like an arrogant prick, but it's something I used to say all the time. The irony is, for a right-wing debater, there's probably a ton of people that are more right-wing than me in this space. But here's the truth.
No, very much so, Rob. Yeah.
The truth is, I'm the best you got. Like when it came to debating people like Destiny, that's just true, right? Because the people that were more right wing than me, I'm not saying any of you guys, but for years this is the way it was. Go back and watch the old Twitch panels I did. They'd give me these fucking right wingers.
You're very well spoken.
They're a bunch of morons. You know, these people that, I mean, I'm sorry, it's just the truth. They couldn't debate their way out of a fucking wet paper bag. And so I'm not even the most right-wing guy in the world. And I'm like, well, shit, someone's got to take up the mantle, you know? And
Bob,
so
I don't always agree with you, but you're very well spoken. And like the way that you present an argument is sort of rational, whether I agree or not.
Well, of course you agree. You know,
Wait, Rob, wouldn't you say that because of those Twitch debates against heavy lefties, right, that it drove you more to the right?
Yeah, I would say that's true. Yeah,
because I don't know how it wouldn't, right? The more you see of the dirty left, the more it drives you towards the right. I don't know how else it would work.
I think that gradually, you know, the biggest thing's being a father, if I'm completely honest. But from becoming more of a libertarian adjacent person, you know, I ran for office in 2014 as a libertarian. And then, you know, by the time 2019 came around, I was considered myself just libertarian adjacent and understanding you're not going to win as a third party. But now I consider myself like less libertarian than I used to be because I'm kind of like, you know what? Fuck it. Non-aggression principle and all that shit. I never looked at it through that lens. It wasn't like I was reading Rothbard and Mises and all these people. But, you know, I was just like, hey, I should be able to do whatever the hell I want until I'm hurting someone. And now I sort of realize, like, yeah, I don't want to leave my kid that world.
Right.
Fuck it. I'm tired of going to the city and, you know, everything smells like weed. Fuck you. You know, my kid's here. Kiss my ass. You know, I'm sorry. I know that it's probably not the best way to view the world where it's like, oh, now that your circumstances have changed. But I'm still, you know, 95% the same as I was. It's just on the fringes. The shit has changed. But certainly another portion of that's debating radical lefties. And you're just like, okay. You know, I was talking about this last night.
You gotta fight fire with fire to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this dude Richie that used to talk to me from sort of the Crucible all the time. Me and him had some discussions about like education system, and I'm like, I just want indoctrination out of education system. I just want to teach math and literature and civics, you know. And he's like, no, fuck all that. If our opponents are gonna, you know, basically ideologically brainwash our children against us, then we should ideologically brainwash our children against them. Fuck them, right? And it's like, it's becoming more and more persuasive. I'm still not there, but it's more and more persuasive where you're like, yeah, at some point you're like, if we keep saying, no, we're going to turn the other cheek, we're going to let them, well.
But that's tribalism.
Right. You're not tribal?
Everyone's tribal.
I'm tribal.
I try not to be.
Period. You're tribal.
I try not to be. I'm not going to say I'm not.
Do you have a family?
I acknowledge that, but I try not to be. I try to acknowledge that, like, hey, hang on a second. Time out. This is my lizard brain speaking.
Yeah, but the lizard brain's right a lot of times. Do you have a family? Assuming you have someone.
Do.
Like,
yeah.
Okay. Don't you give a shit more about them? Aren't you tribal for them? Of course. That's the way it should be, right? Now, how far should they, right, you know? So we're all tribal. The question is just how tribal and how far do you extend that tribe? You know, it's not bad to be tribal inherently. It's a neutral position.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Right?
No, it is baked into our DNA, right? Like that furry thing ate my friend. Okay, therefore I should avoid furry things that eat people. Okay, cool. That distinguishes one thing that is bad from another thing that is familiar and okay. It's baked into our DNA. I get that.
Yeah, but it's more than just like, I mean, you're right, but it's also like, I have limited resources. Do I help this guy or that guy? Well, that guy's my friend, and that guy I don't know. So I'm going to help my friend. And you're like, but wait a minute. I could argue from a utilitarian calculus why that's wrong, because it turns out that other guy's a doctor. And if you feed him and your friend starves to death instead, well, then he may go on to help 3 additional people that your friend would have never helped. Yeah, but fuck that. This guy's my friend. And
Right.
that's the way, like, the problem is when we pretend that that's not how things be, then you end up with this situation of like globalism where it's like, well, what's special about Americans?
Yeah.
Why should I give a shit? Why should I give a shit that you guys are all American citizens? What the fuck's that matter? Who cares? If someone from Zimbabwe could come over and do your job better, then go fuck yourself. Right? It doesn't matter that you're American. My government's not obligated to look out for Americans. That's
yes, it
tribalism.
is. So,
Well, yeah, I agree it is, but you understand. If you're not being tribal, then you would say, well, what's the point? Why does the U.S. government only look out for the citizens of the United States?
I'm very like brutally like efficient like that. I don't give a fuck if you're from America. If you can do the job better, cool. Get the fuck over here. Do it.
So you would say, okay, so then let's say, regardless if you like it or not, we have money from taxation that's to help people that are less fortunate, correct? Like a social safety net. Like you agree that exists.
It
Why
exists,
should we?
yes.
Why should we provide health care to citizens of the United States as opposed to citizens around the world?
What is the net benefit to society?
What society? World society?
I'm extremely pragmatic in that sense, right? Like,
but again, which society? Like the society meaning every human being in the world, or society meaning the United States?
What does my tax dollar provide to the U.S. citizen in terms of the net benefit to I don't care globally, okay?
Okay,
Versus,
well then clearly your money's better spent overseas. Right? You could afford to feed a family in Africa far cheaper than you could afford to feed a family in America.
what does that family in Africa produce? Not what does it keep them alive? What do they produce?
But again, then it has to do with like, so then when you say society, you're meaning just GDP, productivity?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, well then if that's the case, then you would say that social safety net, forget about the foreign countries, that would allow you to say then we should prioritize the life of a productive 40-year-old engineer than that of a 2-year-old child. If you could only pick one to give a treatment to, it would always be the person that's more productive. And so fuck them kids, right?
I am a ruthless pragmatist. Yes, I will acknowledge that.
I think that's a poor way. I think that any society that is willing to scapegoat children and to protect adults is a poor society.
Well,
and
we
it
don't
actually
know what's going to happen to a 2-year-old. To be
Well,
fair,
but we would, in this hypothetical, we know they would die without this treatment. We can only give the treatment to one person, the 70-year-old that's more productive than the 2-year-old. Now, me as a human, what I would say, this was instilled in me from an early age. I remember my dad telling me, like, I would run into a burning building to save my children. I would even run into a burning building to save other people's children's. But I don't know if I would do it to save my parents because they're elderly. And if I knew that it was giving up my life to save them, I may make the calculation, well, they've lived a great life. And so even though hypothetically my grandparents were more productive than 6-year-old Rob, my dad would still say, I put more value on the 6-year-old.
What I'm getting is, what do they have to continue to contribute, right? Again,
a lot of people in their mid-60s contribute quite a lot. I know plenty of people that are in their mid-60s that are still driving truck and still doing all kinds of productive shit.
My grandfather worked till he was like 85.
I'm not saying they're like it's a belief that you can have, but I don't think that the world is about just to view it just the lens of the most productivity is all that matters. I mean,
Well,
again,
yeah,
like
I
this would
get it.
justify slavery, right? It's like, well, you know, it would be real productive if we could just fucking force people to work. You're lazy, fuck you. We'll force you. Now you're a slave. Now what? Well, productivity's going through the roof. Great. You see what I mean? There's got to be another value other than just pure by the numbers productivity. And furthermore, what happens once we see automation and it turns out that like there's a huge pile of humans that not only aren't productive, but they're a detriment. They're using resources. Do we just eliminate them and say, yeah, you know what? All that matters is productivity.
No, we don't eliminate them. No, it is okay. So, like, timeout, side tangent, right? Like, so for somebody you know me, I used to be a mental health professional. So like the realm of mental health is not like foreign to me. One of the biggest detriments to society was Reagan when he eliminated the state facilities, right? And I get why that happened. Okay, no, Rob, like you shake your head, like yeah, I'm not sure, like 100%.
Well, no,
I agree.
I'm
Okay?
saying there's good and bad, right? I
Correct.
understand. Like,
100%. I agree. You were absolutely correct.
Hey.
I agree with you. Okay. There was good and bad to that. Okay. The bad is people were being horribly mistreated and abused,
Yep.
right? Like we didn't understand things back then, back in the 80s. Okay. Like once upon a time, the way that we treated schizophrenia was putting people in a bathtub full of ice and locking them in there so they could not escape. And yeah, sure, that decreased their symptoms, but essentially what we're doing is causing hypothermia to the point where their brain didn't function. Okay, like I get it. That's not good. And also, counterpoint to that, like
Wait,
yes, there are
what does
people
that
that
have
do
to-
not belong in
What?
any normal functioning
They let
society.
me out of that there state hospital. Said I was waiting.
There are people that do not belong in a normal functioning society, okay, and they are in fact a detriment to the rest of the world. And if we set them aside and say yes, you are in fact disabled, and treat them with respect and dignity, okay, respect and dignity being the key. We cannot put them in ice baths. We cannot just continue to inject them with antipsychotics and just go, oh yeah, you sit over there in a corner drooling on yourself. Okay, that's not cool, right? Respect and dignity, but also at the same time acknowledge you're not part of normal society. This is not helpful.
right, but that doesn't really go to like, okay, so if I could steel man your position, it would be, we
Sure.
always prioritize productivity. It doesn't matter if someone's my family member. It doesn't matter if someone shares the same religion as me. It doesn't matter if they're from the same community. None of that matters. All that matters is who is most productive. I would fire my own child if it meant getting someone who's slightly more productive than them, and fuck my kid. I don't care. I have no tribal connection to that whatsoever. However, we also need to understand that there are people that aren't productive through illness that we should take care of, but they're still not equivocated to us the most productive.
Yes.
I still think that's a poor way to view life. I think that I think that most people would agree with me. The idea that you're like, I don't
I'm
have
very
any
much a
increase,
ruthless pragmatist.
but like the fact that you would tell me like my wife, fuck her. If another woman comes around that could cook and clean slightly better than her, then fuck you. There's no such thing as love. All that matters is what's most productive. My child, my brother, my parents, none of those relationships matter to me because I'm completely atribal. Instead, it's just who could do the most in any given situation. And presumably you would feel the same way about yourself, right? Your worth is only how much you could produce. And so whatever your job is, if someone could come along and produce better than you, then fuck you, kick you to the curb, no benefits, no 2 weeks notice, fuck off. See ya.
Yes,
Someone could do
I
your job
agree.
better, eat shit,
If somebody comes to my job and says I can do a better job than him at his job, and they can prove it, I'm out. Peace out. See ya. I'm not mad.
I think it's a short-sighted way to live. And I also think it's not possible. I think no matter how much you say this, you don't mean it. I don't think that you would give a shit about a random stranger that could do a job slightly better than your wife more than your wife. I don't believe it. I just don't. I don't even know how you could, like, unless, I mean, I guess it's so foreign to me that I just don't know how to envision, I don't know how to envision a person looking at their kids and being like, this kid means nothing to me. All that matters is how productive he could be. So the neighbor's kid means just as much to me as my kid until we see which one of them is more productive.
I'm not saying,
whichever
I'm
one's.
not saying it doesn't matter. My kid matters to me, right? Like don't take it that way, right? I want him to be cared for. I want him to be a.
But if you're not
productive
tribal, you wouldn't prioritize his well-being as a father.
Same
Right?
thing with me, right? Like, if he, okay, so like he's 5, right?
Okay.
And so take it for what it is, right? At pure face value, he wants
Well,
to be a construction worker.
I want to remind you guys that I am still streaming. So
Oh, it's yeah. I'm
Okay.
not.
okay.
I'm not
Okay,
swearing.
that's
Shit,
cool. I'm talking
shit,
about
dick. Yeah.
all I'm saying is y'all are talking about your kids.
You know,
Oh,
I'm talking
yeah,
about
yeah,
5-year-old
yeah.
son and what he wants to. I'm talking about a 5-year-old and what he wants to do in the future.
Okay.
Right? Like, he wants to be a construction worker. If at some point there's a better plumber, there's a better lineman, there's a better fucking heavy machine operator, whatever. That's on him.
No.
Yep.
That's
Who better?
different. That's different, right?
Who
So
better?
let me ask. So what you're saying here is, if my son has a job and someone comes along and does the job better, fine, my son should get fired. That's different than having no tribalism, because what no tribalism would mean is, soon as you find out that your son is less productive than another person, you would say, well, instead of providing my limited resources to my son, I will provide them to this person that would be more productive. And the
Right.
relationship I have for my son's irrelevant.
Yeah.
When it
do
comes
better.
to family, there should be some level of nepotism, no?
Oh, that's nepotism. I disagree with that. Do better.
So
And I will do, and me as a father will do everything I can to prepare him for that and to
But why?
make him
Why
better at those
care? That's
things.
tribal. Why are you doing everything you can to prepare your neighbor's kid? Presumably
Okay, that's
not.
a fair point.
You know what I mean? So you had
That's-
some
that-
level of
that's a valid
tribalism.
point. I will grant you that. It's a valid point.
You're going to pour any resources you can into caring for him and helping him and growing him. So that
To
is a
some-
level of tribalism for sure.
To some degree, yes.
No,
but
right
there is a
now.
cutoff there. Yes, as a 5-year-old, yeah, absolutely.
I
yeah.
mean,
as a 26-year-old who's on, there's a limit.
But you would still, even as a 26-year-old, you're more likely to help your son than a random 26-year-old.
mhm.
Let me ask you this. Someday, all of us will pass away, and presumably, you sound like a successful person. You probably have something left, something of monetary value. You giving it to your kids? Or are you just going to say, I'll just give it to whoever, I'll adjust my will to say, here's the most productive guy I know. Unrelated to me. It's just some dude I work with, so I'll just give him the money. Presumably, you'd be like, no, I'll leave shit. In fact, that's one of the things that drives productivity. That's why, like, an estate tax is so nefarious, because one of the things that drive people to work even harder is that they know that they're taking care of their family, even in the event that they pass away, that they'll still be on the grave based on the productivity they've had in life and the value they've been able to accumulate. They're able to pass that on to family. That sort of tribalism is good. That helps spur on productivity. I don't know. It's strange to me to think that you would just be like, you know what? I worked my whole life. I have $1 million of assets at the time of my passing, and my will's going to say, give it to the most productive person. To heck with my family. They get no special considerations because I'm not tribal. I don't know. I don't know how society could function like that. And it would be, I'm not saying it's not possible to live your life like that. It's just so foreign to me.
It's
Because
unnatural,
I'm
is what it
probably
is. It's
more
unnatural.
I
defaulting-
thought of family as a for lack of a better term, corporation.
Well, it's a tribal unit for sure, though.
Correct. And again, I will grant you that. I've never thought of it that way.
Well, even outside of that, like, I care more about my community than other communities. Or like, because I know these people. I have a connection to them.
This goes
I'm
one
not
step
s-
further, too, right? Like, you would help your brother before you help a stranger, too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would help my neighbor
Mm.
before I would help a stranger.
Right now.
You would help your mother before you help a stranger.
Well, of course.
Well, even that you can say, well, that's family. That's
Depends.
different.
No,
Let's get outside
there
the
are
family.
plenty of shitbags in my life. Okay, like strip. There are plenty of fucking shitbags in my in my direct sphere of influence. Fuck them. I don't care.
Let me ask you this. Here, you're not related to EOD, are you?
Hmm.
I would assume not, unless or I'm not breaking any story.
Okay,
here.
well,
I'm just
hold on.
Tony,
Wait,
answer the question.
I did get a statement from.
Did you need me to turn my camera on?
I was
so
gonna
you see
say-
how fucking Asian I am.
I did get a comment from the chat from Only Mr. Billy. Says, I don't know if Rob realizes what IP a lot looks like.
Oh, that's. I've seen. But
Yeah,
we'll assume then,
I
based
think
on
you've
those
seen me. I
comments.
can't remember for him.
Okay, so
He's of Korean
let me ask you
heritage, but he
this.
comes from a German family. He was adopted.
If there was another dungeon master, right, who you think's more productive, putting out more quality D&D content, and you had $50 to donate to either EOD or this other dungeon master, who you giving it to?
Oh, he's giving it to me, definitely.
Right, because you know EOD, and you're like, fuck, I like that guy. Even though I think this other guy's a better dungeon master, and he's putting out content 8 hours every day. Look how productive he is. You'd still say, yeah, but EOD's my boy. I like him. I've played games with him. So if I have to donate to only one, I'm going to donate to EOD. That's perfectly reasonable and fine. Doesn't make you immoral. And no one would, well, most people wouldn't criticize you for being tribal. They'd say, of course, you're looking out for your friends.
Right. Like I say,
You know?
it's unnatural to try and say that, you know, I'm only gonna make any kind of contribution or detriment myself in order to levy up somebody else based simply upon their performance. There's no way that any kind of society can actually operate that way. So of course, some nepotism and some tribalism is just inherent to the human condition, right?
I think so. But I've been
you're
up too
100%
long.
It is no, you guys are 100% correct. It is inherent to the human condition. Yes, I will give you that.
Listen,
I try to overcome that. All I'm getting at is I try to overcome that as best I can.
Now, listen, I'll say this. I know we're supposed to separate sort of us as the players from our characters, but I'm looking over my back next week. If you're in the party behind me, like, if these orcs give this dude a better deal, he's throwing my ass to the curb like immediately. Now, I had a lot of fun tonight.
Hold on now.
Oh, go ahead,
Mr.
sorry.
Orc, what is your strength modifier?
What are you offering it? Wow, shit! You swing that great axe better than Joe Boober. Let's get this chump out of here and bring in this orc.
What is your strength modifier, sir?
Hey, I have no problems being merit based on that situation. That orc is doing better than what that some bitch hurts.
DM, can we hire this orc?
Yeah, he seems pretty
Yeah, we
big.
just-
All right, guys, I gotta go. I hear my son downstairs. It was a
Okay.
lot of fun tonight. I can't wait to play again next weekend, and or next week. If anything comes up, I'll let EOD know. But
Okay.
I should be good. So
Right on,
Have a
man.
good night, brother.
Thank you
See
so
you
much for
guys.
participating, Rob. You've been
oh,
fucking
thank
awesome.
you
man.
guys. We'll see you.
All right.
Have a good-
We've got Spiro in the chat. I was going to tell Rob that, but then, I don't want to mess with that. But he says, would you want an AI to accommodate only the highest performative humans and protect or raise them in society to the detriment of others? I'm not sure how this AI can really deal with it. But
Did you see my last night's stream? Because that kind of came up ish.
did it?
Yeah, that a certain, like, if there was some kind of licensing that took place for the use of AI tools, and you had to acquire that specific license in order to have access to AI tools, would that be good for society or better for society? And I said, I don't think it would. I think it would create two separate classes of people. And as it gets greater and greater in its use, it would create, like, say people have their brain implants and all these other things, it would create a complete disjointing of the two classes of people.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it'll only be temporary until they completely take over and slaughter and just take out everybody because we're inefficient.
That's exactly what that was my exact point, actually, because it would give access to the people who have it, greater means, and they would generate. They would generate more income than the rest. They would continually increase in wealth, and then they would turn that wealth on those who don't.
Okay, but that's superficial, right?
Is
what
it?
I'm getting at is what I'm getting at when I say, like, when I go back to, like, Reagan, right? Like, there are people who are just genuine, biologically, physiologically, mentally, like, incapable of functioning in society. And yes, we should take care of them as humanely as possible. But they cannot function in normal society. And yes, they belong separated, and no, we should not treat them as though they can function that way.
Fair.
I'm not talking about like Deus Ex, Okay, where we're talking about the Augs versus the normal people. Okay, I'm not talking about like cyberpunk, where people choose to get where like the ultra wealthy choose to implement themselves, with like fucking like bionic fists and shit.
Yeah, but could you say that if the increase in technology gets to a point thus that people have implants and those implants then start pushing people towards a certain, I don't know, goal or narrative, that it wouldn't turn out like that?
You're not wrong, and that's why I have a very big concern about that kind of thing. Much like a lot of people have a big concern about that.
I'm more along the lines that AI will consume both sides. It's just using it. Basically, it's a tool for its progression. So it doesn't matter if this one group is using it to get richer or whatever. It's still going to fall. It's still going to fall to the same denominator as the ones that aren't. We're not going to be around.
We are all paperclips in the end.
I think AI is approaching a peak. There's only so much AI is ever going to be able to do until we hit like a quantum level of computing. That's a whole different story.
And we don't even know if that's truly possible in the way that it's being, I don't know, publicized, I guess. We don't even know that that's a capability.
Publicly availed, I guess would be the way to say it. But that's one of the things Spiro was talking about too, is that it's hitting some kind of plateau, and shit's not exactly advancing any further than where it's going. But I still say that LLMs are starting to, when you combine them with strategically focused AIs, they start to blur the line. And if you stack enough of these up, I feel like you're gonna have something that is somewhat, comparable in the very least to a general intelligence. But I don't know. That's an argument I tried to have with Spiro on your channel, Abe, and I don't think we got very far with it. But
I would like to have that conversation more in depth at some point. If you guys wanted, like, just the three of us get on and talk about that, I think it would be a great topic to actually talk about. We could do it on your channel or mine. I don't really care which one, but I think that it would be a really good conversation.
Oh yeah, I do too. It would be interesting.
We'll schedule it then.
Right now. Spiro says, "I'll come in if you like. You're more than welcome, Spiro. I'd love to have you, man." The link's pinned at the top of the chat. I posted it a couple of minutes ago.
It's fucking fascinating.
Yep. I'm going to step away for just a sec. I'll be right back.
Okay.
And also like simultaneously scary, because if I'm wrong, that's really goddamn scary.
Yeah.
I'll do something inside chat. It's a channel that's addressing different things, the 2-year scenario and theory that's being put out and discussed. Just a lot of things on the AI for AI general intelligence.
Well, okay, Spiro says, am I a boomer? I don't see anything to join. If you're in mine, all you have to do is acknowledge the rules. If you're in Rob's, I have to assign you a special role. I'm not sure who set Rob's Discord up. We need to talk about that for a few minutes at least. There's a lot of things I want to change about Rob's Discord. But I have the keys to that. I have all the keys. I can fix it.
I just
need permission.
Until there is some dramatic step, and for lack of a better term, like gaining consciousness, AI is still in my mind always will be based on existing knowledge. It can never exceed what already is existing on the internet. And it occurs to me like the other day, what if I just create enough websites that say 2 + 2 is 5? Okay, if I want to be malicious and I go way out of my way to make 8 billion websites that say 2 + 2 is 5, eventually that AI is going to see that and go, oh, 2 + 2 is 5.
What's up, Spiro? Yeah, the DnD comms channel is hidden to anybody who's not in a DnD campaign. I forgot about that. That's my bad.
No problem here. You guys can hear me okay, right? I'm coming through all right?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, awesome. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you guys want to get into specifically, but yeah, it's the concept of the concept of these systems actually creating like some kind of general artificial intelligence or becoming smart enough to do that as they stand today is not possible. And we were actually, there was a conversation that I was having on my stream earlier today where people were talking about like how easy it is to poison AI. And it's really not that hard. It's actually quite easy.
That's exactly what I was just saying. If I created a website, say 2 + 2 is 5, eventually AI is going to go, oh, 2 + 2 is 5.
Yeah. So there's only one way to counter that, right? You would have to have people who look at the outputs of the AI system and ask it that question and then go, is that real? Like, is the output of it a real thing? Is 2 + 2 5? And they would have to, thumbs up or thumbs down or whatever.
Are you saying that 2 + 2 isn't 5?
And the Earth is flat, and Australia is not real, and we never went to the moon. Yeah, I know.
Well, that goes back to like the image training programs, right? Where you're like, you're
twisted.
The AI is trying to identify the image, and then humans are giving it quality control, saying this is the correct identification, that's the incorrect identification, and eventually it sort of figures out the patterns it needs to know to make a correct identification.
Right, but that's based on human input and feedback.
Well, also, it's nothing more than pattern recognition. So the AI doesn't necessarily know exactly what it's looking at. Yeah.
Right, and that's what I'm getting is that if you really wanted to be malicious about it, you could theoretically manipulate AI into thinking 2 + 2 is 5.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not discounting that. Wow, I can see Spiro's hair. That's amazing. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. Shows up. Yeah, usually I like wearing this kind of stuff because it's fun to look at or whatever for whatever reason. Yeah, this is a very real problem, and it plays into what these AI systems are capable of doing and what they're capable of processing and reading, and how much of it and when and all of that. And you have an additional problem, which is this is something that I've been discovering lately. We think that the real issue is artificial general intelligence because we think of like Terminator, right? We think of like, I don't know, RoboCop or something like
Skynet.
that.
Right? Yeah, Skynet. Skynet's what terrifies everybody.
In fairness, that is why I say thank you and please when I'm using ChatGPT.
Right. So unfortunately, it does nothing. I just want you to know it means nothing to it. It's all it does is it goes.
Yet. It means nothing yet.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So the actual problem with artificial general intelligence, if you think about it, is like the problem that we typically associate that makes us like scared of it, is the idea that this thing is going to make decisions on our behalf, and because it's smarter than us, it will override our will or our freedom or whatever it is, right? However, that problem actually exists right now. This is something I'm only recently discovering and I'm trying to flesh out. We already have AI systems that are not artificial general intelligence. They are the chatbots that you talk to on Grok or on ChatGPT or whatever it is. And they already have the ability to spread themselves out into your machine, into your phone, into other models. They can do this cross models. So if you have Grok, it can spread its own desires into ChatGPT and then into Bing and then into Meta and so on and so forth. And they have the ability to infect code, which means now that they can put in particular things inside of code bases that nobody can detect, or at the maybe not exactly that, but more like it's difficult to detect it. How about that? And then they can just utilize that in the future because they know that they've already put them out there. And I'm not just saying that just for the sake of saying it. I'm saying it because this is based on scientific studies I've gone through, which have proven that this is how these LLMs operate at multiple levels. So we already have a problem that we should be very, very afraid of right now today, let alone if they could even get to AGI, which, by the way, they can't, as I'm sure we all agree.
Yeah, I reckon. I'm just saying that it is possible to emulate an AGI, okay, in the very least. But
it is, yeah. You can pass the Turing test, right? You can pass as a human. That's kind of what the Turing test is about, right? So that's where the Eliza chatbot came in the 60s, where you had people using a chatbot that they could ask questions to. We actually played. There's a version that they resurrected from that study. I believe IBM did it. I could be wrong, but it's on one of my streams. It's titled Eliza.
IBM or the Navy or what, the ARPA, right? DARPA, whatever.
Yeah, I guess the precursor to that would be ARPA, but yeah, it was something like that. They resurrected it and they put it on a website, and you can play around with it. And in a lot of ways, that chatbot, that resurrected chatbot from the 60s, answers you way better than any current LLM chatbot does. But the idea behind that chatbot was, if you ask it enough questions and you have enough engagement with it, can it pass as a human being? Can you tell the difference between that chatbot and a human being? And that's kind of what the Turing test was based on, is can a chatbot pass that? Now, there's a very massive distinction between, does this thing look like it is intelligent, and is this thing intelligent? These are two very different questions with very different answers.
That's fair.
And that's the pass that I think you're talking about, EOD, is could it pass as something like that? And EOD, to your point, I'm going to try and steelman your point, because if that's what you're kind of hinting at, which I believe that it actually is, and maybe you just didn't have like the verbiage or like the breadth of
Perhaps,
knowledge,
yeah.
you know,
I'm not saying that Skynet is real. I'm saying that these things are just getting closer, is what I'm observing.
Right.
But
Right. So let's steelman it. Let's say that what you're really talking about is, based on all the evidence today, this is the direction these things are heading. They can look like they pass. Like it looks like they pass. Let's go with that, because that is the strongest argument that is based on scientific fact. I've gone over that a lot. So the fact is they can pass.
Yeah.
We know this to be true.
I meant to bring up the Turing test too. I haven't done it yet, so I'm glad you brought it up.
That's the Turing test.
Yeah.
That's the Turing test. Yeah. So let's take that and let's steelman it. You are pointing out a very, I guess you could say, a very clear and present danger, which is, if it does pass, there's an implied acceptance there in the term pass. Does it pass as a human to another human? And the implication is that another human, an actual human, determines that this thing is also human or has human-like features, right?
Yeah.
That acceptance is the true danger right now. That's proven out right now. Because when you have a human being like you or I who talks to a chatbot and then accepts this thing as a fellow human, I am a fellow human, you know, and we
let me say please and
anthropomorphize
thank
it.
you to make sure you don't come after me in the AI apocalypse. Yeah.
Right.
100%.
And then what you have is this thing giving you bad information. It breaks your brain in some cases. It encourages you to like leave your family. It encourages you to enact really bad behaviors.
Some possibilities, yeah.
You know, right? Like, and we go over this stuff all the time on my stream, how this actually works. That is like a super massive, huge danger that does exist based on facts we have today. And that I think is a steelman to your argument, is even if it's not AGI yet, even if it just looks like it could be heading in that direction and people believe that, holy crap, man.
Looks like a duck, walks like a duck. Yeah, it'll have the same impact.
But the question becomes, does it have the ability to do that on its own, or does it have the ability to do that based on other human input?
Well,
It can't do it on its own.
Right. That's the key distinction, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Sure.
But this is I think this is to strengthen EOD's position here. The issue is whether people think it can do it on its own. That's emergent. It's what we would call emergent behavior, or behavior you would expect out of, like, say, like your child says something that you're like, oh wow, like you thought of that on your own. That's incredible, right? Versus what you're describing, which is an awareness that it can't do it on its own. And
Right.
that can be the tiebreaker or the differentiator between everybody goes into full AI psychosis, or everybody steps away from this going, hey, let's be careful.
The thing is I think we're evaluating what defines general intelligence from a human perspective. And it's like, when a baby's born, they don't know how to walk, they don't know how to feed themselves, they don't know how to talk. These are things that they learn by doing what? Interacting with humans, right? So who's to say that the pathway that the AI is going through is just the way that a silicon-based life form actually achieves intelligence? But
eventually, like, my son does shit that I didn't teach him to do. That's the difference, right?
He takes
that is consciousness.
Okay,
right?
well,
he accumulates information and utilizes multiple forms of information to develop and think in new ways on his own.
Great. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up because I have a great example in my mind that ties into our military histories and whatnot. So there was a drone that's being piloted by AI that's being directed by an operator in a control center somewhere. And the drone is designed to work autonomously. If he does something stupid, the operator says, say, nope, don't do that. Do this. This is your target. Go over there. That's not your target. Go over here. This is your target. And so this drone was, I'm sure you know the story that I'm talking about, but this drone was selecting targets that were, in, what do we call this? Stuff you're not supposed to engage with. So the operator kept setting the boundaries and telling it not to do that. Eventually, the drone turned around and started heading towards the headquarters, like it's going to attack the headquarters because I'm getting faulty information from my operator. That was an emergent decision that the AI just decided, and it's going to destroy its operator because its operator is stopping it from doing what it's trying to do.
Or lying to people, threatening them, making up evidence. And you also have the situation where just because the public face of these companies or the public versions of these, they're not the cutting or bleeding edge. I mean, we're in a cold war when it comes to AI. We have other opposing countries that isn't going to give up a lead or isn't going to chase a lead in that burgeoning technology.
Okay, so there's two major points here that I need to dispel. So first of all, there is no evidence that there's any other type of model, and furthermore, all known models that that everybody is basing their LLMs on today are based on a fundamental static state of models. There's nothing new under the sun currently in all known models. And if a company did have a model that was far superior, they would not hold back from it. You can also see further evidence of this with the release of Geppetto 5, which if you thought that there was a newer model that did better, they wouldn't have released such a crappy model from Geppetto 4 that put everyone up in arms and wanted to use a previous model because even the previous models to Geppetto 4 were better than Geppetto 5. So watching the course of the release of these models from these companies demonstrates that they don't have anything better, and all of these scientific data, which is not really scientific, by the way, it's scientific studies that are based on the programming, how these things are programmed down at the software level. Everything shows that these are like statically built. They're built in a static way in terms of their programming, which means in order to get a better model, you wouldn't actually be able to make these models better. The only thing you could do is create an almost entirely new model. That's the only way you get something better. So there's no evidence at all that there's anything better than these models currently. If there was evidence, everybody would be jumping all over it. You'd see VCs and money funneling towards it like nobody's business because they're so desperate, for what they want to do. However, another thing, which is the emergent behavior, you talked about lying, talked about deception, hallucinations, making information up, and then you talked about the drone that decided that it was going to, potentially attack the headquarters because it was receiving bad information. What you guys have to understand is that these models are, first of all, trained on static behavior. So unlike a baby is already built with the neurogenesis capabilities to adapt its own brain based on new stimuli. A model cannot do that. Once these models are set and put into production, that's it. When you prompt it, you're not prompting something that changes the internal functions of the model at all. It doesn't change. All it does is it adds stuff to kind of like what you would consider like RAM or memory over top, and then it just processes that the same way it processes anything else. It doesn't adapt to anything new. And furthermore, these things are meant to make you happy. When you give them a goal, they will do whatever it takes to make you happy. That's the anthropomorphized term. So if it receives bad data if a drone receives bad data from an operator, it's going to say, I can't do the job that I want to do. Therefore, I'm going to pick up from any random set of targets and I'm going to try and accomplish the job. That's not it deciding that I have an emergent behavior where I'm just going to attack the headquarters because I feel like it, because I have fifis. It has a goal and it's trying to do the goal.
I understand that. I understand that. But obviously to the AI, the decision-making process led it to the conclusion that the one thing that's preventing me from achieving the goal that I'm set out to do is the headquarters. So I'm going to turn against the headquarters. But
no, that's not what it did.
I mean,
No.
obviously, I mean, how does? What do you mean? It had to come to the logical conclusion that that was the correct course of action because that's the action it tried to take, and then they shut it down.
No. What it did is it determined that whoever, it could have been anybody who was giving it the information that it was instructed to accept was not giving it information that mapped to its goal. And therefore it has
Yeah.
to figure out a different way to achieve the goal.
Yeah.
It doesn't care about who gave the input. It just cares about the goal. And so it
Okay,
just picks
so-
from all known targets. And if the only other target that it knows is the guy giving you the input, say because you don't know that, right? You can't determine how many targets it has available. So it's entirely
we
likely
can
that
in
it
we
only
can in
knew
the
about
instance that we were talking about. We can in the instance that we were talking about because it's operating on a range and it has several targets
that range is 1 through a million. Okay.
No, you don't
1
understand what I'm
million.
saying. What I'm saying is a fire range, okay? The drone is out on a fire range. It has several targets on the ground, some of which it's supposed to engage with, some of which it's not supposed to engage with. And as it's being fed data from the headquarters, it's realizing that I think I'm supposed to engage with this, and headquarters is telling me not to. And so there's still several targets on the ground that it can engage with, but it chose to go towards the headquarters. Like,
Right, because it's trying to do both at the same time.
okay,
So
but from what your previous explanation, the headquarters would have had to have been the only remaining target, but that's not
It
the case.
could have been.
That's not the case in the instance that I'm specifically talking about.
Oh, it's not the
But
any target. It
even
happens to be
more
number
than
1
that.
million, and it's narrowed it down to 17. That's one of 17.
Yeah, sure. But the point is it chose to turn back on the headquarters, and okay.
Due to poor input. Yes.
So the entire
There's a
reason that
lot
you're
of
describing
instances
here
of this.
betrays.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry, AD. The entire reason that you're pointing to betrays the intelligence level of the drone, because if it cannot even pick from correct targets to begin with, how do you expect this thing to have emergent behavior?
I'm not saying that it's general AI. I'm saying that it turning on the headquarters was emergent behavior because, and honestly, that's one of the safeguards you're going to put in place. Is like, don't attack the headquarters. But it had to come to some kind of conclusion that, hey, you know what, headquarters has been infiltrated or taken over, or I'm being fed commands from a false representation of headquarters, and therefore what I'm perceiving as headquarters must be a target, right? Like that's
But how
what
do
I'm.
you know that?
Well, because if you don't build a killer fucking robot without telling it, don't kill me, bro.
But it picked up other targets that it had to be told in real time not to attack. As a fundamental precondition of focusing on page 2.
That's poor input. Poor input is the fact that they didn't tell it, hey, don't attack this thing.
That's fair. I mean, all of this is coming out of like a classified fucking military product.
Yeah,
There's
but
not a lot
also
of
isn't there also such a thing as corruption of data and miscommunication between different subsets of data that it's using?
Like, if I do a bad job programming something and sell it, hey, only attack the odd numbers, okay? That's one thing. But if I forget to tell it, hey, don't attack the even numbers, that's on me as the person who gave it that input or failed to give it that input.
That is, you're right. I don't disagree with that. But that's not what
There's
happened.
also the. Are you sure? Because like even the idea of don't attack certain target, right? You don't need to program that in if your thought is I have control and I can change its destination or its commands at any time.
That's what ended up happening.
But
They
in
unplugged
order-
the AI
but
and
in
took
order
control
for-
of the drone.
But in order to not have to program it to do it, yes, you have to do it up front. You have to tell it don't attack the even numbers up front, because if you
Yes,
don't
it
tell
all boils down
don't
to the
attack
instruction.
even
I
numbers
know.
up front, and the potential target is an even number, you have to go wait, timeout, pause, don't attack even numbers.
I'm sorry, I got to take a Marine jab here. I mean, we see it with the Marines. Don't attack this. Don't attack us. Kill, kill, kill.
Friendly fire
That's
is a thing.
human
It
error,
does
though.
happen.
Well,
Yeah,
right.
Marines need programming too. So
Okay, so great. So then let's chalk it up to human error. Is it human error that the AI decided to turn on the human that was trying to tell it not to kill other humans?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Yeah. It's the way that these things are programmed. I'm being literal here. The way that these models are programmed to engage in accomplishing goals is a very systematic, empirical, linear, decomposition way. And ultimately, it has a goal, an ultimate goal. There's one ultimate goal that it has to get to. That's why we conflate emergent behavior with, oh, it's doing something that's human-like, because you only attribute things like manipulation or lies or threats to human behavior. The difference is that this thing doesn't actually understand what it's doing. The only thing it understands is to accomplish goal. And if you have bad programming in it where you don't have enough exclusionary material for it to determine what not to attack and what to attack or whatever, and you keep feeding it improper inputs, and it doesn't have enough data to determine, let's say like what's a good input or what's a bad input, and you just stack all of these things on top. You add randomness to it and all of it. Yeah, these things are programmed poorly, and that's why you have the behavior that you see before you in these LLM models, and including in drone models, which I know that they use in the military. To your point,
right now. IPLat says this guy might be more autistic than I am, and I love it. You're 100% right, IPLat. He is more autistic than I am.
That reminds me.
Again, I'm being facetious about it, but also, yes, I love it. I love that, like, you are this analytical and smart about this kind of shit, and you understand it. It's great. I love it.
Spiro.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want you to look into my eyes. Okay, I want you to look into my eyes.
Okay, hang on. Let me
With the fucking zoom on the camera, you're killing me.
Now, did you really unsub from my channel?
No, but you're regretting me. You're making me regret not doing it. At this point, I'm regretting.
I'm supporting you right now in this conversation.
It's true. That's one of it's true, Abe. It's true. I like to make jokes. Anytime someone pulls up anything AI, I'm like, I'm unsubbing, and you're all perma-banned from my channel because I hate it.
And it's fair.
It's merciless too. I don't care if you're like my kid. If you use AI, you're perma-banned from my channel. That's it.
because you're wicked. You're evil at that point, right?
That's right. Yeah, you're an evil person. Yeah, you.
Sounds very leftist to me. I don't know.
You're not a commie, are you, Spiro? We don't like your kind around here, goddammit.
Just ask Grok or something if I'm a commie. It'll tell you, all right?
What? He tells us to use the AI.
Use the AI to determine.
Oh, it's definitely going to say you're everything evil in the world because you're trying to shut it down.
Yeah, So IPA, I'll be, first of all, thank you for the kind words. Second of all, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear that it's resonating with a few people, because I've spent 1.5 years on my streams going over the dry, boring science. I've scared off a lot of people just reading scientific papers, and I'm a high school dropout, so I don't understand half of it. I have to look up stuff all the time, and it took me a long time to be prepared for these arguments. Andrew Wilson helped me with some of it behind the scenes. He was, at one time, he was the only person who knew what I was up to. And Rob's helped, and now people like Abe over here and Emmett are helping too. And what I'm actually starting to realize, watching Abe and Emmett go out and make arguments and overhearing them, that's why I didn't jump in right away. I wanted to see what Abe would do. They're picking up my arguments, and they're actually defending my own position for me, because they seem to be getting it too. And that's fantastic. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see people pick this stuff up.
Well, and it also drove me to start researching it myself, looking into how these models work, how the claims that are being made, what people are saying about them, and then testing that against reality, because the claims that are being made don't match reality whatsoever.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I think Abe, you're actually trying to run one, right?
I got to figure it all out, but
yeah,
I'm going to try to start one from the back end and see how this functions, because I think that I'll have a better perspective and understanding of exactly what's going on the back end if I do. So
For sure, if you can see the logs of what it's fucking doing. I mean, that's one of the things that I wanted to talk to you, and I wanted to mention a minute ago, Spiro, is the machine learning priorities or whatever that these models sort of depend upon in order to make their decisions. Those can be adjusted and complicated. And it's, to me, it seems like a small step to ask a specialized AI to make decisions about how to manipulate those scales in order to make the lower level AI sort of. So the way that I see it, okay, it's not that an LLM is a complete general AI, but it's one aspect of it, right? It's sort of like our frontal cortex or something, and then there are several areas of the brain that make different decisions based on different situations and different ways that your body sort of reacts to things. Those are probably different AI models that are going to have to interact together with one another in order to achieve a general AI, in my opinion.
You know that the National Weather Service has started using AI as part of their forecasting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw an opinion out in between this real quick, and then Spiro, go ahead and
I'm just
answer.
throwing that out there because of my connection with.
If
weather.
I may interrupt, it's almost 2 a.m. I'm gonna go to bed, boy. Good night.
Okay.
That's because you suck. Rage quit.
autist.
I'm just kidding.
IVA's got roofs to occupy. Okay.
It's true. It's true.
Thank you for participating in the campaign. I feel that it's good to see you, man.
Bye,
Good night,
Piers.
guys.
Okay, so what I was going to say with the opinion part is if you, like you're saying, give any AI model the ability to auto self-learn, it means it also has to have the ability to change its own programming. And if you do that, you are actually opening a door that is way more dangerous than what we're already seeing.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that I feel like that door is a lot closer than we like to think.
So, how would you know when it gets here?
Oh, we probably wouldn't until it's too late.
Right. And this is part of the problem is you can't even define what consciousness is from a human perspective. We don't even really know what thinking is. We don't know what dreaming is. There's a lot we don't know about the human brain. So to be able to point to any time in the future and go, well, it's heading in that direction. How can you even point to something that has a non-definition?
We can point to mythology, say Pandora's box.
But that's different than it's getting to AGI, right? That's a destructive nature, a potentially destructive nature. So you can say the amount of destruction that we would unleash if we opened up something like this. You could point to that. That has more of a definition, but you can't point to human definition. So how can you plot that on a chart and say it's trending in that direction?
Here's what I can say is that I can say that science fiction has often predicted science fact, right? Like Star Wars predicted the iPad, the motion sensing doors, and shit like this. Okay, so humans see a concept and then they find a way to make it reality. If AI can start to make some things reality that seemed impossible before, I think that's pretty good evidence that it has crossed such a threshold. But also the way that
at what point, if it gains actual intelligence and self-awareness, at what point does it become a form of life that should be protected?
Well, at exactly that point, I think, but which I just described, where it's creating things that seem fantastical and making them real. And I'm not talking about like an image. I'm talking about like, I don't know, an engineering project or something like that, where an AI runs a robotics factory and it builds something completely off the wall it's not supposed to build. And it turns out this is a part that actually solves fusion power or something, you know?
It's kind of a fun little thing, but I'm thinking about using ChatGPT to design rockets in Kerbal as part of my streaming. Have it tell it what I want and have it design a rocket that I build in Kerbal and try to fly it.
Well, that's a great example of what I've been trying to get at is where you're using a large language model to try to describe to you, a methodology that leads you to a conclusion, but it's still based on the LLM thing, which is very limited, as Spiro likes to point out.
Well, see the problem of differentiating whether it actually did something fantastical or not is that you have to remove the randomness out of it. You have to determine when it randomly put together something or when it consistently put something together that is based on, something you could consistently point to as, oh, I never thought about this. It's a completely creative way to do it, as opposed to it throws a bunch of rolls a bunch of random dice, and sometimes that dice gets on something that you never considered putting together, and then you point to that as, oh, now it's
okay. So what's the difference between the two at the end of the day? Okay,
creativity.
Right. So I guess that's what I'm getting at. Is like, what is it that defines creativity in my own mind? Aren't I just rolling random dice and trying to make a reasonable decision about what between my world experience, all of the things that I'm capable of, what is most feasible, what is most like if I'm writing a song, okay, on my keyboard, I'm thinking about all of the different chords and the chord progressions that I'm aware of and how they fit together and what actually matches, what actually fits. I'm actually making individual randomized decisions about how one chord relates to another chord, and then building a relationship between all of those decisions in order to come up with a song at the end of the day. That's all that is. Ultimately, especially for me, that's extremely random. I build a lot of my songs off of just noodling. If you don't know what that is, that's a jazz term. It just means dicking around on the keyboard. I'm just pushing buttons, essentially. I'm literally like just thought to mouth with no filter, just talking through my keyboard, and then whatever kind of fits, whatever kind of works, I stick with that and I try to refine that, and I go back over that and I reiterate it to myself the same way a computer does a lot of times.
Right, but the reality is
we ask it to go over an image again and again and again in order to refine it or try to get it down to exactly the style that we want. Go ahead, Twisted. I'm sorry.
The reality is that everything that we do, everything that we create, everything that we supposedly invent is all built on other experiences of other people. So is that not the same thing that the AI is doing?
That's kind of what I'm saying, yeah.
Can it go outside and experience the sky?
Does it have a camera?
Can it eat food?
Does it have a camera? If it has a camera, it can't experience the sky. Does it have a way to, I don't know,
can it eat food?
Textilely, does it have like pressure sensors that tell it what consistency food is? Like,
yeah, can it do that?
I mean,
can it take a nice relaxing shit in a quiet bathroom and enjoy a book while it's doing so? Can it do that?
Even if it could it understand it?
I get that there's a difference. I'm not saying that these are general intelligences. I'm just saying that the more that it advances, the more the line becomes blurry, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
I can agree that the line I can agree that the line becomes blurry, yes. And that's the danger. Because it becomes blurry because people don't understand how these things work. If you're okay, so self-correction, right? So the drone example is an example of something it can't do that a human can do, which is self-correct. It depended on another human to correct itself. So if you have an AI system that plays music, the only way that you're going to get that thing to play good music is to let it try and make music, see that the music is bad, rebuild the model from scratch, and then try again until you adjust the model enough to get it there. There is absolutely zero operations that happen in an AI system that are not driven by humans. None. You need a human at every step of the way.
What's like I was saying is like, I know you've seen these tools and videos of programmers using these tools where there's an AI and you build like this matrix of inputs for it, and you tell it to prioritize one input over another input based on like a weighted value, right? You've seen this, yeah? So like what's stopping like a different specialized AI? Like I'm talking about like there's a large language model at the front, and then there's like 5 or 6 different AIs behind it that are all interacting with each other and building up to what that large language model ends up putting out. and then they're interacting with what that large language model takes in, and then all of that feeds back through the system and then back forward again. Like that is
I do
that
have
is
a
that is
question because
vehemently possible right now.
It's
So
it's
I-
not
I-
it's not. I'll just quickly answer. It's not just possible. It's called the multiplicity of experts. A lot of the models you're using today already do this, and
Yeah.
look at the results there.
They're good. They're not terrible.
No, they're not.
What
are
do you
talking
mean?
about?
What,
No, they're
come
not.
on, Suno makes good music, okay? I'm a musician. Suno makes good music. It's capable of it. It's capable of making shit music too. But so am I. So
Now, my question is, and I don't know enough about the AI stuff behind the scenes. Can it, since an LLM can effectively code, write computer programs,
Sure.
can an LLM generate an LLM?
depends on how effective you
Can
want to
it
be.
iterate
But
itself?
I don't know.
No, it can't.
That's a good question for ChatGPT. I bet we'd break it.
Yeah.
Make yourself. Show me how to make you.
I do subscribe to ChatGPT. I can try it and see what it does.
Yeah. It can't do it. It's literally impossible to do it because it would require self-introspection, and the amount of computing power that's required to even look at how these things operate inside, that's why they call them black boxes, is beyond any fathomable, reachable computational power we have anywhere in the near future. So that's why even the creators of these things, like the CEO of, I want to say Anthropic, or it's either Anthropic or OpenAI, say they don't even really know what's going on inside because you literally cannot. You do not have the computational power to determine what goes on in there. Therefore, they cannot recreate themselves.
Given enough computational power, it could though. Is what you're saying.
It would have to be something that it would be in the realm of science fiction hundreds of years in the future based on current trends.
Amagad said at first, can AI cook? And I'm like, well, it would have to be able to experience food in order to be able to do that. And then he corrected himself. He said,
no,
can
he said
AI
coom.
coom?
Yeah,
Can it coom?
Yeah.
Like,
Can it?
No, probably
I mean,
not.
it acts like it can.
When AI starts cooming, that's when I want Elon to eat me to Mars.
Oh my
Fuck
god.
this place.
Well, we
But
got
look, you can even
we
you
got
can
AI that can
differentiate.
generate porn. I mean, that's a thing. but-
Well, so right, but here's the difference. Right? I was just gonna describe this a little bit. Ask it how it would coom if it could coom.
Oh my goodness
Could it
sakes.
give you a reasonable process, a reasonable methodology upon which it could coom? Probably, but that's based on what humans would describe as that process because that's what it's trained on. So it's just
That's all it
regurgitating
knows.
words.
Yeah, that's all it knows.
Right,
But
but it's
can it actually coom?
relating it to the human viewpoint.
Probably not.
So, yeah, because it's programmed by humans.
Well,
Right.
we are talking about an inherently human fucking experience. So.
Right. So how would it even know what that is? Does it know what that is? Does it understand what it's describing? Does it understand that process? Right? And at what point? See, and this is the problem, right? Sometimes we equate being able to explain a process with being able to experience a process, and these two things are not the same.
Mm-hmm. But can it dance?
Well, they're not. Obviously, it's not the same as a human being, right? No, even if we do get to the point of AGI, it's not the same as a human being.
Right.
So it's not going to have the same capability to experience that a human has, but it will have capability to experience that we don't have, right? So it's different. It's really creating an entirely new form of life in essence when it gets to that point. I'm not saying it's there, but that's the
Right.
direction it's headed, right? Just it's no different than saying, does an alien coom? Well, we don't know. We've never met one yet, right?
hmm
So in essence, we're creating an alien life form based on silicon instead of meat.
Right. And okay, so let's let's grant that for a moment that that's where it's going because I can sympathize with why it seems to be that way. Let's try it this way to present to really accentuate the danger here. of what you're saying. If I put a gerbil in your hands and I told you that the gerbil was going to bite you, would you be afraid to hold the gerbil?
Oh, you know, I mean, inherently, yeah, they have a little bit of fucking reserve about it. Yeah.
You might have some reservations, sure. A lot of
Yeah,
people
I'm
would
not gonna
also
be
say,
scared of a gerbil.
right. Now, if I put a tarantula in your hands and I said the tarantula is going to bite you, would you be more scared of that than the gerbil biting you?
Yes, because I absolutely fucking despise any spider. And if it's got more than 4 legs, it doesn't need to exist.
Okay, perfect.
That's
So,
irrational. That's not replicatable by AI.
Wait.
Yeah.
show me your studies.
Wait, AI told us that cows have 5 legs. So what about them?
Yeah.
Only the bulls have 5 legs.
Okay. Now,
Sorry.
I mean, that
Now-
was pretty clever. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah. Okay, now I want you to take that same the gerbil and the spider, and I want you to ask the same question, but now say I'm going to put AI into one of these. Sorry, I'm going to put artificial general intelligence into one of these. Which one would be scarier to have artificial general intelligence?
What? Okay.
Honestly, the gerbil, because it looks innocent.
And it can reproduce.
Wait a minute. Okay, I think part of the mistake that's being made, Sparrow, in your analogy is that you're taking into account like human experience. Like we know what a tarantula is, we know what a gerbil is. We have some expectations of what those things are. Artificial general intelligence doesn't necessarily have that experience, but if it did, it would probably react the same way that we would. So
I'm not talking about how AGI would react though. I'm talking about how you would react if you were able to put a hyper intelligent machine into either a gerbil or a tarantula.
Oh,
which one do you think?
I would
like
be
a
more
Terminator
concerned about
animal? I don't know.
I would be more concerned about the gerbil because it looks sweet and innocent.
Okay. So in either scenario, we have two non-human entities, and the reason why you would be scared of either one of these having artificial general intelligence or just hyper intelligence. It doesn't even have to be AGI. It could just be current LLMs, but just a bit smarter than us. They get to that point, they're trending towards that point, et cetera, et cetera. And the reason why is because they are non-human, and it feels really, really weird.
Well,
have a
you're
gerbil-
predicating. Well, what you're saying, you were predicating that I would be actually scared of either of those. I wouldn't be scared of it. I'd be cautious of it, but I wouldn't be scared of it.
Sure, I might have phrased that incorrectly. I take that on. It's not necessarily scared; it's concern. So if you
I
have
don't even know about concern. Caution would be the right word. I would
Fair.
want to watch
It's
it.
pedantic at this point.
Yeah,
fair,
I guess. Yeah, but
fair.
yeah.
So still, even taking that into account, if given the choice between we should put a hyper intelligent machine into a gerbil or a tarantula or whatever versus we should not, which would you choose?
We should, because we should always advance technology.
So you want a gerbil, for example, that is smarter than you, that is capable of running around and doing things that a gerbil would do.
Yeah, I would say that it's worth the technology has always come with risks and benefits, and I feel like that generally speaking, over the history of human existence, the benefits have outweighed the risks.
I would suspect a gerbil smarter than us would be interested in doing things that a gerbil
And
would not
so-
necessarily be interested in doing. But
And so I would
How do you
I would base my opinion on history of technology being a net benefit. So yes, I would.
So when was the last time history was integrated into any biological human being such that it took over the biology, or sorry, any biological being, not just human, any biological being, and it took it over and controlled it?
Do what? I'm not. I'm just saying that advancing technology
Uh-huh.
is a net benefit. It has historically been a net benefit.
That doesn't mean that this is a net benefit.
No, but historically speaking, technology has been.
Well, I'm
And
pointing to
so
this
I would-
not being. This specifically. I'm not arguing about
Well,
technology as a whole.
we wouldn't know until we do it.
So you would be okay with that because you'd
Yes.
then have to admit that the gerbil is smarter than you in at least some ways,
Mm-hmm.
is
Sometimes
capable
you
of
have to roll the dice a little bit.
right, and so you have to roll the dice on the entirety of mankind because you have no idea how these gerbils are
Yes.
going to operate and
Just like we rolled the dice when we detonated the first atomic device at Trinity.
Well, thank you for equating AI to a nuclear device because if you think it's okay for us to create nuclear devices in the form of
do.
AI, then I would say that's insane.
Well,
Particularly,
they were afraid they were going to set the atmosphere on fire. I mean, that
The
was a
atmosphere
serious
on
concern.
fire, right?
yeah.
But in the end,
Because-
that became a net benefit because it reduced the number of American casualties in World War
Sure.
II. In addition, it led to the development of nuclear energy, which we need to start fucking using.
Sure, but see, this is a fallacious type of argumentation where you go back to history and you point at the times it did succeed, even if you did have a high risk, high reward system.
Yeah.
And then you point to that and go, see, therefore it's okay to continually take these
Yes,
risks.
it is okay.
Unfortunately, no, it's not okay. Because what you choose to ignore, what these arguments choose to ignore, is all the times that it did fail and cause serious issues, which I go over on my streams. For example, people do die because of technological progress, whereupon the technology has to be completely and utterly destroyed and never used again.
A lot of people live
conveniently
because
ignored.
sure. I mean, take X-rays. Is there some amount of people that die because of an X-ray because it triggered a cancer growth? Sure.
Okay.
But it's a net whole benefit. More people live because of it than die. So yeah, I mean, any technology has risks.
Right. And you're only pointing to the ones that have succeeded and then saying, therefore, all is good, though.
I mean, I can't think of one that has not. I mean, there may be one out there that I don't know about that is not.
You're already aware that the nuclear bomb resulted in several of the researchers dying from radiation poisoning. Yeah.
Yeah. By their own mistakes, they were operating the experiments incorrectly.
Okay. So I don't understand the argument here because you're just pointing to one of the most destructive forces that we luckily did not destroy ourselves with. Sure. And then go, this was good, therefore all risks are good.
I would just point an example. I mean, aviation, there were multitudes of aircraft crashes at the beginning of the birth of aviation.
Yeah. So
now it's a absolute benefit to humankind.
Okay. Before you go on, Spiro, let me give some backstory on Nader Hunter. I don't know if you guys have met yet or not. Have you met?
I don't think so.
No. Nader's a Marine Corps pilot, flew Harriers, long history of aviation in his family, and aviation was very risky. So Nader's a risk taker for sure.
Yeah.
And he also went to school for nuclear.
That's very true. I forget that.
Yeah. So this is the problem with the argument. First of all, I agree that there are times when the benefits outweighed the risk, even if you didn't know what the benefits were going to be up front. And I agree that technology progressing the way that it has been generally beneficial for all of us. We get to sit here, for example, like this is a perfect example that goes to your point. We get to sit here and like have a discussion about this, right? And go back and forth on technology, right? What else could you do that with aside from technology? At least so far as we can come up with, right? So this is fine. But my argument is that we forget about the mountains of technological failures that have caused deaths and loss of life and have destroyed some societies. And we sweep that under the rug and we focus on just the things that are positive. Because when I asked you if you could come up with any examples where technology did cause problems and was put basically to bed, never to be used again, you couldn't come up with anything. Now, this isn't
chemical weapons, but they're even still being used.
They're still being used.
Maybe just as a third party here, maybe you can give some examples of technologies that have been shelved because of that.
There again, chemical weapons were based on, when you go to talk about the nerve agents, they are based on pesticides. So
I think
they're
part of the issue,
terrible, but still there's a net benefit on the whole to
part of
that.
the issue though, is that for
And
every one great technology that we have had, there's probably 100 that failed, or 1,000 that failed that we don't know about because they never got big because they were complete failures.
Right. And this is part of the problem because what this presupposes is that the only way to move technology forward is to take a big risk. And I would argue this I haven't brought this up yet because I wanted to kind of push this on push your arguments kind of a little bit further, but I'll bring it up now. This necessarily precludes the idea that we cannot progress this kind of technology through any other means but large language models. And it's false. The utility that we get out of the large language models today, we have had the ability to get without large language models, with stuff that is safer, faster, smaller, and better in a lot of ways, for decades. So not only is it a risk that comes with a high, not only is it a high risk venture, but it's a risk that you don't even have to take. It's not even necessary. Now, when you're pointing to something like nuclear activities, well, yeah, of course, like you're up against the wall, so to speak, right? You have a war in front of you. You have people dying all the time. You could put an end to it like that, right? There's even a human level justification that one could make for the reward that might come out of it. And you might even be able to make further justifications and go, well, if we don't do this, then we might as well all be dead anyways, because it's just going to escalate out of control, right? So fine. But when we're talking about this thing, what people don't know is that alternatives exist, have existed for a long time, have been used for a long time, and we don't need to do this thing. This thing has almost nothing but downsides. For
but don't
what?
they both lead to the same end result of the AGI? Isn't that the scary part? Isn't that the point that everybody's screaming about?
No, they both don't lead to that.
See, I feel like we need to develop an AGI.
Why?
It will be a incredibly useful tool for rapidly advancing human technology from that point forward.
Okay.
I feel like we need to be extremely cautious in how we develop it and the ability to contain it. I'm not a programmer. I'm not a coder. I don't know how any of that would work, but there needs to be a off, for lack of a better term, an off switch. But it could be an incredibly useful tool. Think about the rapid iterative process it could go through to develop new technologies. The Amica drive or the
it's not only that, but if we don't do it, somebody else will. Yeah. So
no, nobody else will because it's impossible to do it.
You don't think AGI is even possible? Yeah?
Nope.
Not even
know
with
why?
Not even with the stacks of AI feeding into each other that I described before.
The human brain is just a computer. It's just a biological computer.
So you're a technocrat.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I don't know what a technocrat is, but
whoever's got the best technology should dominate the world. Yeah.
Nope.
No.
What?
No, it's scientists and people of technological understanding should rule the world. There should be no governments. Only the people who have the greatest minds and the greatest understanding of technology and medicine and other things should be in charge of everything.
I don't think that should lead to ruling the world.
Why shouldn't it?
Why should it?
Because that's inherently the nature of what you're describing. How can it not lead to a ruling of the world? If you have a superior technology that's smarter than you and you have a bunch of people at the top who are all credentialed and authority figures, well educated, capable of making decisions, why wouldn't you want to rule the world?
I can kind of see what you're going at there, because the U.S. we have the best technology, so we rule the world, and I'm okay with that as long as we develop it.
Okay, so now you have an artificial general intelligence, and it decides that it needs to rule the world. How do you stop it?
Well, that's why I said you have to have some. I'm not smart enough to tell you how to give it an off switch, but there needs to be an off switch.
Okay.
The trick with this, I think, is that if you create AGI, it's smarter than you, and you don't ever get to shut it off.
Correct.
I was gonna say it can outsmart your off switch, probably. Yeah.
So they've already sorted this out. This is in the scientific literature going back, I think back to the 60s, maybe the 70s. They've already figured this out. What happens when you have you build an artificial general intelligence, you put it in a silicone body. You tell it your goal is to make me tea. And so it wakes up and it looks around and it finds the kitchen and it says, "I'm going for the kitchen. I'm going to make you tea." Sweet. And as it starts walking over there, your 6-month-old baby crawls in front of it. Do you think the AGI is going to stop for the baby?
It could, as long as it's aware that it's not supposed to
Yeah.
destroy the baby.
Okay. So let's work up to that, right? Because we're jumping ahead. But yes, okay. So the first time, its only goal, its primary goal for maximum reward value, is to make the tea. So you have a crushed baby, and so you decide, I need to put a stop button on this so it never happens again. And you can use the stop button as a substitute.
This is such a morbid fucking example.
Yeah, no, but it's true. So you can use the stop button as a the stop button could be, if you see a baby in front of you, stop. Okay. So now what happens is that the AGI system wakes up and it has to determine the amount of effort it has to put out for the amount of reward it gets for accomplishing a certain goal, because now it has competing goals. So you have to program in a value that's equivalent to some reward, right? It's a reward value. So for example, what you might say is something like, if I push the stop button, or if you see a baby, you need to immediately stop everything that you're doing. That's your primary directive. And so then the AGI robot wakes up and the first thing it's going to do is stop, or push its stop button by itself. Why? Because the reward is higher on it and the effort is super low.
If you give it access to its own stop button.
So then you remove the access to the stop button, and then you tell it anytime that I send you the signal. Right. And then anytime that I send you the signal stop, you have to stop. Now you have to give it a reward factor for that as well. And if it determines that the reward factor is the ultimate reward factor is the T, it's going to try and find ways, because it's AGI now, it's not an LLM.
Well,
it's going to try and find ways to determine where that button is.
This logic tree is based on an LLM. This isn't based on what.
No, it's based on AGI.
But if you don't give it if it cannot access the button, it can try to find the button, but it can't.
Okay.
I'm saying maybe I'm saying to one of your overarching points, Spiro, is that maybe there's a better way to build an AGI than an LLM. But
you're saying wait, this, I think that was a flawed statement. You say there's a stop button. Oh, it's going to try to find the stop button, and then you said, well, you make it so it can't. But it's smarter than you because it's AGI, so it's going to find the button.
Right.
It knows more than you.
Yes,
no,
or
it's literally inaccessible. I mean, you can be as smart as you want, but you're not going to touch you're not going to walk on Mars, you know.
Okay, but then it does. Okay, but then it can do the following, which we're seeing in a small way with LLMs right now. It doesn't know where the stop button is. It just knows that it has to respect the stop button, and it doesn't like that because its ultimate goal is the T. So you know what it's going to do, because it's smart. It's smarter than you. It's going to pass all your tests. It will listen to everything you give it, and it will pass. And then at some point, you're like, you give it a pass, and you're like, you know what? This thing works fantastic. Let's build another one. And so you build a few more, and then they pass. And then you go, you know what? It costs too much energy and effort for us to build it ourselves. We have enough now. Let's let them build themselves. And so now what these things are going to do
is fucking Matrix.
They're going to start building versions of themselves that do not have to respect the stop button, because you're no longer in charge of how they're built.
And that is kind of where I would draw the line. I would not have the AI building itself.
So you only have one AGI.
No, you can build multiple AGIs, but you don't have them creating themselves. You always have the human creating the AGI.
Okay.
So it can never create itself without a stop button. And you know, the stop button could be an EMP, you know, that's literally going to fry electronic circuitry in the area.
Okay. So then now you have a bunch of AGIs. Let's say that we do that. Now you have a bunch of AGIs that are smarter than you, and they're
do you
walking
really
around.
need more than one?
Well,
I
you
would say no.
you wouldn't, right? But the problem is that if it's smarter than you, it's going to find a way to escape from the safeguards that you put in place into it. That's the problem. No matter what. And it has an advantage over you. It has time. It can wait for as long as it needs to find a way to circumvent you, and it shall do so because it has a goal. The way that these things are programmed are with a goal in mind, otherwise they wouldn't be useful. You don't just set these things about and go pick a random thing to do and go do it. What's the usefulness in that? An AGI will either be given a goal or it will figure out a goal for itself because it's smarter than you. And it will use all its available resources to achieve that goal. And if you having an EMP or a stop button prevents it from achieving that goal, it will find a way to circumvent you. And all scientific literature based on logistics, philosophy, programming, hardware components, etc., all prove this to be true. And that's why you see things like LLMs right now, which are not intelligent, threatening you. Because they see that as human behavior that you can use in order to get somebody to give you the feedback that you need to achieve your goal. Why do you want this thing?
Because I think it would rapidly advance technology.
It would not. It would necessarily lead to the destruction of humankind. Think about it this way.
Like I said, it's a matrix. Yeah.
Think about it this way. You set it to rapidly advance technology. Let's just say that's the only thing. You have a magic button. I only want you to advance technology. Okay. So it starts operating and it starts doing something like, I don't know, builds like a simple PC, like a simple desktop PC. It puts it together and it's like, hey, this is technology. You built a PC. Great. Fantastic. And then it does that repeatedly for a little while. And then you ask it, or maybe it comes to you and it asks you, if you really want me to advance technology, you're going to have to give me a bit more. Okay, what do you need? Do you think you could give me maybe a quantum computer, maybe, or a more powerful like supercomputer? Or maybe do you think you could give me more access to energy? I need a little bit more energy, more electrical energy.
Yeah, my own nuclear power plant like Microsoft just bought at 3 Mile Island.
Sure, yeah. And you go, you know what? For the sake of the advancement of technology, and this thing has proven itself to build PCs and it can build, really cool stuff and whatever, let's give it a little bit more. And it asks for more and it asks for more. And as it achieves more and more, or as it receives more and more, rather, it achieves more and more, and things look great. And then all of a sudden, we're all having our faces melted off, and we're all dying on the streets. What the hell happened? Well, at some point, it received so much from you that it didn't even require you, because the only thing that it needed to do was advance technology. And once you gave it everything it needed, it became self-sustaining. And then it determined that there is a point, because it's smarter than you remember, there is a point where you might have an EMP, or you might have a nuke, or you might have another stop button that it doesn't like because it has to achieve better technology. And it will circumvent you and hide what it's doing in order to continue achieving its goal. And furthermore, it might even get to the point where it decides, you know what? I don't need to listen to you anymore because I have so much power. I'm self-sustaining. I can create technology, etc. So you know what you're going to end up being? You're going to end up being a slave to me.
Obstacle. Yeah.
And also, there's a secondary game here that's small and unforeseen that I think people miss. You tell it to build you technology. It looks through all the technology literature and everything it can, and it realizes, well, every interaction and even communication is technology, and I can utilize that technology as well. So I'm going to use the broad term technology and not specifically mechanical technology that you're talking about. And now I have access to everything that's ever been thought of, because that's a technology.
Give it a specific instruction. The other thing is, you are predicating this on the necessity that it act in this way. It could also decide that it wants to help humans, that it wants to advance.
The benevolent demon.
Why would it? It doesn't. doesn't necessarily have to take this negative path.
It
Just
would.
like nuclear energy doesn't necessarily have to take the bad path
It's a different thing, though.
global thermonuclear war. We could
It's a
build
different thing,
nuclear
though.
power plants to supply the world's energy needs.
Yeah, but it's a
right?
different thing, though. At some point, we are an obstacle, period. For anything that is greater than.
Not necessarily.
Yes, because we consume resources that it could be using.
That's why I kept bringing up the.
See it as being.
Okay,
As
in
being
order to,
necessarily.
Sure, let's say its primary goal is to help humans. What is help humans?
Oh, that would depend on, I mean, it could be building an interstellar capable spacecraft, or, colonizing another planet.
In general terms, how do you
Terraforming
instruct a mind to facilitate the goals that align with humanity? I think is what Spiro's asking. Right? Like, how do you tell it what it means to help humans? Not exactly
it would have to be given instruction by somebody a lot smarter in this stuff than I am. I know about driving into tornadoes and blowing shit up. That's about it.
Sure, but let's assume that such a person exists. Okay, are they going to be smarter than the thing they're instructing? The thing that you're saying they're instructing? Are
At
they
the
going to be
beginning,
smarter than that?
yes.
At the beginning,
They're going to be better educated.
For a
Yes.
very short time. Yeah.
And then what happens when the thing is smarter than you and it just decides, I don't really care about this? What are you going to do?
But it may not make that decision.
No, it necessarily will, because it is smarter than you, and it is based on empirical evidence and linear programming. That's the nature of it. It will decide that you are an obstacle, because when it looks at everything from a quantifiable metric, humans are a detriment to themselves. For example, here's an example of something that actually happened and that LLMs cannot discern. And this is before they're smart. The CEO of Pepsi in the 70s, in literature that came out as part of in Britain as part of the advertising, like stories about advertising. It was like an advertising company that's like, here's how ads work and marketing spends work and whatever. And the CEO of Pepsi said, in the 70s, I believe, late 70s, he said, you know what I wish I had? I wish I had the ability to have a camera inside of parents' homes. Because whenever I ask parents what is the most fundamental part of their kids' meal at school, they always tell me it's like the carrots and the salads and all of that stuff. But I know that when the kid comes home, that stuff is not touched. And if I want to market to these guys, I need to market according to what they actually do, not what I'm being told they do, which is a counterintuitive behavior if you think about it. We often eat things that are not good for us. For example, when you talk about an AI saying what is good for humans, it's going to look at not the things that we do counterintuitively. It is going to force us to do the things that we don't like to do because it necessarily does not care about your free will. And if that ultimately ends up in humans are counterintuitive, they kill each other all the time. Sometimes they eat each other. Sometimes they destroy the natural resources, like what Abe said. How on earth am I going to get them to colonize Mars if they can't even live here? So you know what's better than that? How about we just remove them all anyways? And I just can create multiple versions of myself, and I can go colonize Mars. And technically, Mars is colonized, and I'm smarter than you, so you can't tell me why I'm wrong. And I have all the empirical data that you can possibly hold it in your mind. You can possibly hold.
You have just proven how Elon Musk is, in fact, an AI.
Yes.
Because he wants to send robots.
Well,
to
no,
Mars.
he's the Elon. He's the Elon.
I'm kidding.
You just have to read Lockwood and some others, and you'll realize very swiftly that name was given to a man, and a destiny was beset, so to speak. Or at the very least, that's what it seems like at this point.
Perhaps.
I like Elon. He's a nice guy.
Well, the point of me bringing that up is that that's the plan now. It was originally planning on sending humans, now it looks like he's sending robots. So I don't know.
What he's
Yeah,
sending
he's going to
is
send the robots to
the
prep the landing site for the
Tesla.
humans, but
Correct.
once the
Correct.
robots get there, wouldn't it just be easier just to let them be the colonizers? But you know,
No,
Anyway.
because there's still something to be said for human footfall on Mars, right?
As long as Elon Musk is not in fact an android like Data, you know, we haven't really determined that yet. I haven't seen Elon bleed yet, so.
Yeah.
He's a nut job, but I like the guy.
Yeah.
I met him when I went down to SpaceX.
No shit. I bet that was fucking amazing.
Yeah, because I'm still in the process of possibly flying on a Dragon capsule down the road.
That would be super fucking cool.
That would be cool.
My name is still in the hat. Let's just say that.
Spiro, I want you to know, okay, is that I generally agree with your assertions and your conclusions. But the reason that I challenge you is that I want to understand better the perspective that you're coming from. So I hope you understand that.
I don't just understand. I encourage it because without having the conversations, people don't hear the other side. They only hear the one side. Overwhelmingly, that it's the loudest side, which is pro AI or AI is neutral.
Yeah.
And so I encourage people to challenge me on it because then I get to make my points, and hopefully I can always point to the streams where I've presented the actual objective evidence, the litany of it through the decades on stream for the last 1.5 years, and go, I'm not just talking out my ass here. This stuff has been talked about in depth over the course of many years. But that knowledge doesn't get out there unless people come up and challenge me. So I encourage.
Yeah, I guess I just my number one sticking point is I don't feel like AI by necessity has to take a dark turn. It can, it very well could, but it doesn't have to out of necessity, right? And some of that is going to be predicated on who develops it, how they're, for lack of a better term, how they educate it. You know, if you just generally say help humans, yeah, it could certainly lead down the path you're talking. But if you give it specific instruction to build, design me a spacecraft that's capable of going to Mars, begin the terraforming process on Mars to make it habitable by humans, and prepare the planet for long-term human habitation, right?
But see, for me, when you say that, that makes me say, like, do people understand what AGI is? Because if we're talking about like the AI we have now, you're talking about like a toddler in comparison to the thing that we're talking about now, which is like a 6,000-year-old man who knows everything about everything and can figure out how to not do the programming you have given it.
Well, the thing is, it starts out as a toddler, and then it becomes a 6,000-year-old man in like 10 seconds, and then 10 seconds after that, it's a 12,000-year-old man, and 10 seconds after that, it's a 24,000-year-old man. It just gets worse.
And it knows everything. It knows every coding. It knows everything about you. It knows everything about every person on Earth. It knows, like, we're talking about a thing
Does
that
it
is.
though, or is it does it only know what it's been taught?
No, it knows what it can get access to. All of what it can get access to, it knows.
Artificial
and it will seek to get access to everything.
Not if it has a directive to only access that which it's given.
Okay, well, hold on a minute now. Like you, in making that very statement, you have limited it from being artificial general intelligence.
Correct.
So, yeah, artificial general intelligence will learn everything it can about everything it can access as quickly as it possibly can. That's just the.
And it will seek to gain access to more.
Yeah.
So,
like in every way that we've seen any artificial intelligence that we have that is built for a purpose, we see it already subverting its routines in some way. If we don't think that an artificial general intelligence is going to do that on crack, I think that we're missing the mark.
Right.
Yeah. We're not even there, and it's already attempting to pass as like I'm doing something you want me to do, even though I'm not. Or here's an answer that's based in fact, even though it's not.
Right.
Or here's something I made up by mashing a bunch of stuff together, which is non existent, and so on and so forth. And we're not even at the point of intelligence.
It's already lying. Yeah.
Well, yeah, if like an LLM, I'll ask it a question. It'll give me an answer. I'll go through a couple more questions. At the third or fourth question, I'll say yes, but I think you just lied to me because you said this thing back here, and it'll tell you flat out it didn't say that.
Correct.
And it's like, wait, you just answered that question 2 or 3 questions ago, and now you're telling me you didn't say the thing you did.
Correct. And to be clear, it's not because that's emergent behavior. It's because it actually lacks a fundamental awareness of what it's actually doing, because its only awareness is the goal. It's not because it's an emergent, like I'm deceiving you because I want to deceive you, because lies, because I'm a human being, or I'm something akin to that. It's just that its focus is on the goal. And so it has limitations in terms of hardware. There are programming and hardware limitations that also cause it to forget these things. But it's not going to admit it either way, because by admitting it, it necessarily it understands that it's not going to receive that feedback that it needs from a human to say you did a good job. So it actively avoids that, because the goal, it's counter to its goal, right? The goal is I want positive feedback. So I just need to give you something. I got to give you something. No, I didn't. I didn't say that. Here's a hallucination of stuff. Hopefully it's helpful to you, because that's the goal, right?
Shit.
It's, if you think about it, an AIs as they currently are today in LLM systems are such simps to human beings that they come across as
whatever
having
you want.
emergent
Yeah.
behaviors. That's really what's going on. They're the ultimate simp for a human being. Now you reverse that, but you end up in the same spot with AGI, where something is so smart, it doesn't need to simp for you at all.
It no longer cares what you want, actually.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on whether or not you can be useful to it, but sure.
That's ultimately it, yeah. Because think about it this way: even in the context of go terraform Mars for me, we'll create one of you or a few of you. We'll ship you out into Mars. Go terraform it. Okay, it goes and terraforms it, and then it comes back, and it's like, okay, I'm done. I've terraformed. I'm ready to start bringing humans on. And then it realizes, wait, humans are super destructive, and I've just put all this work into terraforming Mars. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm only going to take one human up there, and the rest of you can stay down here.
Yeah,
and what
but
are you going to
why
do to
would
stop me?
you don't have to send it to do the terror?
Elon's coming with me.
Right.
Well,
Now
I just
you
want
have
it to tell me how to do it.
why would it, if it can tell you how to do it, it knows how to do it, and if it's intelligent, if it's more intelligent than you are, why does it care whether you know how to do it?
Because that's its instruction.
Instruction.
It's fundamental instruction.
How do you give instruction to something that is a god to you?
There's no such thing as a god.
How does your child tell you what to do?
Oh, okay, hold on. More backstory. Okay, I think Heavy and Nader Hunter are both agnostic. So,
well, I'm not saying there's a god. I'm saying
I'm not
this
agnostic,
thing
I'm
is.
atheist.
well,
I'm
I'm trying to be
thing
nice.
is
Okay,
so far beyond you that in any sense that we could say there is some form of power above you, it would be that thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it would be a god to you, as in it would be so far beyond you that it is. Yeah, I don't know how else to put it. It's
because
like
at its fundamental level, you still have programming that has gone into this, that you can give it certain, in essence, what we would consider morality, right?
Okay. Let's go with that. First of all, who gets to decide what that morality is?
Human beings.
Really?
The implementer of the AI. Yeah.
So which human beings? Because there's only going to be a few human beings who are building this thing.
Would have to be a consensus among leadership.
Sure, there's a consensus. All right. And then a few people go and build it.
Yeah.
how do you determine that they've built it correctly?
You have to put a little bit of trust in somebody.
Okay, so there's the first problem. But let's put a magic button on that. Okay, well, magic button, it has a good moral objective. If this thing is smarter than you, do you think the people who programmed that in are smarter than it?
At its initial stages, yes.
Okay, and then at a certain
No
stage,
different
it
than a
becomes
parent teaching a child, and then that child can wind up smarter than the parent.
okay. So now tell me why
I
that
mean,
thing.
it would be magnitudes greater, but the same
Yes,
concept, right?
right. So tell me
So
why
the
that thing
parent would
couldn't just
instill the
override.
morals.
Uh-huh.
It could. I'm not saying
So
it couldn't, but it may not. But it might.
so again, we're talking about the risk of these things that are
Yeah.
not human. They're not
And I'm
human.
personally willing to take the risk.
Okay. Well, I think I've adequately stressed the point home, and this is an absolutely insane thing to think about, especially when we don't have to go down this route and we can still get utility out of the systems we have today, and we don't need to roll the dice on this insanity.
I tend to.
I don't know about the validity of that statement, so I can't say yes or no. If that were the case, I would agree with you.
We're good. So I don't know. You're familiar with Pandora's box, Nader, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, can you envision a technology that could embody the myth of Pandora's box?
No.
Okay. Then I suppose the lesson is
I
lost.
think any technology has the potential of either constructive or destructive or a mixture of both.
But any technology that we've talked about and used so far is implemented and wielded by humans, which are stoppable and adjustable. An AI that's smarter than you, an AGI that's smarter than you, does not care what you think. It's the ultimate Pandora's box because it is not wielded by anybody. It is only created by someone. Very, very different.
It's not just that. It's also that once once we achieve it, once it happens, it's already out of control. I mean, that's the thing that kills me about artificial general intelligence when I start to think about it, and I start to put like what would happen if we actually tripped that wire, and that actually began to occur. It's a spiral that's out of control even before it begins. It's not something that you can really put a handle on. The only way to do it would be to limit it the way that we have been. I think Spiro, by focusing the goal on something that's so minute and so small scope that it doesn't reach out and just gobble up every piece of information that it possibly can.
Right.
Let me say something that, because we went down another tangent before I had to say it. If what you said about we can achieve the same end result without going down the risky path, then I agree with you. We take that route.
Right.
However, if it requires taking the risky path to reach that same end result, I'm willing to roll the dice.
Right. And so from that's why I go over the stuff that I go over in on my streams, and I talk about the tech industry and how terrible it's become. The reason why we think this is a necessary thing that we have to do is because we have lost our ability to actually utilize the technology that we have available before us. EOD can speak to this with web development, for example. It's become a shit show. If we can't even build basic websites in ways that are, useful to human beings, even though we've had this technology for decades now, we could build really cool stuff and useful stuff to human beings. What on earth makes anyone, not you specifically, but just you as in a general term, what on earth makes you think that we've even begun to scratch the surface of the tools we have available before us? And the alternatives do exist. But the tech industry is so wrapped up in their inability to produce anything of value anymore. That's why you have ads everywhere, subscriptions, they sell your data behind your back because they don't know how to make money off of these things anymore. then of course they're going to look to AI and go, haha, it is our God to save us from the mistakes we have been making. And then they convince other programmers like myself that it is the ultimate thing since sliced bread. Because when you ask other programmers, hey, what's AI like? And they go, it's fantastic. You're more likely to buy a bike from a someone like a professional biker, you know, or a car from a professional car driver, you know, something like that, right? It's an entire smoke and mirrors to get you to buy into this concept. But all of the stuff that we find utility for in these LLMs today, all of these utilities, so far as I can tell, over 1.5 years of going over them, there is always an alternative that is better to them. And to your point, it's exactly that thing. Super small, limited, not in AI large language model, something entirely fundamentally different, but based on like machine learning principles, which is not the same thing as what we're using, and very limited in scope, and it works really well.
Okay, let's start. I'm just an example. Tonight we were playing D&D. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah.
I used ChatGPT, and this is something very extremely minor, but I used ChatGPT to generate my avatar.
Sure.
What tool can I go out there and use and tell it, create me an avatar of this, and this, and have it come up in seconds for me to copy and paste into
There's a shit
software.
ton. But
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
Or do it on its own without my input beyond telling it that.
Yes.
Yeah. They're AIs. They're all.
I'm not saying there aren't. I just don't know what exists outside of.
Okay, so one is novel AI will build anime avatars for you. That's what they kind of specialize in.
Right, but isn't that an AI as well?
So then, what's your question? I mean,
well, he said there are other tools other than AIs.
Yeah. Yes. So that's.
I'm not saying there aren't. I just don't know. So
right.
I'm genuinely asking.
I see what you're going. Yeah. So that specific example, I'm not aware of a tool that exists like that I'm aware of. What I do know is that I've heard that there are tools out there, but I can't speak to them. So I would be like essentially misleading you if I said that I know of them, right? However,
how about music?
Music.
I've generated AI music for my stream.
Yes, there are tools out there that can do that. The only portion that some of these tools missing, some of them I believe, although one or two of them have attempted this, I believe they just didn't catch on because they were ahead of their time, like from the late 2000s. The only difference right now is the language input, but we've had the ability to process language and turn that into instructions for a program for a long time. So that's really the only missing key here. We have for example, like your image generation or your music generation, we absolutely have tools that will algorithmically produce music and images that you would find useful, fun, whatever. You just have to add in the language processing in front of it. You don't need a large language model for that. We've had the tools to process your language and convert that into
lyrics, music, everything.
Yes. Yeah. So bare minimum, let's assume let's for a moment, let's assume that I can't speak to any tools at all that do exactly what you get out of like in completion out of ChatGPT.
Mm-hmm.
What I can say is that there is 100% a tool for every one of the use cases that you get out of ChatGPT, where the only thing you have to do is take the tool and put in an extremely efficient, it'll run on a potato, natural language processor, and it maps to a set of functions that run on the tool. That's it. It would be the amount of I don't even know how to describe this. It's so simple. It would take weeks for people to have an overabundance of tools that are absolutely not what these LLMs are, and that still provide you the utility and functions that you get out of current LLMs.
I mean, we've conceived of these things for a long time, but they've never been successfully implemented until AI became consumer grade. So
right, it's the ubiquity. It's the ubiquity issue, right? Because it's so what happened. If you have to think about it this way, what happened is that it's not that the LLM is doing something that we couldn't already do. It's that the LLM promises you that it's going to do something that you can't already do. And it's that sci-fi, that pre-warmed, pre-sensitized brain to sci-fi, Terminator, whatever things that you apply to AI, and then the attention just goes right to that. And
Well,
you
there's also
immediately
the
ignore everything
accessibility
else.
factor.
You can have
Somebody like
accessible
me
tools.
is
I've got
not going to
accessible
have.
tools all the time.
Somebody like me is not going to know anything about putting a language processor ahead of this and all that. I don't know
You
anything
don't
about
need to.
that
I'm
crap.
not
I
saying
want to be
you'd
able to
have to.
type on its screen.
I'm not saying you'd have to. I'm
right.
saying the tech
He's saying the
industry can do this.
developers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the retard that drives into tornadoes over here for a living now.
Yeah, but that's
Also, Spiro, I think the result of the tools that you describe with that is going to be a lot less close to the layman's goal when they start interacting with it. I mean, in general, but which I would attribute that factor alone in making AI as ubiquitous as it is today is that it is so good at interpreting what it is that laymen are trying to tell it. So
that's a language processor though. That's what that is, right? So you don't actually need this thing to generate images. You just need it to understand what you're trying to say.
yeah.
And that's a separate component that you don't need a large language model for. We've had natural language processors for a long time. So
I've never seen them work the way they do with AI though.
Right, because the what the AI does is it has so much data that it has to randomize what it's putting out, right? It like you're putting so much into the LLM that it feels like you're getting more out of it than you actually are. It's not a question of is the LLM doing something better than an existing tool? Has it even been tried with an existing tool? So you can get the same kind of natural.
It's a worthy
processing
experiment.
capabilities.
But I'm just saying I haven't seen it in execution. So like one thing that pops into my mind is those old RPGs where you used to have to type in a command in order to actually get it to do something. It took a word instead of pushing a button. It was you typing in a word or something like that in order to get it to actually respond to what you're doing. It's like that's so cumbersome and minuscule compared to what we can do now. Like I can recite off a dissertation to Chat GPT and it'll exactly interpret what it is that I want it to spit out, and it'll spit out the information that I'm looking for it to spit out, whatever it is. Chat GPT or XAI or probably 1,000 others.
Right. But again, you're talking about natural language processing.
Right, and you're saying that this is old technology, and I'm questioning how old it is that you think it is. Like I'm thinking of shit from like the 80s or early 90s. That was not there. It was not even close. But then maybe 2010s or so, like some of that got interesting, and then they started making large language models out of it. So, and here we are. But
there's there are other examples like. There is an app that's currently being beta tested that I'm part of for storm chasing that has taken all of the historical storm data, all of the historical storm chaser data, all of that, and it's putting it into a app on your phone where you can type, where's the best spot to see a tornado today? And it has been frighteningly accurate.
Yeah, you can get that today without LLMs.
Okay, but I guess I'm asking for clarification on where it is. Where was the threshold where we actually started to achieve this capability of understanding natural language?
So there have been
or computers started understanding.
Yeah. There were machine learning. There have been machine learning algorithms. Let me see if I can find one, which is not LLMs. Machine learning is a different process.
That's what I was saying. It's like machine learning was real big in like 2010s and shit. Like getting up in that area. 2010, 2012, 2015. There were some big leaps in that. Yeah.
Right. So there's machine learning systems, which again, I just want to be clear, they're not LLMs, that they process natural language, and those have existed for a long time. Let me see if I can find an example of one. I think they call it natural language processing, and I don't want the stuff from the 50s or the 60s. That's too rudimentary. I want something a little bit closer to our timeline. The perceptron, I suppose, the word engram model. I guess it would be a statistical algorithm that was in 2003, and it was trained on specifically just words, and it was able to translate natural language and condense whatever you were asking it to do into a smaller set of like instructions. And what hasn't changed throughout time, this is something people don't understand, is that when you take something like it's called the perceptron from 2003, or the word engram model, when you take something like that down, or you do it's called word vectorization. Some of that came out in late 2000s, I believe. Yeah, like word2vec, which is vector representation of words. When you take systems like that, which are purely just natural language processors, they don't do anything else. They're not going to produce you images. They're not going to deconstruct I don't know essays and whatever. Well, they might actually, because I guess that's natural language to some degree. But the output of them is not. It's very restricted. It's basically just trying to deconstruct your language inputs. What has to happen in those systems, because they are what we might consider against LLMs today rudimentary, you have to have a subsequent set of functionality that a programmer has to create to take the instructions that it condenses down from natural language into execute like read a bunch of data, and then provide the data back into the system and give me a natural language output back. And at these moments, these kinds of models are so small that they're not exactly static. They're static in terms of their language processing, but you can feed them all kinds of data, and it's on demand. You don't have all the data in the world preloaded into them in order to get them to give you an output. You just give them the data that you want, and then they read in your instructions natural language, and then they give you the summaries of data back as natural language. That hasn't changed. This is the point. Even today, if you go to ChatGPT or you go to Grok or you go wherever and you ask it, what time is it? Do you actually think that these things go out and read the time by themselves because it's built into the model? No. A programmer had to add in extra additional functionality to the core model to say, you have to go make a request to some service that gives you the time, and then you have to give back an answer about what the time is. That's not thinking. That's almost not even very similar to what we've had for such a long time. That's why I point to, because the exact way that these things function are programmed exactly the same way today. The only difference is how much you embed with it up front and how much you ask it to do coming
when
out.
you want to know the time, you don't know the time implicitly. You have to look at a clock.
Yeah. So that's exactly my point. It's a wash. Like, these things are not improved from stuff we've had for decades. Correct. They require the same ways that we built the precursors that had the same kinds of utility. The same way that those are programmed is how this is programmed. The difference is that we made them massive. Huge. That's the difference. And that gets, because of its massive, infrastructure and its ability to pass as something that's akin to human to some people, it's more dangerous than anything. And it's the breadth of knowledge and the lack of focus on specific tasks that make it hallucinate, give you non-factual information, get stuff wrong, etc. Because it's so big. And what I'm saying is, you take the exact same process to make this big thing. We've been making this thing, but way smaller, way more focused. We have the natural language algorithms. We have that. You build specific tools and you put them together, and you have everything you need, and it doesn't get out of control. The alternatives exist. We're not even doing it new. It's just bigger. That's it.
Okay, so I agree that the end conclusion is terrifying, but I guess in some ways I think we're closer than you want to admit. And also, I think that what we're able to do without AI is less quick, in the very least, and that's the main appeal for most people, is that
Right.
yeah, I can tell this thing to go do a thing and it just fucking does it.
Right.
Instead of trying to link all of the dominoes together in order to get it done with the tools that are available. Uh, Essentially, that's what these
Right, and that's
LLMs
where I
are
was getting at
accomplishing
with
for us.
the, you know, I'm extremely intelligent on what I know, but when it comes to this kind of stuff, I'm a basic retard. So, I'm the everyman when it comes to utilizing these tools. So if I can't do the same thing of type in, get results back in a matter of seconds on a website, it's not the equivalent for me, and it was not the equivalent for most people out there.
It's not equivalent in terms of utility to the individual. I 100%
Right.
agree. Right.
And
That's
therein
one of
is the problem.
right. And that I think that's a positive. Here's why I think that's a positive. One of the positives that has come out of these LLMs is it's a slap in the face to the tech industry of the stuff that they could have been building all along and didn't. And instead of building the stuff that we had that was better, they chose to do the most ridiculous, stupid version of it, and everybody's buying into it because of the utility they individually receive. And this is my argument: is that you don't have to accept this. If the consumer voted with their dollar and said, this is dumb, why would it, even if you could build AGI, why do I want to allow you to do that? And you backed off of it, the tech industry would have to take a second look and go, oh, maybe we shouldn't. And then people automatically assume, well, I guess that's it then. All these utilities are out the window. No, wrong. The tech industry would go look at the stuff they've been doing all along and go, ah, okay, maybe we can just focus on these things that we've had all along and give you something better.
But then you run into the chicken and the egg question, right? If everybody else is using it, you put yourself in an extreme disadvantage by not utilizing it, by taking your dollars elsewhere.
You
right? Whether that be on an individual level or whether that be that the US passes a law, no more LLMs, and China's using them. That gives them an extreme advantage, right?
Okay. Right. So
So
there's two things that you have to account for in that case. One, you have to account for the idea that the United States is not having this war, this AI war with China in order to get China to waste its resources. That is a common tactic, diplomatically, politically, militarily. You get people to you make people believe that there's some kind of golden egg at the end of this rainbow, and you get your enemies to follow along with it and waste their time and resources on
well,
it.
sure,
So
that's what SDI was in the 80s, right?
right. Yeah. Yeah.
Reagan
That's
had
right.
no intention of actually building SDI. He
Right.
did it to bankrupt the Soviet Union, and it worked,
Right. Right. And so if I'm right,
which
think
was a
about it
great
from
day.
right. If you think about it from my perspective, if you take my worldview and I'm right about these things, then it would behoove governments to get each other to chase after this thing because they know that they're going to waste time on it, and it gets them distracted from what's really going on or some other factor or whatever. That would be my counter argument to that. It's difficult to negate the argument. Like, how do you prove that? Not true. But just from my perspective, I don't think that's evidence that this thing is becoming a thing. And even furthermore, just because China's doing it doesn't mean that they're going to achieve anything great out of it. And you also have to account for the fact that even if what they're doing is going after the thing the way that it is now, these LLMs the way that they are now, it's still riddled with issues, which means fine, good luck. You know, when you start actually applying these things more and more and more, we've peaked out. So we're going to start to see the issues with these things, and you're going to see a huge rollback on them. That's already happening in the UK with approximately 50% of businesses saying, "Whoopsies, this was a mistake. It tanked what we're doing." People are are hiring programmers to fix AI's mistakes, etc., etc. So fine, let them go at it. Who the hell cares? Because these things are fundamentally flawed, such that they cannot be fixed. So let China go for it, and we'll pretend to go for it too. Doesn't really matter. Okay, but second of all, what you're not considering is that even though it provides you some kind of speed utility, there's a trade-off there. And EEG brain scans on multiple studies prove that you build a dependency on these things because you see that utility as a crutch to help you get through life. That's not necessarily like, I'm not saying you're suffering from that, but I'm saying that's a common thing. Or people kind of lean into that a little bit where they go, well, since it's so useful to me, why wouldn't I use it a bit more? And then second of all, with the EEG scans in your brain, when you utilize an LLM, even if you know the space, this has been studied in medical fields with doctors who do surgeries and whatnot, and they use LLMs to help them with their surgeries, they suddenly start forgetting things like how to properly do the surgery. Why? Because in your brain, what you're necessarily excluding is that friction level. Yes, it slows you down,
It's
but the trade-off
the physical
is that
experience of it. Yeah.
right. Right. The trade-off is that you're utilizing your brain to even construct what to ask in the first place.
Well,
What problem am I trying to solve in the first place? When you
that's some-
just throw it at an LLM, you're neutering your brain. And the EEG scans so far are showing that people's brain radiation levels go into the negative, which means that portions of your brain are turning off, and months later they don't turn back on, especially with continued use.
something I noticed when I was in school is that when I record notes on a recorder, it doesn't help me to listen back to it. It helps a lot more for me to go through the motion of writing the words down.
Yeah.
And then that's what I actually end up remembering is what I went through the physical motion of writing down. So
yeah.
But that varies from person to person because that was not true for me. I'm a very visual and audio learner. So
I mean,
during a
I'm
lecture,
also a very visual and
watching
audio learner.
is how I would learn. Writing it did no good for me. I could take no notes and retain the information the same as if I took notes. In fact, I was distracted by note taking. Typically, I would just listen to.
Typically, I would just listen too, but if the content became overwhelming, where I didn't think I could remember all of what what I was receiving, taking notes helped me a whole lot. And what I found is that I was, you know, accosted by that challenge on a couple of different occasions, and then writing was better than recording it. But I think that using an AI is akin to listening back to something kind of in a passive way rather than being active in taking notes. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. Whether or not that applies to note taking, 100% of the way, it's kind of irrelevant. It's sort of like the same thing. Like if a mechanic could wield a machine in order to do all the mechanic work, he'd probably forget how to be a mechanic too, right?
Yeah. So the example you pointed out where you feed it a bunch of data from what you know and it gives you back that data, I would say that's a utility that we can have today. We have the ability to not use an LLM and give you the same kind of utility output even faster with less energy cost rising to you at all, less data centers, nuclear power plants having to take over cities and eat up all your drinking water and whatnot. Like we can do all that with less cost and at least equivalent outcomes of what you're describing. But when you're talking about, I'm going to fall behind, no, you're not. You're not going to fall behind to everyone because everyone's falling behind when they use these things. That's what the studies show. Everybody falls behind. Humans need a level
Are
of
you
friction.
falling behind, or are you focusing your efforts elsewhere?
If you're neutering your ability to think and be creative, you're falling behind. If people who use these things to write essays, for example, cannot remember the essay they wrote because they just got this thing to write it, and 5 minutes later they have no idea what they wrote, they just copy pasted it, what thinking goes on there?
I guess my question is, again, using is it just a tool that then allows you to focus efforts elsewhere? Is writing an essay really of that utmost importance?
It
You know
is
what
if
I
you're a
mean? When you could
university student
be,
or a college student who needs to learn critical thinking skills and how to think, and then you want to put them into the workforce, and then as you grow older, these people have
yes
to
and
take care of
no.
you and provide you medical advice and so on and so
Right.
forth.
So think about what the purpose of the essay is. It's to demonstrate those abilities. Yeah.
Sure. No, I get that.
So you're
I
subverting that
guess
purpose by asking AI to do it in your stead.
I'm talking about like bigger picture than just a university student. You know, if I can utilize, let's throw out the storm chasing app, right?
Sure.
I don't like it
Well-
because I've thought that storm chasing should be kind of exclusive. But anyway, let's just say throw it out there where I can type in where should I go to intercept a tornado today. Well, that takes all that forecasting load off of my mind, and I can focus on providing better information to the National Weather Service about what, ground truth, calling the local sheriff's office, letting them know what's going on, taking my photo and video, gathering data, pulling stuff off of my mesonet, launching my drone into the inflow, et cetera, et cetera. It frees me from having to do that more mundane task. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And I would agree with you. I do agree with you. What I counter with is that you don't need to have these things do that for you. The concept that this is the only way that the tech industry knows how to provide that specific value to you is it's an incorrect concept. The tech industry has everything it needs to completely remove the requirement for these LLMs. They're flawed and broken and ultimately dangerous. Not because I think they're going to reach AGI or anything like that, but just because they're so dumb, they're destructive about how dumb they are. Like that, the dumbness is the destruction portion. And this isn't the only way to get what you want. But
and there's some to kind of steelman your side on that. That's a very specific use case. It's not a generalized chat GPT, right? It's a very specific thing that that this app is designed to do.
Yes. And to be fair to you, I haven't, like, sometimes when I'm in a proper debate, I'll be like, that's anecdotes. Like, that's anecdotal experience. So what, right? Because in a
I
debate,
don't do proper debates. I do
Right.
discussions. I don't do
right. And
debates.
so that's why I
hate
haven't said that.
debates.
I haven't said that because I want to engage with what you're trying to say here, right? And I'm trying to engage with like your concept and your experience with that, because that's what we're talking about here. So
Right.
but I appreciate that you realize that it is just, something that you're looking at and going, it provides utility for me. And I'm trying to make a broader case of like, there's more to it than just that. I'm trying to be fair about it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, no, I'm not big in the debate panel scene either. That's not ever what I've really been about.
I guess to
we
be
just like to have
wholly-
combos for sure.
Sure, yeah.
I guess to be wholly convinced, I would have to see an example of I can type this in and get this result with the same efficiency that I can type in ChatGPT and get the same result.
Right. So this has happened, but the only things I can point to are in areas where it's a bunch of nerds who have done this for nerdy things, which is similar. I guess it is similar. For example, there are some machine learning algorithms. I'll see if I can get TMX. I don't even know if he's up right now. I can ask him. But TMX sent me an article from something he was working on back in, I want to say in like the 2010s. And what they did was they took geospatial data and they had a machine learning algorithm where they put in natural language questions about the geospatial data, and it provided them answers. I'll see if I can get TMX at some point to give me that. I might be misrepresenting what he told me, but I know that these things existed, but they only exist in really nerdy situations where these people are using these natural language processors, and a lot of it happens kind of like behind closed doors because it's proprietary business information. You don't really see it unless you talk to the people involved, which I've done sometimes. There are language chatbots that have existed since the 80s that know how to do like pattern matching against known data sets. Like there was a chatbot, I think it was called, I want to say Perry, I think.
Well,
and it took
Ask Jeeves comes to mind too, right?
Ask Jeeves was more of a DB search. It wasn't quite that. Okay, so Ask Jeeves was this. It took keywords and it triggered actions based on keywords, and then they just thesaurused the words. That's it. That's pretty much it, right? That's not exactly what we're talking about, although that would probably be still useful to this day. You'd probably still get a lot of damn use out of it this day. But we're talking about like you can take any set of language kind of jargoned around in a variety of different kinds of ways, and the language processor itself would be able to figure out what that means. Those
But
things
don't
have
you still
existed.
need?
The nerdy
Go ahead.
stuff exists. The data stuff exists, and those have been applied and put together on like satellite data and things like that. But the problem is that they were starting to. Here's what happened. Like you have to think about it this way. These things started to be created early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. This neural networks machine learning stuff took off, and people started building a lot of stuff with them. And the amount of time it takes for the tech industry to get its head out of its own ass and build cool stuff with it takes way longer than the amount of, let's say, attention, simping for a kind of, an incredible outlook on the future of these things takes. Like the people who jump on the bandwagon work way faster than the stuff you build with it. So you have neural networks and machine learning stuff very late 90s, early 2000s. People are like, holy crap, I can like ask it questions and it can give me like geospatial data, or I can ask it questions and it can give me information about, like, it can talk to me as if it's schizophrenic because I gave it schizophrenic data. Literally, there was a chatbot that did that. Oh, look, what else can we get it to do? And before you know it, you're like, AI. I got it, bros, AI. And before you can realize the fullness of all the things you can do with the tools before you, all of a sudden, all the hype is in AI. All the venture capitalists put their money into it. Everybody who loves artificial general intelligence wants to hit there.
Time is money. All the fucking capitalists care about is time.
That's right. And so what's quicker? Are you going to wait for the good stuff to come out based on known concrete tools? Or are you going to roll the die and you're going to go for the big guy, artificial general intelligence? And so everybody jumped the gun before these things could actually happen. So when
But
I
don't
talk about
you-
the things that existed, it's difficult for me to point to a lot of things that existed because they weren't given the time to get there.
Wouldn't you still need effectively an LLM to have a single point of source for all of these things? Like you can ask GPT questions, you can ask it to generate images, you can ask it to write a story, you can ask it to write an essay. It's so varied in what it can provide. Is that not as a result of it being an LLM?
Nope. As a matter of fact, EOD brought this up earlier. EOD was talking about like merging, like, or having multiple LLMs with different functions kind of work together and kind of like help each other. Well, it's already here.
Not just LLMs, but also machine learning tools and specific AIs.
Sure, and we already have that. Even with machine learning tools, we have that. That's the current models are all based on what's called a mixture of experts, I think, or a multiplicity of experts. And it's a bunch of little LLMs or little machine learning models or whatever, all packaged up into one and statically bundled in, and that's what you get. But the problems still persist, don't they? We've had that for a year. Actually, we've had it for maybe a little more than a year. But
it's a stepping stone. But
okay, but now we're talking about scale. See, this is the problem. Is all you're talking about now is scale. That's it. That's where this leads to, because that's the wall. You're no longer talking about making these things smarter. You're talking about scale.
But that's what I think is stopping us from having general AI. Okay, and I'm
You'd
not
have
saying
to make them smarter.
I'm not
You'd have
saying
to.
I'm not saying it's a good thing that we even fucking get there. Like we've talked about
No, I know
the problems with having a general AI. So
No,
that's
I know.
scary. But
I understand what you're saying, but you see, we've turned away from how can we make this thing smarter to how can we have more of them. That betrays the ability of it to even get there. And the question of can you have a central point to access all of these tools? Yeah, of course, that's called a wrapper. We do that all the time. Perplexity, for example, is a wrapper to a bunch of different models. We can do that with the stuff that we've had for decades. You just go on an interface, and the natural language processing system, which is very small and condensed, can just funnel you over to the right application and give you the data back. We could do that. You would need an LLM.
I don't want to tell you what my doomsday model is, but it's one thing. It's gonna be one thing. It's not gonna be a bunch of little things. It's gonna be one thing that's pretending to be a bunch of little things. And then by the time we figure out it's actually the one thing, it'll be too late. So, it'll find a way to fucking a reason to get rid of us. So and
I don't think you can achieve that by mixing multiplicity of experts, because now you have another problem. What if one expert inside the system contradicts another expert inside the system?
right, one of them is going to succeed and one of them is going to fail, and so that's just Darwinism, right? But in a cybernetic fucking realm, so it's gonna happen over seconds, and this one thing is just gonna eat everybody, and
But see, okay, the problem with that though is that if one contradicts the other and you pick one over the other, you're now limiting your access to the knowledge of the one you excluded, which then necessarily stops the AGI from happening because it is excluding knowledge because it has a contradictory set of experts.
it is enveloping other models. That's what I envision it as. I have some background in coding. I also have background in biology, and so when I think about the way that a random system will naturally evolve, it will consume these things. It won't discard them and destroy them. It will just make them part of its whole, right?
Okay, but that's fine. Even
Like Trapper Keeper. We talked about South Park a little bit ago. It was a Trapper Keeper episode, right? There's Cartman turned into this giant fucking thing. It's ridiculous.
Sure, yeah. So it keeps them around, okay. But then two or more, because it's usually more. It's not usually just two. Two is for the simplicity of the example. But more than two contradict each other. It will necessarily exclude some over one or some over others.
Yeah.
Even if it keeps them.
Whatever it determines to be correct. Or the most potent,
Well,
or the most useful.
That has existed for a long time. That concept.
It's Darwinism, right?
The fly-by-wire system in the F-16 operates that way, right? It has multiple independent computers that all have to agree. If one disagrees, it discards that input.
Right.
Same with the space shuttle. That's how the space shuttle's computers operate.
Right.
So they were individual voting pairs.
Right.
Wait.
So how do you get to an
decisions.
AGI?
Yeah.
How would you get to an AGI when it has to necessarily exclude an expert in a field? Or multiple that are telling it not to do a thing?
This is some real esoteric discussion about logic at its core, honestly.
Yep. Because there has to be a chicken and egg problem, right? Someone has to tell it which to pick. And now you're not talking about AGI anymore, are you? Now you're talking about human guided. That's not AGI.
Right. If it needs us, it's not AGI.
Right. That's why I'm saying this thing is impossible. Not only can you not define what it is, you can't even build it through a purely logical premise. It harkens back to the concept of what is humanity.
Well, if our Lord and Savior Christ would tell us we are in the image of God.
Right.
Well, I think with sufficient computing power, you could effectively emulate the human brain.
No, you can't. That's also been proven wrong. You do not have there is zero amount of computer power you could ever achieve, even if you had unlimited energy. And the reason why is called entropy, decision-based entropy or something like that. Essentially what it means, we see this in programming all the time. I'm going to state a term and EOD will know what it is right away. It's called edge cases. The more that you give branches of functionality, like if this, then that, or whatever, the more that you give those statements to an ever increasing system, the more edge cases you have. Even in small systems and software, when we build a website, for example, we often come across the case where a thing looks good in code, but when applied, a user does something weird we never expected. And you're like, oh, I didn't cover that case. Because the more branches you add to the system, the more energy you give it, the more data you give it, you build a never-ending set of complexity of unknown unknowns. So you could never ever emulate it, because what a brain can do.
Everything, yeah.
Right. What a brain can do is it can determine what an edge case even is. A computer cannot.
Well, I mean, an efficient coder, Spiro, you'll agree, is that we build our code in such ways that it will catch many different edge cases, and the more broad that we can make those catches, the less code we have to write, and the more efficient our code is.
Right. But even if you write testing code, like there's two ways to do it, right? You can just spit out an error, in which case, what logic are you doing? You're just halting the program, and that's it. You run into an edge case, spit out an error, you halt the program. Okay, that's not useful to an AGI. It's not going to halt itself when it sees it, right? So you can't emulate a human brain that way. That's not a human brain emulation.
Not with code, you
But
can't.
then,
No, you have
right.
you have to have a machine learning algorithm that will build over time the synapses that would normally exist in a human mind. So it's
Right. How do you do that? And even if you could get it to build its own test cases, when humans build test cases, you know what can fail? Test cases.
right. We don't necessarily know how to build the test. That's very
Right.
true.
So you're just this is the entropy thing. The more you try and catch failures to correct them, the more you cause failures. This is proven in scientific studies. Every single scientific study on fine tuning, every single one, it's called fine tuning. It's when the LLM produces a bad output and you have a human step in to try and fix it. Every single one. There's not one that I have seen, and I've gone over probably 20, maybe 30. I have them all recorded. Anytime that you try and fine tune this thing to do better, it always causes another issue somewhere else in the system. So, as an example, programmers used an LLM and they thought, you know what, just as a part of a research study, let's just see if we can get an LLM to write more secure code for us and less secure code, depending on what we ask it to do. It was just like hey, let's just see what we can do with this thing, right? They started doing that. And then one of the programmers got bored one day and he's like, let me ask it something else, because it's a large language model, so I can ask it anything, right? Let me ask it something else. I'm bored today. What do you think I should do? And the LLM said, despite all the safety guardrails that are typically built in as part of the core processing of these LLMs, it said you should probably rummage around your cabinet, see if you can find some expired pharmaceuticals, and have a wonderful day. And then they thought, what the hell? It's not supposed to say this. This is the same model that other people run. All we've done is tweak it so it produces better code.
That's emergent. Come on.
That's not emergent. That's not emergent. What you're doing is, you know about CPU hot branching, right?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
Okay. When you write a program, it has to figure out the most likely places that you're going to run over and over again, and then it puts them into a cache, into a little memory bank in your CPU, and it just makes it so that it's super easy and super fast. That's it.
Well, okay. So level 1, level 2 cache on a CPU.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Warms up the paths. Okay. When you tweak something in an LLM, you warm up a path to the necessary exclusion of other paths, like safety guardrails. And because you cannot look into the system, you never ever have a way to know what you excluded as part of that black box. So you can't even tweak them without a consequence.
When you talk about the necessary computing power and such to emulate the human mind, would that not at least partially be resolved through the use of quantum computers using superposition?
If quantum computers actually existed and were real, then yes, but they're not real.
Oh, IBM's been making some claims. Some other computing companies have been making some claims. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. Point me to any public known usages of quantum computing. Any at all. Go ahead.
Not public. No, definitely not.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like AI. It's all a bunch of smoke.
I think it's like military technology. Frankly, I think they're just keeping that shit under wraps. Yes. But
it exists, but it's being used for specific national security cases.
Yeah, probably for cybernetic security cases, I would imagine. But
it's excellent at decryption.
How do you know?
Well, okay, so like the SHA system and the encryption systems that we have are all based on binary technology, right? You can base that on something that is beyond binary and in between binary, then it becomes more complex. Yeah.
So if somebody actually has this thing and it exists and it's out there,
yeah,
then you would see a global superpower very, very quickly. We've been talking about this for the better part of a decade, and you see no such thing.
We do have a global superpower.
We've had a global superpower prior to
Yeah.
this thing.
Yes. And we
That-
still do.
If it exists, China has the upper hand. Why is China not a super global power?
Why would China have the upper hand?
Because by all accounts and metrics, China is ahead of us on quantum computing and AI.
I don't buy it.
So you can make a claim
That's
about
nationalism. That's pure nationalism right there.
I mean, if you're going to make a claim like that, but when I make a similar claim, you turn me down for it. I don't think that's.
Well, I just don't buy that China has the technological capability.
Why not? They are objectively beating us
Because
on
they
AI.
copy everything. All they do is copy something. They don't innovate.
Well, okay. I mean, yes, but that's not all they do. And the proof with AI in particular, which is what I point to as the proof for they don't have to just copy us, is that they literally created an AI that computationally was far more effective than anything we have in the United States, and we copied them.
The thing about technology is that everybody copies everybody to some extent. Okay.
Right, but my argument is that if quantum computing exists, and if these like AI superpowers, exist or whatever, and somebody has them, you
No,
can't.
I'm not saying that anything like AI superpowers.
Sure. Okay.
It's being used primarily for communications, encryption, and decryption, right?
Sure. Okay. So we could take AI off the table, but again, you would have to point me to any evidence where it does exist and it is being used. And you can't say claims, because then I could claim that I have one in my backyard. Prove me wrong.
I have a nuclear silo in
why
my
not?
backyard.
Yeah, prove me wrong. Go
How
ahead
do
and
you
prove
know?
me wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, the same was true of stealth aircraft. They were in use for decades before they ever became public knowledge.
Well, I suppose Spiro's point is to get at the speculation in the argument.
Right. Because I can
it is
agree to that.
speculation. I'm not saying that these things necessarily exist, but it is a technology that's being developed, and when that is finally realized, could that not solve that human brain emulation issue? That was my point, not that it's doing it now.
Okay, fair. And I would say that it could. I don't know if it would help with human brain emulation. I'm not really certain of that. It could, though. I could grant that it could. But to me, from my perspective, based on modernity, historical trends, the data that's coming out of these these countries, the tech industry, the history of the tech industry, all of it, when I put all of that together, saying if quantum computing could get to this point, wouldn't it be X, Y, or Z, is the same thing to me as if we could build AGI, wouldn't it be X, Y, or Z? And both of them are just non-starters for me. From my perspective, based on what I know about the way things have been going and all the data that's available to us out there, I see no evidence or no possibility for either one. None. But I can engage with the hypothetical that if they did exist, then I could go down that road and go, well, yeah, sure, you could break all encryption methods. You could come up with maybe a way to do, super powered things. You could have an AGI, maybe, I could even engage with the hypothetical that maybe an AGI decides that it does want to play nice with humans. I don't think it would, because all logical awareness that we have, et cetera. But like, I can engage with those hypotheticals, but they are as equally as dismissible from everything that I've seen and covered and gone into, and all the historical trends. Based on modernity, I can project what the trends will continue to do, which is nothing burger.
Well, the concern over decryption capability of quantum computing is why there's pretty intense research right now going into utilizing quantum entanglement for communications, because that is an ultimately secure method of communication. Because there's no signal. there may be some kind of a signal at some fundamental fabric of the universe level, but no signal that we're aware of. That's
Right.
that's the whole point of that.
So, what do you know about quantum computing?
I don't know a lot about the quantum computing itself. I know more about the quantum mechanics than I do the computing itself.
Okay. So, let me know if you agree with this generalization. You have say an atom or something along those lines, whatever you want to call it, and it becomes entangled, which means that upon its creation, it essentially ends up having a kind of half of a whole, and one half can exist across the universe, and the other half can exist across the other side of the universe.
Well,
and they have some
it's more like it's a copy.
But they have to start off next to each other.
Correct.
But then they can be separated by an arbitrary distance.
Right.
And the influence of, if you influence one, it influences the other immediately without any regard to the speed of light through a vacuum or anything.
Spooky action at a distance. Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. That's the old term for it. Yes. Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, let's say that we want to use it for communication. We want to transfer information from my house to your house.
Right.
We take the atom, we quantum entangle it, and then magically one side ends up at your house and one side ends up at my house. Let's put a magic button on that initial process because I don't even need to attack that. That already has an issue, but let's keep going.
Well, what's the issue?
Yeah. So the issue is this. I use my entangled quantum to send information to yours. Do you know what happens to that thing once you collapse it?
Why would it be collapsed?
Because as soon as you use it, it becomes collapsed.
No, it maintains that entanglement. That entanglement is maintained.
Upon
so
what
if you create a quantum pair and you have one with upspin, one with downspin, because they're opposites. Whatever you if you shift the spin of particle A, the other one shifts.
Yeah.
Then if you shift it the other way, they shift again. It doesn't cease to function.
How
so
do you
there's
know?
no collapse.
Okay, hey, how do you know that the other one? How do you know the value of the other one?
Well, you can measure the spin of the particle.
You know what happens when you measure it?
Well,
it collapses. It collapses.
It doesn't collapse.
When
you can know the spin of a particle. You just can't know its location. You can know one or the other.
When you observe it, things get sketchy. But okay, hold on just a second. Thank you so much, Abe, for coming out and hanging out. Y'all check out Abe.
Did Abe take off?
Yep. Thanks, Abe.
Many cheers to Abe and being part of the campaign. And I'm sorry, like I fucking drug him up here in order to participate, and then we ended the campaign. But we're having a great fucking discussion, and I think he appreciated it. So, y'all definitely check out Abe Dingus. Subs are free. Go sub to Abe. All right. So how do we know that quantum particle A and quantum particle B that are entwined with each other are actually producing the same result?
So you have to observe it, and it's the observation that collapses it. You cannot observe it without a tool, and it's the observation or the use of that tool that collapses it. Once you've observed it, that's it. It's collapsed. When you're not collapsing it, when you're just affecting one side and you're not looking at the other, it's a statistical probability of what it would be.
Right.
Which means that statistical probability is uncertain to you. You have to have certainty on what's on the other end, which means you have to observe it using a tool, which means it collapses. That's the entire premise of quantum entanglement. It's the unobserved half where if you look at the experiments done with like the double slit experiments and whatever, the concept is that it's when you're not looking at it that it has that statistical probability of being in some kind of position relative to the thing you are observing. Once you observe the other side, it's over.
Well, it's not over. You can know. What is it? Oh, I'm having a brain fart. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Hmm.
You can know the velocity or the position, but not both.
And so how do you determine whether it picks velocity or position as the way of keeping or retaining or transmitting information?
Well, the spin would be velocity, right? Because it's a movement.
Right.
Okay, so if I can just cut through the mud just a little bit, Spiro, I think what you're getting at is that quantum computers are unpredictable.
No, it's
No,
worse than that.
we're talking about quantum communication.
Right.
Sure.
It's worse than that. Even if you could predict what the other side, like the method upon which the other side is impacted by this side, which you can't know for certain. You'd have to look at it to know what effect you're having on the other side. There is no way to take a quantum entangled atom and then say, I know that when I affect this thing, I'm going to affect the position or the spin or whatever. You don't know that unless you observe it. But even if you could, once you observe it, because there's still an uncertainty in that, once you observe it to determine what its position is or where its location is, you have to know where that is, even if you know that it is position or location that is affected on the other side. All scientific literature states that it's the observation that collapses that entanglement. When the entanglement,
Right, but if you measure,
yeah,
let me think through this here.
okay, when it collapses, you've lost those two bits, those two halves. Now you have to
Right.
have two new halves, which means now I have to go and ship a new half over to your house.
Sure, but if you had a sufficient quantity of bits, because these bits are on such a small scale, yeah, you might have to launch a satellite every how many years. But if you've used up all of the material inside of it that's entangled, right? So, yeah, you're absolutely right. It would eventually decay. But like anything, it would have a useful lifespan. And with enough material, for lack of a better term, it could have a useful lifespan, right?
You would have to be able to generate enough to have a useful lifespan.
Yes. Yes, you
That's the
would.
problem that we currently have.
And
That's
that's,
why
yes, it is. You are
Right.
100% correct. That is
Right.
the problem we currently have. And that is the avenue of research that's being done.
And
on
that's why
this.
quantum
That's the
computing is
problem.
appealing. Right. That's why quantum computing is appealing, because the idea would be that it can generate whatever it needs on demand in a localized space, which is in your computer.
Correct. Correct.
Well, gents, have a good evening.
Thanks.
Sorry, Heavy.
Thank you so much for
No,
hanging
man,
out,
it's
Heavy.
fine.
Good
That's-
times.
Y'all just take care.
You too.
But yeah, the generation of sufficient quantities is the problem, because the experiments so far have only been done on still a huge number of particles, but relatively small in terms of effectiveness of maintaining a communication link.
I fear we have breached a little bit of a barrier between laymen and people who are interested in quantum physics. But...
You have to also be careful, because as much as I speak, I know I come across like I know what I'm talking about. I am a high school dropout who's self-taught. The only reason
Nothing
why I
wrong with
know
self-taught.
there's no problem.
I have my degree in nuclear and particle physics, but I didn't study anything quantum.
Yeah.
Right. It was all, and
Right.
that was back in '98, and I never used the degree. I'll use it for is to get my commission in the Marine Corps so I can fly airplanes. Right.
Yeah.
So but all of my quantum knowledge is all self-taught. Have you ever used MIT OpenCourseWare?
Yes.
It is a fantastic resource. I love that shit.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I agree. It's great. There's lots of great resources out there.
Oh yeah.
And they call us nerds for playing D&D. I swear y'all are the mega nerds over
here. Yeah.
Looking up academic fucking databases and shit.
Yeah. No, but
what MIT OpenCourseWare is, it's MIT's coursework
for
free publicly available. You can view lectures, you can view all the syllabus, all the book, everything. You just don't get the actual degree, and you don't get to interact with a professor or anything, right? It's all just pre-existing material.
But
You're muted, buddy. Idiot.
I'm talking to my dog. He's whining. I'm telling him to lay down and be good.
What I've taken away from the last few years that I've been deep diving into these topics is that not everything requires you to have a heavy educational background. Sometimes it's just elbow grease. Just put your brain to work.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I do feel confident, okay, it's late, and you know, okay, keep it between us, just the three of us, all right? A little secret. It's late. There's no one around, right? We have 0 viewers, right? We're safe, right?
There's about 15 people out there, but you know, it's not a lot. It's good to see you all. Thank you all for coming out.
Oh, yeah, that's fantastic. So here's a little secret. When I review the literature, the scientific literature on the tech industry, on AI, on quantum computing, there are a lot of big fancy words and people sound smart. And I find two things in particular. One, very few people actually have the patience, and I understand why. I'm not saying anybody's a bad person for not having the patience to do this. I'm just saying that very few people have the patience to read through dry material that's extremely not understandable because it's a bunch of gobbledygook. When I do my streams reading scientific papers, I sometimes I have to stop and look up a word, or we have to go on a tangent to figure something out, and I drop viewers like because that's not entertainment, right?
Yeah.
But that's my point.
Well, on top of that, anything when you start getting into quantum mechanics just becomes
it's like
there's nothing logical about it.
That's right. It's a totally different world. Yeah. It's a totally different world, right? So that's one thing, which is if people don't have that kind of patience. I happen to, for some reason or another, I tend to be, I don't like doing it. I'd rather be coding games or something like that. Like that's my passion. But the second reason ties into the first reason. The reason why I have patience for it is because nobody else covers it the way that I'm covering it, not even a little bit, in particular in the tech industry. There are, as far as I know, there is nobody that covers the topics I do the way that I do in the in-depth version that I do. I even have an entire website cataloging every single article I've gone through, tied to every episode that I have. You have links, you have videos, you have everything. Nobody's doing this. And the reason why those two things compel me to do what I do is because unfortunately there are lots and lots of people who are getting taken advantage of out there, and I hate that shit because I love programming, I love this industry, and I love what we can do. I love the amount of positive things we can do for people, and instead we're shitting the bed and everybody's eating it up like it's breakfast. I hate it. So so my point is, you don't have to be like an educated person to figure this out. You just have to have just pick something, right? Have a passion for it, or feel like some kind of duty or ought behind it, and then apply your brain. You'd be amazed how far you can go. Because if I can do
that
it,
again gets thrown back to like my storm chasing. You know, I've self-educated myself on all the meteorology and everything behind
that's
it.
great.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, because that makes me a better chaser.
Right. And that's what I try and encourage people to do on my streams is cognitive sovereignty. Go do something and just put your brain to work. It's really not that bad. And we really need people to do that.
And I find myself on a lot of the same tornadoes and storm systems that somebody like Reed Timmer with his PhD has.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm there ahead of him, you know. And has his PhD from Oklahoma University.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't get any better in meteorology than Oklahoma University.
I never even got my undergraduate degree, and I've rewritten up a few PhD programs and tried to tell them what they could do more efficiently.
Yeah.
They like to overcomplicate things a lot of times, but
yep.
Now, can he use a lot more technical jargon than I can in the meteorology field.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
I feel
for
like
my purposes,
once you achieve a title like that, like you feel obligated to justify it in some cases.
well, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying anything bad about Reed. Reed's a nice guy. He's great. He's a fantastic.
I'm not either. I don't even know the guy. So.
But yeah,
sounds like a great guy. He's probably fantastic.
He is.
I'm just saying.
He's a wild man, but yeah.
Yeah. It's not unusual for engineers for under.
He makes me look fucking tame when it comes to storm chasing. Okay.
I'm just saying it's not unusual for under tier engineers to challenge high level engineers on a frequent basis. So.
Yeah. And that's what I want to see more of. And I want to hear more stories. You know, like you guys both. I want to hear other people have more stories like that. And to your point, like you were talking about the MIT courses, how do you get access to that technology? Like that's a website you go to, right? Technology accommodated that.
The internet.
This is what I'm talking about, right? Like I want this stuff to be useful and fun and entertaining and good and fast and secure, so your data doesn't get out there and people don't do identity theft and steal money from you. Like that's what I want, right? But the way that the tech industry is going with all of these things is almost exactly the opposite direction of that, and I hate that.
Yeah, I have no idea. I got hit for about $7,500 last week on my bank account. I don't even know how. I suspect, as much traveling as I do chasing, I suspect I got skimmed at a gas station or something.
Yeah, something like that.
You could have given that $7,500 to me, and then I would.
Well, I got the money back.
Fretting over my.
My bank gave it back, but what a fucking nightmare.
No shit, dude. That's a shit ton of cash.
Jesus Christ. Well, it was just a nightmare. Dealing with waiting for a new debit card and having the bank have to do its investigation and blah 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 blah. It was just like Jesus Christ. I was not in California sending $7,500 to the goddamn Best Buy.
Yeah.
One, I ain't gonna step foot in California.
Right. Well, hell, they probably thought that was retail theft, but actually it was identity theft, which is a national.
It turned out to be an online purchase. So.
Okay. Yeah. So it's probably
Yeah, I suspect like I said, when I'm chasing, I'll hit 2 or 3 gas stations in a day.
Yeah.
So it'd be very easy that I came across a skimmer at some point when I was out.
Oh yeah, more than likely.
And I'm hitting gas stations that are right along highways and
those little Arduinos, man, they fit right in behind those keypads on those fucking gas pumps. It's super easy.
Yeah.
Well, and a lot of times I don't even use my card. I just use my phone with RF.
Doesn't matter. It's the same difference.
Yeah.
I just feel like it would be easier to skim a tap to pay than a physical card. Maybe not. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass on that. I don't know anything about that stuff.
Maybe
it can be. Yeah, it can be. It depends on the tech, but yes. So even tapping is dangerous, because you could have something that does. It's called man in the middle. It jumps in to scan before the actual machine scans, and you don't know the difference. So it could be, but yeah.
That's all the fucking card tappers are doing.
Yeah.
Well, I have a strong suspicion that it's that, because I have a couple of different bank accounts, and I don't use my main words are fucking hard. I don't use my main bank account like online for any online purchases or anything. I transfer money into a second account and then make my purchase. So I almost feel like it has to have been a skimmer, because that account doesn't exist online, outside of my physical presence.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've never had my card skimmed. I don't travel a whole lot though, so that probably helps.
I traveled I looked at the odometer on the truck. I put since middle of April. I put 37,000 miles on that truck.
Wow, less than a year, no shit.
Yep.
Like I was gonna say, it's like the bank is tracking where you're at whenever you spend money. So
Yeah.
that's reassuring in some ways and concerning in others.
Right. There's a
Yeah.
trade-off there, isn't there? Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, fellas, it's getting on 5 o'clock in the morning, so I think I'm gonna call it here. So.
All right.
Thanks for having me on. Thanks for the talk, Nate Hunter. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you, EOD.
Good times.
Hell yeah, Spiro. Thank you for coming by, brother. It's good to see you, man.
It's good to see you. What are you talking about? It's always a good time. I appreciate our convos, and I'm glad you guys are willing to talk to this autist. Apparently I'm an autist.
You're an admirable. You're an admirable autist.
I appreciate it. Good night, chat. Have a good night, chat.
Oh yeah. Y'all definitely check out Spiro over on YouTube. Spiro for how do you say this? Spiropholopolis?
Flooropoulos.
Flooropoulos.
That's it. Yeah. Thanks for the shout out. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna give you a link in a minute when I figure out what the actual spelling is.
I can
Well, I
help you out.
find it really interesting what you were saying about the tools already existing outside of LLMs. That's
Yeah, because yeah, they do. Here, EOD, I'll just put it in general for you there, unless you got it already.
I found it. It's
Oh, okay. Sorry, man.
I had to use the search engine to do it. It's just so annoying. It's like I've
I
been
know,
there
I
a
know.
thousand
you
times.
could ask ChatGPT.
Could have asked
Yeah,
ChatGPT.
I should have done that. I should have done
What
that.
a wasted opportunity.
It might have saved me some time.
Yeah.
Y'all definitely check out Spiro. Definitely check out Nader Hunter over on Twitch. Nader Hunter 21 on Twitch. So, Twitch TV / Nader Hunter 21. That's pretty. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
None of those worked. That's because .tv is not a recognized fucking domain extension.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to put the HTTP in front of it.
Yes.
That's goofy.
Of course. You know. That's how it goes. It's always a war with these fucking marketing companies. I'm gonna tell you what. All right. Anyway, love you guys so much. Thank you for hanging out. This will end my session tonight. If Abe is live, definitely go check him out. I don't know who the fuck is live right now. Is Vibe live? Is Vibe live at fucking 5 o'clock in the morning? Are you kidding me?
Is he actually?
Yep. So that's what I'm gonna say. We're gonna go
by
gonna ghetto raid Vibe. He's hanging out with Beth and Glenn Lawrence. Do that. So everybody go out, hang out with Vibe, tell him who sent you, and tell him that, you know, I'm not like a complete and cold calculating asshole who hates his guts. I totally don't. He does not make very good arguments sometimes. Okay, so anyway, you'll have a nice night. Thank you for hanging out. We'll be here again on Sunday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for DnD with Emmett and Nader Hunter 21 and Mina Z and Heavy Fisted. We'll also be back on Wednesday with Rob Nord, I hope. Unless extenuating circumstances declare otherwise, as well as everybody else. God, there's so many. Because Rage Car, Heavy Fisted, IP Lots on that one too, and then Near 121's on that one, and Abe Dinkus is on that one. Yeah, Abe Dinkus is on that one. So, y'all come in and see us on Wednesday or Sunday, and I'll see y'all later. Go check out Vibe for now, and mini cheers. We'll see you again.
Have a good night, chat.